Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Well, next we'll look at the dwarves. It was time to talk about the story of the dwarves who produce and sell iron goods. The dwarves were the first race to start handling iron in this world. The dwarves who have dug caves and settled under the various peaks surrounding Sagarmatha were very concerned about the merchants in order to solve the problem of living in the caves. So much so that there was even a guild of dwarves. I'll tell that story separately later. For now, the first thing to talk about is the popularization of iron due to the expansion of logistics. Iron, which boasts a strength incomparable to stone or bronze, was a material that the dwarves, who had excellent abilities in handling it, began to make a lot of money by riding the wave of smooth distribution. Before, dwarven-made iron goods were only known through word of mouth, but now they have become a popular item, as people can actually see the real thing, not just hearsay. If you compare an ordinary dagger to the stone dagger used before and the dwarven iron dagger, the difference is extreme. Even if you strike a stone dagger with a dwarven iron dagger, the one that breaks is the stone dagger. The iron dagger would only have a slightly damaged edge. In this way, dwarven iron goods became items that were in high demand and hard to find, except for elves or lizard men. As for the elves, you can probably guess without saying much. Except for a few eccentrics who are interested in iron goods, they usually shudder at the mention of dwarves. In the dwarf-elf tribal war, in the recent war the elves won, so the elves should be mentioned first. Except for the elf swordsmen, who wielded spirit swords and are now revered as elf champions, there were very few who showed interest in dwarven goods. So the elves mainly used items made by grinding stone or bone. Well, even if they ignore it, they actually know how good iron tools are. There have been numerous occasions in the elf-dwarf tribal war where the difference in equipment has been dangerous. Even if they attach stone arrowheads to wooden arrows, it is not easy to penetrate the dwarven iron armor and inflict a fatal blow. Well, even if it's a fatal blow, they don't die. Anyway, unlike the elves who stubbornly refuse iron goods, the lizard men, how should I put it? They refuse it for a religious-like reason. The lizard men, who are fond of using tools made of obsidian, have this kind of public claim. The creator dragon god has given our ancestors an unbreakable obsidian spear, so we must use obsidian to show our respect for her. Something like that. No. When I gave the obsidian spear the magic of indestructibility, I just casually did it as a gift, but they are still respecting it. Wow, it's a bit admirable, but I hope they would recognize the convenience of iron goods. I've had such thoughts before. Putting aside the public claims, when I looked closely at the ecology of the lizard men, there was a clear reason why they refused iron goods. That reason was none other than the living environment of the lizard men. The environment where lizard men mainly live is a humid one, such as rivers, swamps, and beaches. And the biggest weakness of iron goods is that they are easily rusted in humidity. The humidity, which is the biggest constraint for the lizard men with their scaly bodies and physiques, was the reason they could not use iron goods. It's not that the lizard men are stupid and refuse iron goods. Of course, there are religious reasons as well, but they couldn't use them because they didn't fit their living environment at all. But it's not like they can move to a less humid environment just to use iron goods. Iron goods and living in a non-humid environment vs. not using iron goods and living in a humid environment. Such a balance game has no meaning for the lizard men. Instead, the lizard men began to focus on developing obsidian. They made weapons like saws by inserting small, sharp obsidian pieces between wooden boards and used obsidian arrowheads and spearheads. Particularly impressive among these efforts was the combination of obsidian weapons and magic. Previously, the existing magic of the lizard men involved possessing the bodies of warriors with spirits to draw out their power. But some shamans heard rumors of the elves fighting by imbuing their weapons with the power of spirits, and they challenged this new attempt. It was to possess spirits in the weapons made of obsidian used by the warriors. Pushing a spirit with its own will into a weapon was quite foreign to the lizard men who regarded spirits as friends, and in fact, most spirits refused to remain in the weapons. We rely on your support. Novelplex. Org donate now except for one type of spirit, the earth spirits. For the spirits made of rock and soil, the obsidian blades used in the lizard men's weapons were like a part of themselves. Thus, the compatibility between obsidian and the earth spirits was excellent, and by having the earth spirits reside in the obsidian blades, the lizard men were able to make their blades more durable and sturdy, blades of obsidian that did not break easily, utilizing the power of the spirits. And this method, imbuing weapons with spirits, had less power than spirit possession, but the advantage was that there was no risk of the spirits taking over their bodies. This spread among the warriors who were unskilled in spirit possession and could not possess spirits in their bodies. And so the lizard men named this magic spirit weapon art and began to use it actively. I wonder how the story strayed from the reason why the lizard men couldn't use iron. Anyway, let's stop here about the spirit art. But it's really interesting. The rumors of the elves' spirit sword spread to the lizard men, and the lizard men imitated that method to create a new magic called the spirit weapon/martial art. Indeed, life is fascinating. The magic of possessing earth spirits in obsidian blades to enhance the weapon's strength. The spirit weapon art. The claim that its origin is in the barbaric spirit magic, the spirit swords used by some elves, is completely wrong. The spirit weapon art and the spirit swords are separate techniques, and the attitude towards spirits is different. It was just a coincidence that similar ideas overlapped and converged through a similar process. The spirit swords are not the origin of the spirit weapon art. As evidence of this, the differences between the spirit swords and the spirit weapon art. Hey, you shouldn't write lies, you know. Oh my, why are you saying that? Why? Because the lizard men's spirit weapon art is just a lower-tier version of the spirit swords. The usable weapons are limited to the lizard men's obsidian weapons, and the spirits that can be possessed are limited to the earth spirits. It's just a minor copy that only has a part of the spirit swords. At the elf's words, the female lizardman chuckled and said, "The lizard men don't need those flashy spirit swords. We have the obsidian and the magic of communicating with the spirits given to us by the creator dragon god, and the lizard men's sturdy bodies alone can solve all problems. We don't need to use the method of using spirits as tools like the spirit swords." That's too harsh. It's clear that this side is the original. It's even recorded in history. It appeared in the first dwarf-elf tribal war, a technique passed down from ancient times. At those words, the female lizardman frowned. The magic of the lizard men. What I'm talking about now is the spirit swords and the spirit weapon art. Don't bring in the entire magic system. The elf and the female lizardman to growl at each other. As the atmosphere grew tense, phew, creator dragon god, please grant me more patience. Did you call me? No, I didn't. The atmosphere was slightly calmed by the silver-haired girl who seems to appear frequently around the female lizardman. Don't fight. We're not fighting, it's just a light clash of opinions. Yeah, it's nothing, so don't worry about it. The elf and the lizardman spoke nonchalantly. Watching them, the silver-haired girl with the dragon's horn spoke softly. You mustn't fight. Understand? Yes, we won't fight. Yeah, we just seem to get along so well that it looks like we're fighting. And the spirit weapon art was indeed influenced by the spirit swords. There wasn't direct exchange, but it was just the result of imitating the rumors. At the words of the silver-haired girl, the dragon's priestess, the mouth of the female lizardman was firmly closed, and the elf wore a victorious smile. From the adventure records of a certain hero party, time continues to flow. The lizardmen continue their annual duel to select the champion. The elves and dwarves sharpen their swords every 10 years and struggle to knock each other down. And the human nations of Arcadia and others are engaged in power struggles through war, diplomacy, and politics. I have made one decision. I now wish to reduce my influence as the goddess of life. The inner sanctum of the temple of life. A room where no entrance exists. A room that only the pilgrim dragons can enter. I looked at the dragons filling the room and spoke softly. Reduce your influence as the goddess. Are you serious about this? The supreme goddess among the gods, reducing your influence. The dragons seated around the large table began to murmur in great confusion at my words. Well, it's been a while since we've gathered, so it's understandable that they would be surprised. They have a right to be surprised. Calm down first. It's not what you're thinking. The murmuring among the dragons subsided a little, but they still showed signs of unrest. Then why did you say such a thing? Yes, spreading faith in you as the goddess is our purpose. Are you perhaps thinking of retiring from your divine duties? I shook my head slightly and said, it's not like that. I have no intention of giving up my divine activities, but there is a slight problem with the faith placed in me as a goddess. With the faith? Why would the faith be a problem? The dragons seemed unaware of how the faith affected me. Well, I only recently became aware of the rapid increase in faith, so if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have known either. If even I, as a goddess, didn't know, there's no way these children would know. The faith that humans send towards me is gradually changing me. It seems I am transforming into the goddess of life that humans desire and imagine. The goddess of life that humans desire. Wouldn't that be a good thing? If I were simply the goddess of life, it wouldn't be a problem. But the goddess of life is only one aspect of who I am. I don't like the idea of being changed by other elements. Although I have taken on the role of the goddess of life, that is not all that I am. I do not wish for my essence to be altered by the faith placed in me as the goddess of life. In my current state, the portion of the goddess of life is roughly 10%. The creator dragon god is 5%, and the destruction dragon god is... What's this? It even has 1%. Let's erase the part about the destruction dragon god. That won't be coming up anyway. Anyway, the remaining 84% is maintaining my true self. But I don't like the feeling of myself gradually diminishing. Feeling of not being myself is, to be honest, unpleasant. Therefore, I want to reduce the faith directed towards me, but I cannot simply annihilate the humans. Then what do you plan to do? In response to the dragon's question, I lightly snapped my fingers and spoke. That's where you guys come in. Us? Even if you say us, we are just pilgrims who have traveled the world for the goddess. It seems the dragons finally realized what I was planning. Are you thinking of reducing the number of pilgrims? That's correct. I smiled at the dragons. Since you pilgrims are the ones who have the greatest influence on human faith, by reducing your numbers, I can at least slightly reduce the faith directed towards me. No, but the faith in you is already firmly established, so will reducing the pilgrims really make a significant difference? I couldn't deny their words. However, I can't just leave it as it is. I'm still investigating the method of creating a mask-like persona of the goddess of life, so I can't use it right away. For now, I need to do what I can. If I don't use this method, the only options left would be to annihilate the humans or... No. If I use those methods, it might instead give rise to faith born out of fear and awe. In the end, I can only indirectly reduce my influence in this way. We rely on your support. Novelplex. Org donate now, it's because you've been working too hard. So you're blaming us for this. Anyway, I'll have to leave only about 30% of you as pilgrims, and the rest should quit their pilgrim duties. At my words, the dragons murmured again. I want to continue being a pilgrim. Yes, traveling around the world on a journey is so enjoyable. Me too. I get this warm, tingling feeling in my heart when I help the humans. I didn't expect this kind of reaction. I thought the dragons would be happy, thinking free vacation. If I mentioned reducing the number of pilgrims, but I can't just stop what I'm trying to do. Instead, then let's do it this way. We'll reduce the number of pilgrims, but have them rotate every few years, around 5 years or so. This way, we can reduce the overall numbers while allowing as many as possible to serve as pilgrims. And for the dragons, 5 years is just a few months for humans, so it should help minimize their discontent. Well, if it's only that much. Honestly, I've thought the pilgrims were a bit too many from the start. Fortunately, the dragons seemed willing to listen to my proposal. As expected, the dragons are good at listening to me. Well, let's just move on from the problems that would arise if they didn't listen. And so, the number of dragon-transformed pilgrims of the Temple of Life drastically decreased. I didn't particularly touch the human pilgrims, but humans being humans, they would gradually decrease over time anyway. With their short lifespans, the humans would disappear in the blink of an eye. As my pilgrim followers gradually decreased, and the faith directed towards me became slightly weaker, slowly, very slowly, new things began to appear in the world. Faint divinity. New beings born from the beliefs of intelligent beings in phenomena that cannot be clearly explained. Gods that have sprouted anew in the empty void, not in the places where my children and I have taken root. Their power is infinitely weak, lacking greatly in comparison to the dragons, but transcendental to humans. Such new gods began to sprout up like mushrooms. They are not tribal gods responsible for a single race, nor are they beings whose self has manifested from natural phenomena, but merely weak entities born from human faith. Gazing upon the gods awakening with their faint intelligence, I harbored a small question. Why were such gods born? The answer to that question had always been within me. It was really my doing, even if I didn't intend it. Let's take the example of the sky. What is that blue sky? What are the sun and moon that float in the sky, and the stars, the clouds, and the rainbows? Before the development of intelligence, humans could only express vague reverence towards the sky. Over time, as human intelligence developed, they came to accept the existence of gods through me and my pilgrims, and began to understand the concept of superimposing gods onto vague concepts that do not exist. And so humans began to imagine gods. In that vast sky, there must be a master of the sky. Like the goddess of life who cares for all living beings, there must be a great God who rules over all beneath the sky. And the sun and moon that rise in the sky must be treasures gifted by the God of light to the God of the sky. Normally, the God of the sky should have been born first, and then Shamash the God of light. But what can I do? My children who were born from natural phenomena came into being before the humans. And so, humans began to attach the names of gods to everything that I and my children did not already claim. I am the God of the sky ball. I glanced at the sky-haired brat strutting in front of me, then turned my head away again. Why are you ignoring me? I'm the God of the sky, I'm great. Hurry up and pat my head. Praise me, you're the greatest God in this world. The sky-colored brat clinging to my side, whining and wailing. The appearance of a new god is a welcome event, but this brat is an unexpected one, since it's a young divine being that has just been born, an ignorant and immature god. If I guide and raise it properly, it might turn out all right. The name Baal is a bit ominous, but ignoring whose name it is, since it's quite an ominous name, if I raise it well, somehow it'll work out. This expectation evaporated along with the sight of the brat flailing its limbs and wailing in the air, and I let out a sigh. God of the sky. I guess no returns. The sky is the highest, isn't it? It's the greatest, being above everything, but why won't you praise me? The sky-colored brat whining and flailing. Baal. Seeing that little brat, I let out a sigh. I have a lot I want to say, but first let me ask you one thing. How did you find this place? Auntie Shamash told me. Auntie, calling that Shamash auntie. This kid is no ordinary one. Don't call her auntie, call her sister. No way. Considering her age, she's obviously an auntie. No, even though she's older. In that case, would I also be called an auntie? I've gotten used to being called mom, but auntie is a bit uncomfortable for me. So just praise me, grandma. Gee, grandma. That was an unexpected attack. I should probably praise my own patience for not spewing flames from within me at that moment. Don't call me grandma. But if we just go by age, you're practically an ancestor. Well, that's true, but attacking with age, how underhanded. This kid is no ordinary one. Few deep breaths, few. It's just the words of an ignorant little brat. A puppy that doesn't know to fear a tiger. If I get angry over this, it would mean I'm a narrow-minded god who gets angry at the words of an ignorant little brat. So for now, I'll just let it go. It's not about your age. Wouldn't you get angry if someone called you a little brat? But it's the truth, isn't it? An auntie and a grandma. It's fine to say that in front of Shamash or me, but be careful about saying that in front of other children. Shamash seems to have let it slide, thinking it's not right to get angry over that, but other children might not be so forgiving and properly get angry. Anyway, did you come here just to get a single praise? Yep. Even though I hold the position of the highest, other newly born gods usually cower and hide just at the sight of me, but this one managed to find me. Is it because he has no fear, or is it courage? If you want praise, you should first do something praiseworthy. I can't just praise you for being born with certain traits. Well, I could praise his natural appearance, like how handsome or beautiful he is, but fundamentally, praise should be given for accomplishments, not just for being born the god of the sky. Something praiseworthy, huh? The sky-colored brat pondered my words, then opened his mouth with an expression of having a good idea. I'll become great. So, in other words, I'll become the king of the gods. Then grandma will praise me, right? I said to stop with the grandma already. But if I don't call you Grandma, what else should I call you? I do have a name, you know, but I have no intention of telling you. At my words, Ball puffed up his cheeks, seemingly annoyed, and opened his mouth. Why won't you tell me your name? The reason for not telling my name. There's no particular reason, but, let's embellish it a bit here and tease this little brat. The truth is my name is sealed. Sealed. Yes, the power contained in that name is so great that even mere gods would go mad and die just from hearing it. Go mad and die. It's the same for the gods. If they were to speak or hear my name, their divinity would be shattered and they would lose their divine status. That's why I've sealed my own name. Of course, this is all a lie. I've never even told my name to anyone in the first place, and my name doesn't have any such power. Since I've never been called by my name, how could they know about that? So, do you want to know my name? I asked Ball with a sly smile, and he started trembling, his face turning pale. He must be imagining what would happen to him if he were to learn such a terrifying name. I only meant to scare him a little, but this reaction is quite entertaining. Well then, I can just call you by another name. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now another name. Like how Auntie Shamash calls you Mom or how you're called the Mother of Life, that's fine, right? But those aren't names. That's why I can call you by something other than your name. Since that terrifying name isn't necessary, I can just call you by another title, right? At Ball's words, I nodded slightly. It wasn't a terrifying name to begin with, so I'll give you another name as Grandma. I told you to stop with the Grandma. Apparently not hearing my words, Ball shouted with a pale face. Gaia, I'll call you Gaia as another name. That'll solve it, right? Solve it, you say? More than that, Gaia. I wonder where he learned that name. It's clearly from another world, but strangely, names from that other world often come up, even excluding the ones I gave. I'll call you Gaia. I can't call you Grandma, I can't call you by name either, and I don't want to call you the Mother of Life. Gaia, I'll call you Gaia. The sky-colored brat whining and flailing. Seeing that, I let out a small sigh. Do as you please, whatever. Anyway, Gaia, wasn't that the goddess of the earth in Greek and Roman mythology? Let me look it up on Wikipedia. In Greek and Roman mythology, the goddess of the earth itself, the world itself. She is the goddess of creation and the mother of the world. What's this? It matches my deeds quite well. Setting aside the goddess of the earth part, the goddess of creation and the mother of the world. She is the source of life and is said to have existed since the birth of the world, being the world itself and the origin of matter, as well as the very laws of the world. She possesses the power to create new beings and the power to create the world. She is called the goddess of creation and life and is said to preside over oracles, prophecies, and oaths. What's this? It's me. No, that can't be right. I'm just a silver dragon who makes this and that, not a goddess of the earth. But why do so many points overlap? Why? It's clearly a deity from another world, isn't it? While pondering this, a small voice came from beside me. The name Gaia. Do you not like it? Ball, with an anxious and timid expression. To think a small and young brat like this would make such an expression. I don't like it. Well, the affairs of that other world don't really matter. That's there, this is here. It's a different world, so let's draw a line. The name Gaia, I like it. Really? Really? Yes. At my one word, Ball changes from despair to joy. He really is just a child. Yes. If I raise this child well, I might be able to reduce his faith in me a little, won't I? As the god of the sky, as one called the king of the gods, he would be a suitable being. He has a slightly arrogant side to his selfishness, but that can be corrected through education. If I continue to exist as the supreme god, I might actually become the goddess of life itself. All right, let's raise this brat. Let's raise him as the god of the sky and have him take on the duties he should perform. That way, my workload will decrease a little. Yes, let's do that. For the sake of my peaceful life. Aim for the life of a retired person. Gaia, the mother of all earth. The appearance of that name was during the era when countless gods were born into the world. It was the moment the age of the gods began. While the ancient gods, including the mother of life, had existed even before then, the parts they were in charge of were only a portion of natural phenomena. In the gaps they did not occupy, a new generation of gods was born. Gaia was one of those new gods. There are various theories about the background of her birth, but the currently most plausible one is the theory of the four primal attributes. According to the theory of the four primal attributes, the ancient gods of fire, water, wind, and earth were maintaining the balance of the world. Originally, the sacred mountain of the dwarves, Sagar Matha, was part of the earth attribute, but due to the opinion that the god of a merely gigantic mountain could not become the god of the entire earth, and it is said that there was even discord with the dwarves, leading to the demotion of Sagarmatha's divine status. A new god of the earth was needed, and that is when Gaia was born. However, the faith in Gaia was eventually absorbed into the faith in the goddess of life. Ultimately, the name Gaia became one of the alternate titles of the goddess of life, rather than the goddess of the earth. From the Age of the Gods, author unknown. It is said that the book contained many claims that were later refuted or had uncertain veracity, and most of it was eventually recalled and disposed of. Of course, just because you were born as a god of the sky, it doesn't mean you can become the king of the gods. Gods are essentially beings with high self-esteem who do not bend to others. I'm an exception. I'm an irregular one. Therefore, just because you were born as a god of the sky, you cannot become the king of the gods. Why? If you're god of the sky, aren't you above everything? Wouldn't you be fit to be the king of the gods? It's not that simple. Just having a good birth alone is not enough to become a king. Kingship is established by having all responsibilities and duties delegated to you by others. Of course, there are various processes involved, such as persuading others or forcibly taking power through strength. But fundamentally, that's how power works. It's not like some strange woman lying in a pond handing out a sword would make you a king. I don't understand. Yeah, it's understandable that you don't. You're still a young child. It's natural for you to not understand these complex political matters. Let me explain it this way. A king is someone who is recognized by others, right? Yeah, recognized as king. But if a significant number of people cannot recognize you as king, at my words, Baal pondered for a moment, then replied with a bright smile. Crush them with force. Should I really raise you to be the king of the gods? If I'm not careful, you might become a terrifying tyrant. No, let's believe in the power of education. If I teach this precious child well, he could become a great king, right? Anyone can walk the right path with the proper guidance. What if there are beings stronger than you, so you cannot crush them with force? At my words, Baal pondered for a long time, then up. I don't know. He gave up on answering. What should I do then? Seeing Baal's innocent face asking me, I couldn't help but chuckle softly. Even though he's a god of the sky or whatever, he's still just a child. In that case, you'll have to persuade them. Persuade? Yes, persuade. If you can't overcome them with force, the answer is to persuade them with words. Of course, simply demanding the position of king of the gods won't work. You'll have to persuade them skillfully. For example, I created a small candy in the air and handed it to Baal, saying, let's say you have a candy like this. Candy. It's a sweet food. By the way, it was grape flavored. Candy is always grape flavored, right? Can I eat it? I just used it as an example, so hold on for a bit. No, hold it. I want it. Before I could finish, Baal popped the candy into his mouth. Ugh. Well, the candy was just an example I used. Let's continue the explanation. I ignored the fact that Baal's cheek was bulging with the candy and continued. Let's say you have a candy and someone says they really need that candy. That someone is weaker than you, so they can't forcibly take the candy from you. In that situation, they might come and talk to you. Talk. Yes, talk. They might say they'll give you something in exchange for your candy. At my words, Baal nodded slightly. That's what persuasion is, using words to sway someone's mind. No, I won't give it, Baal suddenly shouted. No, I was just using that as an example. So you won't take the candy? No, you can keep it all to yourself. Yay, Baal laughed cheerfully. Well, it doesn't really matter. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now anyway. That's how persuasion works, using words to sway someone's mind. Understand? Kinda. Well, even a rough understanding is better than none. It's better than if he didn't understand at all. You're still young and weak. In that state, even just claiming to be the king of the gods could make the other gods dislike you. Dislike? It means they don't like you. Since Baal is still young, I should use simpler words. If it gets too complicated, he won't be able to understand. Especially since my children have existed since ancient times. Just by proclaiming to become the king of the gods, the others may dislike you. So I can't do that. Yes, you can't do that. Shamash, even though she is close to the sky due to her element of light, the other children are not the same. Therefore, you must go and persuade the other children one by one. Can I do it? Baal had a slightly worried expression. Seeing that, I smiled and said, I will help you, so don't worry too much. Although I would be the most suitable for the position of king of the gods, I don't really want to do that. If I just push this child forward and try to persuade them, they probably won't understand the story. Above all, there should be an entity that oversees the gods. In this era where gods are being born all over the world, the age of the gods, if no one steps up to manage them, it will soon become a chaotic mess. All right, let's go. Let's go persuade the other children. Okay, I'm counting on you, Gaia. Gaia, huh? It's quite awkward, but it's also refreshing. And so I set out with Baal to persuade the other children. In this world there are gods everywhere. There weren't as many in the past, but now, in this age overflowing with faith, gods are abundant all over the world. There is a mountain god residing in a small mountain, a water god flowing in a small stream, and a god dwelling in the large tree at the entrance of a human village, protecting the village. It is truly the age of the gods. Natural entities are gaining faith and awakening their young divine selves. Of course, to receive faith as a god, one must be large enough or respected enough to receive the faith of humans. So does that mean other humans or animals cannot receive faith? Because humans do not worship other humans as gods. Well, even if humans receive faith, they probably won't be able to use it properly. A human becoming a god. That's probably just about it. Anyway, let's get back to the story. This world is full of gods, and no matter how small the god, they are stronger than humans. The gods, born with the same power, have the ability to freely wield that power. Even a god born in a small stream can sprinkle water on the people passing through. If these gods are left unattended, this world will become a mess. They will fight with the gods around them, change the landscape, and harm other humans, which is a natural course of events. To prevent such a situation, there be an entity that manages the gods. There had to be, if it weren't for the fact that I'm the most likely candidate for that being. No, I'm already busy enough on a regular basis, listening to the prayers of humans, extending the lives of the desperate, managing the newborn lives, checking the workload in the afterlife, going to help when the workload in the afterlife starts piling up, leaving a clear mark on Cloud Whale's back when he slacks off, mediating the conflicts between other races, presiding over the various events of the lizard men, giving a gentle warning in dreams to prevent serious problems in humans, keeping an eye on the dwarf-elf race war, occasionally going to play with the gods of the beastmen, stopping Sylphid when she tries to sweep everything away with a typhoon, comforting Shamash who doesn't want to work because of the unnecessary trials, getting surprised when I went to visit the god born among the giants and finding an even bigger giant than the other giants, and just leaving the lazy old giant father alone. The other children aren't completely neglecting their duties, but since they're only taking care of their own surroundings, I have to handle most of the things happening between the different races or outside their scope. At this rate, even 3 bodies won't be enough. In such a situation, I'm supposed to manage all those gods. Are you crazy? You want me to do that. Therefore, I plan to give this child the position of king of the gods so that he can manage the other gods. I was curious about why you suddenly summoned our avatars and what you were talking about. The position of king of the gods, you say. My children, Shamash, Ifrit, Thetis, Sylphid, Sagarmatha, Yggdrasil. Gods born as self-aware natural phenomena who existed even before the age of the gods. These children were looking at Baal and me with puzzled expressions. All right, time to start persuading. If I can just convince these children, the rest should be a breeze. I am the god of the sky, Baal, the one who will become the king of the gods. Baal shouted while grabbing my hand beside him. And I will be the partner of Gaia. Oh, this is going to be tough. No, why are you talking about being Gaia's partner or whatever? You were just insulting me as an old lady, and now you're saying I'm your partner. What's with this nonsensical talk? Asterisk sighs softly asterisk. I look at the Baal who seems unaware of what he's saying. This guy who wants to become the king of the gods, why is he picking a fight with the situation where he needs to convince the other gods? Especially with these children who easily get distracted when it involves me. Because of that, the children have completely frozen up. Even Shamash, who was somewhat close to Baal. Gaia. It was Shamash's puzzled remark that broke the frozen atmosphere. What is Gaia? Maybe it's one of the newly born gods. The children don't seem to understand the meaning of what Baal said. Ah, that's right. Gaia is a name that Baal himself gave, so the children don't know what it means. Good. If I just let it slide like this, I might be able to get through this somehow. But just as I'm thinking that, Baal opens his mouth. Gaia is none other than Since this guy is the god of the sky, he must have named the vast land of this world as Gaia. Probably he wants to give birth to a new goddess of the earth. I quickly cut off Ball's words before he can say anything. No, that's not it. Come to think of it, this world didn't have a proper name for the huge continent. Why don't we use the name Pangea, which means all land, since that fits the image of the sky and earth coming together? My clumsy excuse seems to have worked, as the children don't make any objection. Phew, I thought it was completely ruined, but it seems to have worked out. But if it's the goddess of the earth, there's already one here, right? Ifrit says with a mischievous smile, looking at Sagar Matha. I don't like this brat. Too bad, brat. The highest mountain doesn't like you. The one I desire as a partner is not. All right, that's enough. I have a lot to discuss, so we can't waste time with idle chatter. I cut off Ball's words again, tilting his head back. If he were to say that Gaia is my title right now, the situation would escalate again, and my ambitious plan to make him the king of the gods would be completely ruined from the start. Somehow, I need to steer the situation forward. Anyway, I've been thinking of making this guy the king of the gods. I'm curious to hear your opinions on that. Do you need our opinion, or are you hoping we'll lend our support to this guy? Calmly, I respond to Shamash's words. I'm not asking for your support. I just want you to evaluate whether this guy is fit to be the king of the gods. If I just brought in any newly born god and made them the king of the gods, these children would probably respect my opinion and listen. But I can't do that. The position of the king of the gods is a weighty one, and it cannot be decided so lightly. A king of the gods chosen so carelessly will surely cause problems later on. It would be right to persuade these children to acknowledge the king of the gods. An evaluation. Yes, if you children evaluate and acknowledge him, then he can be considered a being worthy of being the king of the gods. My children, born from natural phenomena, children who have existed even before other new gods were born. In simple terms, they can be called the first generation of gods. Compared to other gods, they possess overwhelming power and the ability to freely manipulate natural phenomena. If the acknowledgement of these children is secured, the acknowledgement of other gods will naturally follow. An evaluation. But we don't know that much about that child. Sylphid said with a slightly sullen expression. I've had some interaction with him, so I can talk about him to some extent, but if you ask me whether he is worthy of being the king of the gods, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. The words of Shamash and Sagar Matha, it was certainly a bit early to ask for an evaluation when they know nothing. Then how about we do this? In that situation, Thady spoke up. We don't know that child, and Mom wants to make him the king of the gods, right? That's right. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now, then how about we give him a test to see if we can acknowledge him? A test? No, it's more like a trial, really. If he solves the trial well, it would be like acknowledging him. What is this? Something like the trials of Heracles. Certainly doing it that way might make things easier. Well, to become the king of the gods, he should be able to solve any kind of problem, right? The other children also began to agree with Thady's words. Certainly, this would be better for progressing the matter than just demanding acknowledgement outright. I might have been too hasty in pushing this forward. It was probably because Ball suddenly started talking about Gaia as his partner, which flustered me. So what happens now? Ball, who had stuck close to my side, asked in a small voice. These children will give you a test, and if you solve it, the children will acknowledge you. A test? How troublesome. But if you solve it, you can become the king of the gods, so isn't it worth trying? Ball thought for a moment, then nodded slightly. Okay, I'll give it a try. Good. Ball has gained a bit of willingness, and now it's up to the children to decide what kind of test to give. Then let's adjourn for now. We need to think a bit more about the test. I agree. It's been a while since we've all gathered, so I want to eat Mom's delicious food. I've been craving some fresh, crisp vegetables. Wait, is it okay for the god of plants to eat vegetables? The elves have been eating too much meat, so I'm a bit tired of it. We need to fix their picky eating habits. Delicious food, Come to think of it, the children who have lost their dragon bodies have rarely gathered like this. All right, since it's been a while, let's make it a proper meal. I'll have them try various dishes that they can't experience in this world, as a way to ask them to look after Baal, who aspires to become the king of the gods. A few days after feeding the children and Baal a hearty meal, the children came to me, each having created a test of their own. For some reason, the children had a self-assured look, as if competing to see who could create the more difficult test. Not good. If the test is too difficult, Ball might just give up. Oh, and Mom should also set a test. What? Me too. Yes, we all agreed that it wouldn't be fair if only we set the tests. What? I haven't prepared anything at all. Suddenly asking me to set a test, that's too sudden. Of course, since we thought Mom hadn't prepared anything, we've been discussing and coming up with our own tests. At Shamash's words, the other children also nodded. Don't tell me to not prepare anything. The test set in Mom's name. It should be a test befitting the goddess of life, Mom. I have a bad feeling about this. It's the trial of the sacred flame. While passing the other tests, no life must be harmed. The sacred flame, the sacred flame. Ugh, my head. No, more importantly, the sacred flame. If there are tests from the children that require killing something, isn't that contradictory? Is it okay to set such tests? Of course, we carefully selected the tests to match that. We didn't include any tests that require killing something. In that case, it should be fine. No. If there are no conditions set on the lives that cannot be killed, then just stepping on a bug while walking could result in disqualification from the test. This needs to be fixed. Let's set conditions on the lives that cannot be killed. Conditions. I nodded slightly and said, let's limit it to humans and other subrace. Animals and monsters can be killed. What about beastmen? They're half human, half animal. Beastmen are also considered a subrace. That's discrimination against beastmen, Sylphid. All right, then who should go first? Shamash said as she looked around at the other children. I think it's best to start with the easy ones. I'll go last. Sagar Matha said in a calm voice. What kind of test did you all bring? That's a secret. We all agreed to keep it a secret, remember? So the contents of the tests are also secret from each other. I'm curious to see what kind of tests will come up. Mine isn't that easy either. In that case, I'll go before Sagar Matha. Okay. Then Sagar Matha will be 6th and Thaddeus will be 5th, but mine isn't that easy either. So everyone brought difficult ones. At the children's words, Baal's face started to look slightly tense. Since everyone said their tests weren't easy, he couldn't help but feel nervous. I didn't really have anything in mind, so I just brought something simple. Shall I go first? Okay, then Ifrit will go first, but what kind of test did you bring? At Shamash's words, Ifrit hesitated slightly before speaking. There are quite a few gods wandering around in the desert near me. I'd like to properly subdue and pacify those fellows. A very simple test. But were there really that many gods around Ifrit's place? Since it's an endlessly harsh environment for humans, there are many gods born out of fear. I would get annoyed and want to beat them up sometimes, but somehow they'd hide away as soon as I started moving. At Ifrit's words, Shamash spoke with an expression that showed she understood. It's that sensation of feeling small when a stronger god moves, isn't it? You feel it when Mom moves, don't you? Well, was there something like that? I don't really remember. Was it just me who felt that way? How about the other kids? I don't either. Me neither. So it was just Shamash. At the children's words, Shamash's expression became one of confusion. So I was the only one feeling that. Thanks to that sensation, I could easily sense Mom's location. How unfair. Why do you get to have something like that? The conversation is veering off track. All right, everyone calm down. The story isn't progressing. At my words, the slightly agitated atmosphere settled down. Good. I discreetly gestured to Ifrit to continue the story. Anyway, come back after subduing all the gods in the desert. That's my test. Truly a simple test from Ifrit. Hearing the content of the test, Baal spoke with a confident expression. If it's a test like that, I can definitely do it. Baal, full of self-confidence. I don't know what kind of gods the desert gods are, but compared to the god of sky, their divinity must be weaker. Well, it should be fine. After all, he is a god of the sky. Of course, you're not allowed to get help from Mom. Understand? I was planning to lend a little help if needed. The one who overcomes the trials given by the gods will seize glory. This is a common story found in mythology. The gods test the hero, and the hero overcomes the test. Attempts have been made endlessly to find the archetype of such stories. Some have called Richland, the hero among heroes, the archetype of that myth, while others have claimed the story of the hero chosen by the goddess of life as its origin. In the meantime, a stone tablet was excavated from the depths of the sea. Originally a clay tablet but turned to stone due to high heat and pressure, the inscription on it read, "The one who overcomes the trials of the 7 gods shall possess this world." The excavation of this tablet sparked heated debates among many theologians and historians. What gods do the 7 gods refer to? What are the trials they have set? And what does it mean to possess this world? The gods of the pantheon, who seemed to know the answers, remained silent, as if they could not reveal the answers. And just as the meaning of the tablet's inscription remained undiscovered, and the tablet itself was about to be forgotten in the depths of memory, my friend came to me with another fragment of a tablet. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now the small tablet fragment my anxious friend brought, which he had never shown to anyone else. The inscription on that tiny fragment read, "The king of the gods, his name shall be Baal." An incomprehensible inscription. A king among the gods. When the gods existed as the sole rulers of heaven and earth, was there another god above them, a king? If there was it a god other than the goddess of life, who is called the supreme god? I did not know. The name Baal was also a story I had never heard before. After showing me the tablet fragment, my friend left with an anxious gait, and I never saw or heard from him again. He must have perished somewhere. But setting aside my friend's story, if the god called Baal, the king of the gods, had truly existed, why did this god called the king of the gods disappear? Why do the gods not mention the existence of such a being? Why were we unaware of this god? I do not know. I could know nothing. Perhaps this name should not be revealed. Perhaps it is a name that the gods of the time have buried in history. It may be a name that must never be uttered, a name that must never be spoken. From the moment I thought so, I was gripped by fear. I felt as if someone was watching me. I began to distrust the people around me. Everything led to distrust. Was this the conclusion my friend had also reached? Is that why he was so anxious, struggling in the grip of the fear crawling up my spine? I have decided to record the information I have gathered about Baal in this research notebook, and to burn all other clues, sealing the memory within the notebook, so that I may never see this name again, so that I may not be put in danger by this name. Someday, when the gods no longer show interest in humans and faith weakens, may this research notebook reach those who seek the truth. With a faint prayer, may the truth that cannot be known now be passed on to the future. From the research notebook of a certain historian. This research notebook never fell into human hands. O gods of the desert, I, the god of the sky, have come to rule over you as your king. The young gods of the desert, with animal heads, influenced by the presence of the water deities in the area, fiercely resisted Baal's proclamation, and the battle between the god of the sky and the desert gods lasted for days. The result, as one would expect, was Baal's victory. The gods born from the scorching winds, the flowing sands, and other natural forces, none of them could defeat Baal, who was born from the sky itself. Faced with the immense power pouring down from the sky, the desert gods had no choice but to kneel. Well, it's only natural. The power possessed by Baal, who was born from the sky itself, was the greatest among the newly born gods. The faith of those who longed for the sky, all of that faith flowed into Baal. It was only natural. The gods born from the fear of the harsh environment of the desert could not defeat Baal. The first trial has been passed smoothly. Now it's getting a bit quiet around here. Ifrit, was the goal not to pass the trials but to make the surroundings quiet? Well, it doesn't matter. Just the fact that Baal has subjugated various gods is enough to demonstrate his power. Then next, shall we do Sylphid or Yggdrasil? Who wants to go first? Me. I'll go first, Sylphid said with a confident expression. Let me tell you in advance, my trial won't be easy. Oho, Sylphid is speaking so confidently. I'm curious what kind of trial it is. My trial is a race against me. From the eastern end of this continent to the western end, fly quickly. It's a one-on-one race. There was a reason for her confidence. By the way, teleportation and the like are prohibited. You must use only that incarnate body. That's the condition. Sylphid, with such a condition, there are hardly any gods who can beat you in speed. At most, Shamash could transform his incarnate body into light and shoot it, but, even teleportation is prohibited. Well, that's just too heartless. If Baal were under the sky, he could teleport and move, but if even teleportation is prohibited, there's no answer, is there? Whatever, I'll give it a try. Surprisingly, Baal boldly accepted Sylphid's trial. Baal, Sylphid's speed is no ordinary thing. Are you sure you're okay? I too will never be defeated under this sky. It's fine, I can do it. If it goes well, that would be good, but this condition is just too heartless, you know. Should I lend a hand just a little? To be honest, it would be impossible for Ball to win a race against Sylphid. A pure speed contest without teleportation or the like, and using only their incarnate bodies. Only someone like me could possibly beat Sylphid. Therefore, are you really okay without me helping? Yes, I'll try my best somehow. The boastful Ball. The result was clearly visible, but I did nothing, and as expected, I won. I saw Sylphid cross the finish line she had set up at the western end of the world first. I should have intervened. Ball is still running far behind while Sylphid is already there, jumping around. It was a mismatch from the start, so there's nothing to be done. As I thought, there is no one who can beat me in a race. Ahaha. Sylphid's immature response toward the young god. As her parent, it's a little embarrassing. But Mom, what happens now? Does that mean I become the king of the gods? Who knows? I sighed softly as I watched the playful Sylphid. In this situation, there's no choice. I'll have to use some cheating. I take a watch out from my pocket. The race itself didn't take long, so a small adjustment should be enough. I turn the hands of the watch back and press the button on it. Simultaneously, the world rewinds. Everything except me goes backwards. This world rewinds. Rewinding a long time would negate everything done during that time, which I'm reluctant to do, but a brief rewind should be fine. Thus, I return to the time when the race was about to start, at the eastern end of the continent, where Ball and Sylphid were about to depart. While the other children are anticipating Sylphid's victory near the finish line, I quietly move, making sure the others don't notice me. Now, let me set up a little trap to catch Sylphid here. I snap my fingers lightly, and a table and chairs made of wood along with various foods appear instantly. Just a brief moment, a trap to hold Sylphid. Of course, this brief moment alone won't be enough to make Ball win, but I should be able to persuade Sylphid. It may be considered cowardly, but making Ball the king of the gods is a somewhat pressing matter for me. If Ball fails to become the king of the gods, that responsibility will undoubtedly fall on me and my workload will pile up again. I can't allow that. I must stop it, even if it means cheating. So after preparing some freshly baked apple pies and carbonated lemonade, I waited for Sylphid to arrive. Mom, what's all this? Sylphid, who was running towards the goal, got caught in the trap I had prepared. I knew the outcome was decided, so I just wanted to have a little chat with you. Chat. Then I'll quickly go to the goal and come back. No, let's do it like this for now. The goal is right in front of me. You haven't crossed the goal yet, so we should talk now. At my words, Sylphid sat down at the table with a slightly disgruntled expression. I cut her a slice of apple pie and said, "Do you know why I'm trying to make Ball the king of the gods?" Not really. Isn't it because you like that guy? That's not it. I shook my head slightly, and Sylphid took a bite of the apple pie. The sound of the crust breaking can be heard. It's simply because I need it. The king of the gods. Yes, the king of the gods. I poured lemonade into a glass and handed it to Sylphid, saying, "You must know that countless gods are being born all over the place right now, right?" Yes, that's why it's chaotic everywhere. Uncontrolled gods were worse than wild animals, since they had some power but not enough to be properly managed. Even though they seem to understand instinctively that human faith has created their existence, it's fortunate that they don't harm humans. But there are plenty of gods who use methods to frighten humans, even if they don't kill them. The situation is that we need an entity to control those gods. Can't you just do it, Mom? I think you'd be better at it than that clumsy fledgling guy. Are you saying you want me to just keep working and not do anything else? At my words, Sylphid silently took a bite of the pie. We rely on your support, Novelplex. Org donate now, even just for now, the amount of work I have to do is mountainous, and on top of that I'd have to manage the gods. Of course I could do it if I had to, but I'd have to give up a lot of other things. A lot of other things. Yes, for example, the brief moments I get to spend with you all. Sylphid didn't say anything. The point is I'm going to get even busier. To prevent that, I need a king of the gods, and the most promising candidate for that is that Ball. I looked at Ball running in the distance. He's still young and weak, but he possesses the heavens themselves, so he has great potential as a god. Then why not entrust it to another god instead of him? Entrust it to whom? If you gave it to one of us, excluding Ifrit and Thaddeus who just stay in one place, and Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha, Shamash has already made a name for herself as the god of law, justice, and light, so she might be able to do it. But I don't want to dump even more work on Shamash, who's already doing a considerable amount. That leaves Sylphid as the remaining candidate. If you end up having to do that, you'd have to give up other things. Would that be okay? Other things? I nodded slightly. For the free-spirited Sylphid, having to take responsibility and do work would be not an easy thing. Especially managing the arrogant and unnecessarily powerful gods is completely at odds with Sylphid, who is unbound by anything. Freedom, freedom. As the god of wind, you'd have to give up the freedom you have and work on managing the gods. Can you do that? At my words, Sylphid thought for a moment and then shook her head slightly. She knows herself well, so the answer came out quickly. I can't do either, can I? The best choice left is to entrust it to that child. Sylphid tossed the remaining pie slice into her mouth and chewed it roughly. I don't like it, but I really don't, but I have no choice. Yes, there's no choice. If there had been a more trustworthy being to entrust it to, that would have been better, but the other children were all already responsible for something, so there was no other option left. All right, the talk is over. I'll go back to the goal area. Okay, thanks for the delicious meal, Mom. Sylphid then pretended to yawn. I'm a bit sleepy since I'm full. Since that little kid still has a long way to go, I'll take a short nap. All right, go ahead. Sylphid leaned against a nearby tree trunk and closed her eyes, and I returned to the goal area to watch the result. As expected, the result was Baal's victory. The rabbit laughed while looking at the invisible turtle. Ha ha, it's not even a match. The goal is right in front, but the turtle is invisible. He thought it would be a boring race, but the difference is this big. The rabbit yawned a little, perhaps getting bored. I'll take a quick nap. The turtle won't be going anywhere even if I sleep. The rabbit leaned against a tree stump near the goal and closed his eyes, soon snoring. And the turtle, step by step, the steadily advancing turtle found the sleeping rabbit with his loud snoring. In an important race to decide the winner, sleeping, the turtle clicked his tongue softly and passed by the rabbit, continuing to walk steadily. When the turtle reached the goal, whoa, how long was I asleep? The rabbit woke up with a start and looked around, and he saw the turtle crossing the goal. Sylphid, weren't you too careless? I'm ashamed, just took a little nap. Sylphid smiled sheepishly. Well, a win is a win. I didn't expect Sylphid to fall asleep there, but anyway, Baal's victory. I definitely wouldn't lose if we raced again, but I have no choice but to accept the defeat. Okay, that's 2. There are 4 left, right? So far, it's going smoothly. No need to take any lives or anything. If there's no trouble, it should go well. Then is it my turn next? The next in line, Yggdrasil stepped up in front of Baal. My test is, I'd like you to fix the elves' picky eating. The elves' picky eating. I looked at Yggdrasil, who was speaking calmly. No, it's true that the elves hardly eat any ingredients that come from plants. But to set that as a test, Sylphid's test question about a race with him was a bit unscrupulous, but Yggdrasil's case is just pushing her own duties onto Baal under the name of a test. Is this right? Picky eating. Yes, picky eating. Do you know about the elves? Yes. They are a long-lived race with long ears. I've heard they can communicate with grass and trees. At Baal's words, Yggdrasil smiled slightly and continued the story. Then the story will be quick. The elves don't even put plant-based foods in their mouths. Other races have no problem eating those ingredients, but those children refuse to even touch them. Well, since they can communicate with plants, it might feel like eating their neighbors, wouldn't it? In fact, it's the elves who eat plant-based foods that might be the problem. At least they are getting enough nutrition from carnivory or photosynthesis, but since they don't use any ingredients from plants, compared to other races, they are starting to fall behind. They are still making up for it with their innate abilities and the experience of their long lifespan, but as time goes on, more and more new things will appear. Worried Yggdrasil. It's like a parent worrying about their child's severe picky eating. Therefore, I want to fix their picky eating. But whenever I see those children, my heart softens and I can't be strict with them, so I was hoping you could do that job instead. After thinking for a moment, Baal tilted his head. But how am I supposed to do that? Well, I don't know either. Since I said it as a test, you have to figure out how to do it, don't you? Yggdrasil, that's a very irresponsible thing to say. Anyway, to fix the elves' carnivorous diet. How can I fix that? First, the biggest cause is probably the problem that arises from the elves' ability to communicate with plants. Since they can communicate with each other, they can't see the ingredients as food. Well, if other humans could also communicate directly with plants or animals, they might be a little reluctant to eat them too. No. In the case of beastmen, they can communicate with animals to some extent, but they still eat them well. Let's move on from beastmen. Bringing that up here would make the story go off track. In the case of elves, it's probably due to the existence of Yggdrasil, who can be considered the god of the elves, as well as their ability to communicate with plants. Eating the form of Yggdrasil. What a sacrilege. They might be thinking that way. And not just any gods, but a mother-like world tree who created and nurtured their race. To forcefully put plant-based ingredients into the mouths of elves who revere Yggdrasil so much. I could do it, but can Baal do it? I don't know. Sylphid and Yggdrasil too. Why did they set such a difficult test? Could it be that the whole thing with Gaia has been exposed and they're venting their anger by setting a difficult test? Of course, it will be a difficult problem, so I give you plenty of time. 1 month. During that time, somehow make the elves eat vegetables too. Ugh. At Yggdrasil's words, Baal's worries deepened even further, changing the dietary habits of an entire race within 1 month. This time, I don't think I have an answer. What should I do? Baal was lost in thought as he looked down at the elves, skinning the prey and processing the meat. Their skillful movements showed that this was not a 1 or 2 day task. What would Gaia do? Me. When I told him that he could call me Gaia when the other kids weren't around, he casually called me Gaia. To be honest, I'm still not quite used to being called Gaia, so I sometimes react with Gaia. Ah, that's me. But well, I've been called by various names, so I'll probably get used to it soon enough. I looked down at the elves, deep in thought. The reason the elves don't eat plants is likely because they can communicate with them, and the person they revere, Yggdrasil, is the god of plants. Yeah, that's right. Therefore, unless we take away the elves' ability to communicate with plants and replace the gods they worship as Yggdrasil with another deity, it might be impossible. I could try gathering all the elves and forcibly changing their nature, but that would be too much for Baal. Currently, the majority of the elves live in the forests around Yggdrasil, but a small percentage of the elves live outside of the forest. There are elves with a strong sense of adventure, after all. So what should I do? Making the impossible possible. That might be too much for Baal. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now rather than that if I could find a loophole in the problem Yggdrasil presented. What Yggdrasil said was about picky eating, so if I could somehow solve that. The issue seems to be that they can't be made to eat plants. Wait, let me think about this differently. What if there were plants that they could eat? Parts of plants that are meant to be eaten. Suddenly, an idea came to me. Fruit. Baal tilted his head at my words. Yes, fruit. I think fruit could be the key. Fruit. Why? I looked at the puzzled Baal and explained. Fruit is an organ that develops to disperse the seeds it contains. It actually needs to be eaten, otherwise it wouldn't serve its purpose. Something that needs to be eaten. Yes, the plants might even want their fruits to be eaten. From the plant's perspective, the fruit itself isn't that important. What's important is the seeds, and animal droppings can even serve as fertilizer for the seeds. I think this might be the only way, without completely overhauling the entire elf race. The test Yggdrasil set was simply to fix the elves' picky eating. Getting them to eat fruit might be enough to pass the test. It's a bit of a stretch, but this seems to be the most feasible option. I'm not sure, but if Gaia says so, it must be right. Baal nodded without a hint of doubt, simply believing what I said. Seeing his innocent nature, I started to feel a bit worried. If someone were to deceive this naive child, it could be disastrous. Education. Education is the answer. I must thoroughly educate this ill-mannered young kid to turn him into a respectable king. So I just need to bring a bunch of fruit and feed it to the elves. Don't just do it directly, the elves might get suspicious. Approach it slowly. Slowly. I nodded at Baal. One day, in the city of Elfheim, built around the world tree Yggdrasil, a story began to spread. It started with a question from a young human boy who had come from outside Elfheim. I heard that elves don't touch anything that comes from plants at all. Is that true? Of course. To us elves, all the grasses and trees are like family. Then you don't eat fruit either, right? That's right, we don't eat fruit either. The young boy opened his mouth after a moment of thought at the elf's words. I learned that fruit is made to be eaten along with the seeds. Wouldn't the plants dislike it if we didn't eat the fruit? Ah, is that so? And so began a small question. Is fruit made to be eaten? For the elves who do not eat anything that comes from plants, this was a story that sparked much debate. Since plants are like our family, we must not put anything that comes from them in our mouths. The staunch carnivores argued that nothing should be put in the mouth. But isn't fruit made to be eaten? Then shouldn't we respect the will of the plants and eat the fruit? The newly emerged moderate faction of omnivores argued that there was nothing wrong with eating fruit. Then shouldn't we just do what the plants want, since our ability to communicate with them exists for that purpose? There were also those who left the choice up to the plants. According to ancient records, the world tree took pity on our starving ancestors and gave them fruits, which they gratefully ate. This means the world tree has also said that it's okay to eat the fruit. Those who sought answers in the records of history also existed. Then how about extracting just the fruit pulp to make wine? I'm sick of those dwarves drinking beer, so let's make fruit wine for a change. What are these guys doing? The elves have already gained the impression of diligently caring for plants, so won't eating the fruit of the plants ruin that image? Then we can just show a thorough carnivorous image to other races, can't we? It's to preserve the image of elves who cherish plants. I don't like it, but isn't it necessary? And so, countless debates turned Alfheim into a battlefield. The young human boy who caused this situation, Baal, simply smiled as he looked down at the elves. Language is one of the greatest weapons for intelligent beings. By communicating smoothly with other entities, intelligent beings were able to gain even more. Language was extremely important for intelligent beings. Many still did not know that it could also become a weakness. Puhahaha, what's this? It's really working. I watched the countless debates unfolding among the elves with Baal. I just whispered a little in their ears, and they really believe it. If a faint voice is heard when no one is around, they'll believe it's their own thought. What I taught Baal was how to spread a little rumor. In a solitary situation, instill a very faint voice into their ears. The reaction of those who heard such a voice varied depending on their mental fortitude. If someone with strong mental fortitude heard it first, they would dismiss it as an auditory hallucination. But if it persisted, their mind would waver slightly. For those with average mental fortitude, their minds would waver from the start and eventually succumb. For those with weak mental fortitude, they would mistake the voice in their ear for their own thought, and if it continued, they would experience mental confusion. Just by instilling a faint voice, such things were possible. By the way, it's really a mess. Everyone has their own opinion. It's natural for this to happen when many opinions collide. Of course, this applies not only to elves but also to gods of this world. If you become the king of gods, you'll experience something even greater than this. It will be your job to coordinate and handle them well. For gods are mostly just lumps of a great ego. It will be incomparably harder than ruling humans. Can I just push them with force? If you rule by relying on force, if a being stronger than you emerges and claims to be king, you'll be overthrown. Of course, you could rule quickly with simple logic, but there would be no small backlash. Moreover, if you suppress them by force, those suppressed by that force will eventually spring back like a spring, unless you can suppress them forever. I don't really understand. You don't need to know right now. You're not the king of gods yet. There's still about half of the other kids' tests remaining. This test, honestly, I don't feel like I did much. That may be true, but it was too difficult a test for you to solve alone. Yggdrasil went too far. How could they give such a test? Honestly, it was an impossible problem for Baal alone. Anyway, if I keep whispering and guiding them to eat fruit like this, it'll work, right? Yes, that way you can somewhat fix the elves' meat-centric diet. Of course, the fact that it's meat-centric won't change, but it's something that they'll start eating fruit too. If I had a little more time, I could have manipulated public opinion to make them eat plant leaves too. But a month is too short. Plant leaves. Yes, according to Yggdrasil, plant leaves feel no different from human hair. They keep growing and eventually fall out on their own like hair. Then, let's not ask whether plants without leaves are bald. Baldness itself would be a great sorrow for them. Anyway, by manipulating public opinion like this to gradually create an atmosphere where it's okay to eat fruit, you will be able to pass Yggdrasil's test without issue. Yeah, but since this is a test given to me, didn't Gaia help me too much? Baal said with a slightly worried look. Certainly, I did help him almost entirely, but it didn't seem like Baal could have solved such a difficult test alone. Would it be okay if I hid the fact that I helped him solve it? Mom, no matter how difficult the problem is, you shouldn't do everything for him like that. Before the cold gaze of Shamash, I broke out in a cold sweat. Well, I guess I did help too much. Even during the Sylphid test and the Yggdrasil test, the tests were so difficult that they were almost impossible to solve. If I hadn't helped, there would have been no solutions to those tests. In fact, during the Sylphid test, Ball was completely defeated in the one-on-one race, and the test given by Yggdrasil was also one that Ball's mind could not solve. Even though I knew it was close to cheating, I had no choice but to help. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now, and now that cheating has been exposed like this. To be honest, I thought Mom would help a little, but this is a bit too much. It's almost as if Mom solved the test yourself. But listen, the problem given by Yggdrasil was so difficult that there was no possibility at all, right? That's why it has value as a test. If Mom helps him too much, what value would the test have? Shamash's words were scolding. To be scolded by my own child, how embarrassing. But's true, I can't make any excuses since I was wrong. But it seems that Yggdrasil is satisfied. Yggdrasil, who was watching the elves, was smiling contentedly as some of the elves began to put fruit in their mouths. Don't change the subject. Shamash, as the god of light, justice, and law, punish Mom's unfair behavior. Oh dear. My child is persecuting me. When I grow old, I should just die. Your crocodile tears won't work. You're not even going to die in the first place. TCH. Well, there's nothing I can do. I did commit a foul. As a punishment, you are forbidden from talking to that child during the remaining tests. Ah, so that's why you had Ball wait in the next room. Yes, and he will stay with us throughout the rest of the tests. While we're at it, you should make lots of delicious things for us. And also. All right. I'll do whatever you ask, so don't worry. I can't help it. It seems they were quite upset that I had been neglecting these children. I can only pray that Ball will navigate the remaining tests well and take care of these children for a while. Anyway, Yggdrasil, have your tests been passed with this? Yes, to see those children putting fruit in their mouths, it's so moving. Yggdrasil was genuinely delighted. It was good to see the great worry lifted from their face. Honestly, I wanted to fail the test because I helped too much, but since Yggdrasil is so happy, I can't do anything about it. Then whose turn is the next test? At my words, Shamash pointed to themselves with their thumb and said, "The next test is my turn. This test won't be easy at all." Shamash spoke proudly, puffing out her body. At this point, it seems they have no intention of testing Ball and just want to give a difficult test. I just hoped for a fair test to see if he was qualified to be the king of the gods, but it seems that's not the case. All right, then I'll bring Ball. I need to tell him what the test is. Shamash said that and went to get Ball from the next room. I'm a bit uneasy. I'm worried about what kind of test Shamash will give. But now that I can't help Ball, I can only hope that Ball will navigate it well on his own. Here we are. Now, I will announce the test. Suppressing the slight unease in my heart, I looked at Shamash, who had brought Ball. The test I will give is... Shamash pulled a scroll of papyrus and unfurled it with a loud sound. What was written on that scroll was, "Bring that which has form but cannot be grasped, that which is on the opposite side of light." Ugh, that which has form but cannot be grasped on the opposite side of light. That's... No. The expressions on me and the children's faces began to grow cold as we saw Shamash's test. No, this is clearly a test to bring him, isn't it? Even if you give such a test, is it really okay? Neither I nor the other children could find it after searching for a long time, and I could only find a tiny fragment of it in the magic stones of the monsters. You're going to give that as a test? Really? Seriously? This means you just don't want to make Baal the king of the gods, right? Shamash, do you have a conscience? Ah, I can't hear you, I can't hear. Anyway, this is the test. You've got a year to spare. Even a small clue is fine. Mom can no longer help you because of the cheating. You have to find it on your own. Shamash said that and pushed Baal out of the room. Ugh, so this is as far as making Baal the king of the gods goes. No, but why are you giving such difficult tests? Couldn't you just give a test that appropriately tests Baal's abilities? Was Baal not to your liking? Could it be that you've noticed that the Gaia he was talking about was me? I'm starting to feel a bit resentful towards the children who don't understand my heart. At this rate, in the end, my work will just increase even more. Something that has a form but cannot be grasped on the opposite side of the light. Baal tilted his head with a puzzled expression, not understanding what that meant. Well, it's not surprising that Baal wouldn't know about the long-lost Erebus. All right, if you can bring that fellow, I'll let you pass the test. I'm not sure, but I'll give it a try. Oh, and my mom can't help you anymore. You'll have to do it all on your own. At Shamash's words, Baal replied confidently, "Okay, I've received enough help already. Now I'll do it myself." It's good that he's energetic, but, it'll be difficult to succeed. If it was something that could be easily found, we would have found it a long time ago. Ball, not understanding the difficulty of this test, rushed out as if he could find it right away, and the other children and I silently looked at Shamash. Giving an impossible test, isn't that too much? That's right. Even for me, it was not an easy trial, but I made concessions. Sylphid, you're the same, aren't you? If I hadn't persuaded you, you would have just won as is. Well, Sylphid seems to have acted without much thought. HMPH. I have my own thoughts too, you know. Don't think I just gave this test without any reason. Shamash has. Thoughts. No, well, when making judgment, there's some discernment, but Shamash, who always seems carefree and without much thought. This test was also because of Mom. I understand that Mom cares a lot about that child, but lately she's been neglecting us. I wish Mom would pour some of that attention on us as well. What? Are they blaming me here? So that's why you gave this impossible test? Yes. Even that kid will get dejected after struggling for about a year and realize it's impossible. Until then, Mom has to be with us. What about the test? Shamash laughed lightly as if it was nothing and spoke. As for the test, well, I'll just let him pass it as if he succeeded, honoring his efforts during that time. So don't worry. It's fortunate that he will pass the test regardless of his success, but have I neglected this child to the extent that they think this way? Well, thinking about it, I did neglect them quite a bit. After teaching them how to create avatars, I hardly ever met them. I thought they were already grown up and doing their own thing, but it seems that was just my own thought. All right then, Mom. Let's have a pleasant year together from now on. Ugh, what is this? Is this some kind of obsession or fixation? But it seems to be some kind of excessive attachment or something like that. And so, I ended up spending about a year with the children. Thinking calmly, my children don't seem to be doing anything that goes against what I want. Sylphid. That child is a bit of a fool. Maybe she got excited about the race and just ran off. After talking it through calmly, she understood my intentions, so Sylphid didn't intentionally go against my will. Anyway, since I know the other children aren't going against my will either, I can watch Ball's test with a bit more peace of mind. Mom's cooking really is the best in this world, you know. How can it be so delicious? Yes, it's the best. I chuckled softly as I watched Sylphid and Sagarmatha finish off more than 4 servings of the cream pasta. Well, the concept of pasta doesn't exist in this era yet. There's a primitive cream stew made with milk, but that's about it. I'm glad you're enjoying the food, but why aren't the other children here? They went to watch over Ball. It seems they found something, or so they say. Sagarmatha and I are here to make sure Mom doesn't go to Ball. I see. Monitoring. Sagarmatha, who had polished off the cream pasta, quietly raised her index and middle fingers to draw a V. It seems they found something, huh? Did they find a clue to that fellow? That's impossible, isn't it? How could they find something that has been shattered into countless pieces and lost its form? At best, they might find a lump of gathered fragments. Indeed, that's likely the case. Gathering all the countless scattered fragments of that being is almost impossible. Even if they find something, there's not much hope. But just as I thought that, I found it. About 7 months after Ball took Shamash's test, Ball came to us bringing a small dark-haired goddess. Found. Ugh. The young goddess Ball brought with a gloomy aura and dark hair covering her face. The answer to Shamash's is the shadow, so I brought the goddess of shadows. Indeed, it seems that's the case. Yes, that makes sense. This child couldn't possibly know about Erebus, so he couldn't have found Erebus, which is shattered into countless pieces. Instead, it seems he found the appropriate subject for Shamash's question. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now to this place. I shouldn't be here. What? It's fine. You're the answer to Shamash's question. Stand up straight. Don't hide behind me. Come forward. Ball grabbed the arm of the goddess, who trying to hide behind him, and pulled her forward, and the children looked at them with their heads in their hands. But I mean. The young goddess continued to look uneasy. Ball said she was the goddess of shadows. Judging by her appearance, she seems to be a young goddess who has just been born and knows nothing. Well, I did pose the question about darkness and shadows, but Shamash just sighed while looking at the young goddess. Shamash, it looks like you've been caught off guard. No, but neither Mom nor us were thinking of this young goddess. We all had the same thought, but Ball couldn't have known about that being, could he? I gently placed my hand on the timid goddess's head and slowly stroked it. A faint sense of relief began to appear on the small goddess's face, who had been shrinking back. It seemed she felt reassured that the greatest god was caring for her in the presence of the other higher gods. Regardless of what your intention was in posing the test, the fact is that this child fits the answer to that test. But still, I opened my mouth, looking at Shamash, who seemed to want to say more. So as the god of light, justice, and law, what do you think? Ugh, well, he passes. I did it. At Shamash's pronouncement of passing, Baal joyfully leaped up. Yay, it's thanks to you, thank you. And Baal started spinning around, hugging the young goddess. This one is quite, looks nice, the lively sky blue boy and the timid black-haired girl. Ugh, I had planned to spend a year with Mom. Your mistake was not clearly stating the answer to the test. No, but, ugh, why did the goddess of shadows have to appear at this time? At Shamash's words, the young goddess flinched and hid behind me. Oh dear, she got scared by Shamash's words. Don't be afraid, Shamash is not angry at you. I slowly stroked the timid goddess's head. Then, what is your name? I sat down at eye level with the timid goddess and asked. Slightly disheveled hair, pale skin, and a faint sense of divinity, truly the appearance of a young goddess who has just been born. The young goddess did not answer my question but shook her head silently. Why, it's not like you can't speak. Perhaps you don't have a name. The young goddess slowly nodded her head. I don't have a name. It seems you've truly just been born. Of course, she was born from the rumors spread among the humans. Baal spoke boldly. Indeed, Baal himself was the god born from the rumors that had spread. Unlike with the elves, it wasn't easy, but I worked hard to spread the rumors, and this is how she was born. Aren't I great? Baal looked at me, sparkling eyes. His appearance was like that of a puppy seeking praise, and I couldn't help but slowly stroke Baal's head. Well, you see, that is. Ah, yes, the goddess of shadows, the goddess who still doesn't have a name. Baal, what is this child's name? I don't know. He doesn't know. It seems he really created her without any thought. It would be troublesome if a newly born god doesn't have a name. For faith in the gods to be properly conveyed, it is necessary to clearly recognize that god. Therefore, the name of a god is a really important milestone. Then, I shall give you a name. The name given by the current supreme god. I rarely give names to gods. You can be proud of it. Your name shall be. Yes, this is fitting. As I stroked the timid goddess of shadows, I said, your name shall be Nyx. And so the goddess of shadows and night, Nyx, was born. And so Baal passed Shamash's test. The one Shamash had set as the test was Erebus, but the question was ambiguous. When there are multiple correct answers due to errors in the question, it is common to accept them all as valid. So Shamash herself had no choice but to acknowledge that Baal had passed the test. Let's see. Now that Baal has passed Shamash's test, the remaining ones are Thetis and Sagarmatha. I wonder how the tests for the remaining two will go. I'm starting to feel a bit uneasy. I suppressed the rising unease and gently stroked the head of Nyx sitting on my lap, the timid young goddess. Nyx was still clinging to me, keeping an eye on things as if the other gods were too overwhelming for her. What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing. Nyx's voice shrank down to the size of a mouse hole. I simply continued stroking Nyx's head in silence. A shy, petite young goddess. Nice. Well then, is it my turn next? Thetis said as she stood up, and I grumbled softly while looking at her. It's starting to get a bit tedious, being the fifth one and all. The other children nodded in agreement, having heard my grumbling. If I had known it would be like this, I should have just rushed through them faster. Moreover, since we banned harming life and all that, there wasn't any real crisis at all, no matter what they said. I don't know what the remaining tests are, but judging from the previous ones, it doesn't seem like there will be any danger of harming life. They wouldn't possibly give a test like go raid the dwarves' underground village and bring back some treasure, would they? No, they wouldn't do that. Sagarmatha does have a tendency to dismiss the dwarves, but surely she wouldn't give a test against the very beings who worship her as a god. My test will be over quickly, so don't worry. I'm just going to the deep sea with you, that's all. The deep sea? Yes, the deepest part of the ocean. Of course, since I'll be going with you, it won't be too dangerous. Really? The deep sea that deep, the pressure must be immense. I wonder if that's really okay. It'll be a bit tough, but to become the king of the gods, there should be no place in this world that I can't go. I glanced at Baal nearby, and he had a self-assured expression on his face. Will you be all right? Of course. No problem at all. Will he really be okay? The deep sea where not even a speck of light can penetrate. Don't worry too much. I'm going with you to make sure I return safely. If Thaddeus says so, then I guess it'll be fine. But I still have a lingering sense of unease. Maybe I should go with them after all. However, that thought was abruptly cut off by Thaddeus' words. Mom is prohibited from accompanying, you understand, right? I'll have the other children keep an eye on you. Ugh, all right, I'll do that. But you must return safely, understood? Of course. I really hope they'll be okay, sigh. I can't help but worry. And so I watched as Ball and Thaddeus descended into the depths of the sea while gently stroking the head of Nick sitting on my lap. Thaddeus descended into the deep sea depths, accompanied by Ball. The faint light gradually disappeared and darkness permeated the space. In the abyss where the sky was no longer visible, instead of the common fish they often saw above, strange, evolved creatures swam by. Gazing up at Ball above her, Thaddeus spoke. The king of the gods. Honestly, the one most suited for that position is Mom. But I cannot burden her further, as she already has so much to deal with. While I'm not pleased with another god taking that seat, I have no choice. The expression on Thaddeus' face was different from before, cold, without a trace of warmth. So, I'll allow you to become the king of the gods, for the sake of Mother. Mother? Yes. Why are you surprised that I'm so different from how I am in front of Mother? Ball nodded his head with difficulty in the darkness. The weight of the water pressing down on him was unbearably heavy, making it hard for him to move properly. Well, it can't be helped. I've always wanted to act like a child in front of Mother. It's natural for one's attitude to change depending on who they're dealing with. You're a completely different person. Thaddeus simply chuckled softly at Ball's words. And the reason I brought you here is because I wanted to talk to you in a place where Mother couldn't hear. What kind of talk? Gaia, we rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The small word uttered by Thaddeus. The name you mentioned, is that referring to Mother? There's no need to be so tense. I'm just trying to confirm, not trying to get angry or anything. Ball slowly nodded his head. I see. I figured as much. Honestly, why are there so many who are infatuated with Mother? It's troublesome, you know. Infatuated. Thaddeus let out a small sigh and a faint current escaped from her mouth and flowed somewhere. Well, we're not in a position to talk about others either. What do you mean? Well, we can't help it because of the mistakes of the past. Anyway, while you can't help but be fond of Mother, it's best to give up on the idea of monopolizing her. Why? Don't just talk to yourself, tell me so I can understand. Thaddeus smiled slightly at Ball. Because Mother is such a colossal being, there's no being that can monopolize her. What do you mean by that? Exactly what I said. Thaddeus quietly waved her hand and a current began to swirl around it. The current formed a small spherical shape and it continued to rotate on Thaddeus' hand, gradually drawing in the surrounding magic. You know what magic is? The power that permeates all things in this world, right? That's right, the power that permeates all things in this world. The sphere rotating on Thaddeus' hand only absorbed the magic around it without releasing it. It was like a prison that only collected magic. I used to wonder where this magic comes from and where it goes. The sphere, continuously absorbing magic, began to emit light as the concentrated magic inside it created it. Since I was born from the flow, I was able to trace the flow itself. Of course, it was only after many trials and errors that I finally succeeded. The sphere on Thaddeus' hand emitted a silver light and then, with a small popping sound, scattered into silver stardust and disappeared. The source of magic, which can be called the lifeblood that sustains this world. Where does it come from? What is its origin? As she descended, Thaddeus reached the deepest part of the sea. The abyss was filled with darkness and there was nothing but the oppressive pressure. And yet for some reason she could feel a scorching heat from the depths of the sea below. Thaddeus silently touched the ground beneath her feet. The source of magic was at the deepest place in this world, closest to the heart of the world. The heart of the world. Yes, the great heart hidden deep within the earth, the enormous, burning heart that never stops beating, sustaining the world. As Thaddeus gently brushed the soil, a small amount of sand stirred and rose up. Along with the sand, the silver particles embedded in it also rose up, briefly illuminating the surroundings before disappearing again. That just now, was that magic? Yes. That was magic. The sand sank back down, and the light that had briefly illuminated the abyss vanished completely. The light of magic, which can only be seen when a large amount of magic is compressed, is so concentrated in this place that it can be seen just by sweeping the floor. This is one of the sources of magic. Here, Wait, one of the sources. Yes, there are places like this where highly concentrated magic seeps out. I found about 8 of them in the sea. They were all close to the heart of the world like this place and had a high concentration of magic. Ball slowly placed his hand on the floor. Beyond the fine sand, he began to feel something through his palm, a huge flow of power pulsing with heat. He could feel the activity of the heart of the star. So, why are you telling me this? I thought you would figure it out on your own if I told you this much. Thetis clicked her tongue softly and gathered the magic from the floor. This concentrated silver magic is almost the same as the magic Mother possesses. The magic of Gaia. To be precise, the magic that wells up from the heart of the world circulates through the world and ultimately flows towards Mother. Thetis smiled slightly and said, Mother can be considered the destination of all magic. It seems Mother herself is unaware of this fact. Perhaps, because she holds too much magic, she fails to notice the magic flowing into her. Mother is far too colossal a being to be monopolized by any individual, so you should give up on the idea of claiming Mother as your own and focus only on serving as the king of the gods as Mother wishes. Thetis spoke in a cold voice. Mother cannot belong to anyone unless she herself desires it. Baal and Thetis did not return until the evening of the next day. Given that even a gods would find it difficult to traverse the deep sea, Baal's complexion had grown quite dark, darker even than the hair color of Nyx, who was sitting obediently on my lap. Well, with this, you've passed my test. You've even been to the depths of the sea, so now this small and young goddess can go anywhere. You don't look well, shall we postpone the next test a bit? At my words, Baal's expression became startled and he slowly shook his head. It's fine, since the last one left. The last one was Sagarmatha, right? The taciturn Sagarmatha was silently looking at Baal, though I've raised her like a child. Sometimes it's hard to know what she's thinking. T/N. I'm not sure if Sagarmatha is male or female, but I believe someone previously mentioned that all of MC's children are female except Ifrit and Erebus. Please correct me in the comment section if I'm mistaken. What kind of test will that child give? Okay, I've decided. Sagarmatha slowly opened her mouth. You've passed my test. Suddenly, what is she saying, that child? I had originally prepared a different test, but now it seems unnecessary. I'll let you pass the test. I don't know what change of heart she had, but does this mean Baal can now become the king of the gods? I should be happy that I can delegate the work to Baal, but I don't understand why Sagarmatha decided to let him pass the test. But what was the original test you had planned? It was to bring back a treasure. A treasure? What kind of treasure? I was going to have him retrieve the treasures that Mom created and blessed without using divine power in his human physical form. The treasures that I created and blessed. There are various ones, but most are likely in the hands of the powerful people. To retrieve them without using divine power would not have been an easy test. Moreover, there would inevitably be conflicts with humans or other subraces. Well, it's fortunate that it was skipped. I put down Nyx, who was sitting on my lap, and stood up, saying, the final test may be a bit anticlimactic, but it's not good to drag it out too long, so this might be just about right. Now you've gained the recognition of everyone, including me, the 7 strongest gods in this world. The god of the sky, who has received the recognition of the 7, will become the king of the gods and rule over countless deities of this world. A temple, a divine seat, and symbols to elevate his authority will be necessary for him. Then, I shall prepare the coronation site for Baal to ascend as the king of the gods, and the world where the gods will reside. It will take a few days, so when the preparations are complete, everyone should rest well, especially Baal. Seeing that Baal's complexion had not improved, likely due to the difficulty of Thetis' test. Yes, I'll rest for a while. Good, the others should rest well too. With that, I crossed the space, leaving Baal and the children behind. Now let's create the world where the gods will gather. But Sagarmatha, are you really okay with letting him pass the test? What do you mean? Sylphid spoke to the expressionless Sagarmatha. You were adamant about not just letting him pass, but now you're not doing anything at all. It's fine. Baal's complexion had improved slightly after Thetis' test was over and he had rested, but it was still not entirely well. Observing Baal, Sagarmatha spoke with a cold gaze. It seems Thetis' words were effective enough. Thetis, what did Thetis say? I don't know the details, and Sylphid doesn't need to know either. With Sagarmatha's cold words that seemed to say there was no need to know, Sylphid spoke with a sullen expression as if a little offended. HMPH, I don't care. Since the tests are all over, I'm going back now. After all, I'm at my best when freely wandering around. Then I'll be leaving too. The desert should have calmed down by now. I can rest comfortably for a while. We're disbanding now. I should head back too. I'm concerned about the elven children's vegetarian diet. And so, the gods who had gathered left one by one to return to their original places, except for the silently seated Sagarmatha and the weary-looking Ball. They've all left. After the other children had all departed, Sagarmatha quietly rose from her seat and approached Ball. Ball simply tilted his head as he looked at Sagarmatha. Since the tests were all over, there should be no more business with him. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now. That thought disappeared with Sagarmatha's final words. I'll just say one last thing. If you lay a hand on Mom, I'll kill you. Words devoid of any emotion, as if it were simply a matter of course. Leaving those cold words behind, Sagarmatha quietly left. And so, in the temporary space created for Ball's tests, only the weary Ball remained. I lightly moved through space and escaped into the vast sky. Okay, let's create the world of the gods now. Since I have some experience in creating other worlds while making a paradise, let's revive that experience and create a world where the gods can dwell. The reasons for creating the world of the gods separately from the existing space are to isolate the gods, who have stronger powers than humans, so that the world does not become chaotic if they disturb it, and to gather many gods together for efficient management. Also, if problems arise among the gods, it would be better if it doesn't affect the world where humans live. So isolation is the right choice. Let's start by naming it. The space where countless gods will reside. A temple. Since it will be a space where countless gods gather, let's call it the Pantheon. Since countless gods will gather, it should be built large, magnificent, and grandiose. Excuse me. I clearly moved to the sky where the other children were not, but a voice came from behind me. Where is this place? A faint voice that was about to fade away. I turned my head to look behind. Somehow, I followed you. Nyx was clinging to my back. When did you start clinging to me? Right after you put me down. I just felt more comfortable doing this. This child, the goddess of shadows. Even though I was lost in thought, I didn't notice her clinging to my back. She really is the goddess of shadows. All right. Since I have work to do, could you please let go of me? Well, if it's okay, can I stay like this? Stay like this, on my back. It doesn't really matter, but won't it be dangerous? No, if I don't try to fall off, I can stay attached. I'll be good and stay attached. As long as she doesn't interfere with my work, it's fine for her to stay attached. Then stay attached quietly while I work. Okay. So with Nyx attached to my back, I began creating a world for the gods. Let's see, unlike the paradise that the humans who pass the afterlife trial head to, this will be the space where the gods reside. I'll make the entrance high up in the sky. The world of the gods. The first image that comes to mind is something like Olympus, Asgard, or the celestial realm. Since it's the world where the gods live, it should be clearly different from the lower world where humans live. What kind of feeling would be good? A world on top of the clouds, a world entered by a rainbow bridge, or a mountain rising up in the sky. That's Sagarmatha, never mind. Let's go with the main concept of a world on top of the clouds. Like some kind of sky island from an anime, a world built on clouds that are solid enough for people to stand on. The entrance should be difficult to access, and only open briefly, maybe twice a day during the transition between day and night. Yes, an invisible door that opens only during the moments of dawn and dusk, connecting the divine world and the human world, high up in the sky. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it? It's unlikely that human would try to fly into the world of the gods. Maybe a dragon could do it, but dragons listen to me well, so I can control them. Speaking of which, the newly born gods and dragons, which one is stronger? The individual power of the dragons is slightly higher, but it's not like the gods and dragons will go to war, so I don't need to think about this. With these random thoughts, I created the world above the sky. In the center, I built a massive marble temple. I'll model it after the Greek temples. The temple made of pure white marble. I first erected the huge columns on the outside, then built the walls inside them to create the grand temple. The temple, made of snow-white marble, was dazzling in the light pouring down from the sky. Adding the triangular roof completes the building. I used the Parthenon in Greece as the model. I didn't add any sculptures or reliefs on the exterior, but it looks quite magnificent as is. As for the interior, I'll just make a reception hall where you face the divine throne right after entering. The rest can be left empty for Baal to decide. I'll just leave the large divine throne. And so the first temple of the pantheon, the god of the sky, is complete with only the reception hall prepared. The rest of the construction should be done as Baal wishes, so I leave it empty. Oh, I should probably build a temple for myself too. Well, a small one will do just to have one. I don't need to live in it. I'll make a small temple for now and can expand it later if needed. All right, the general pantheon and the temple of Baal, the god of the sky, have been completed for now. Now, what should I do next? I still have to make a place for my temple though, but it's a bit of a hassle. Maybe I can just finish it roughly and let the incoming gods take care of the rest. That would be more comfortable for me. What should I do? How should I go about this? I'm starting to not want to work anymore, but other tasks are piling up during this time. Ah, if only I had one more of me. Then I could divide the work and get it done faster. Ah, that's it. What about creating an artificial intelligence or something like an automated response system? The task that takes up the most of my work as the goddess of life is responding to the prayers of believers. If I could create an AI or automated system to handle that part, it might be able to reduce 20%, no, 30% of my work. But even if I create an AI, I'm not sure how to make one yet. There aren't any computers, calculators, or vacuum tubes in this world. I'll have to think more about that idea later. Wow, that's amazing. As I was finishing up the pantheon, an exclamation came from behind me. So she has been lurking behind me the whole time. I almost forgot she was there when I wasn't paying attention. To see the creation of a new world, it's truly astonishing. Nyx's voice was full of wonder. This must be a sight she had never seen before. Well, as a newly born goddess, everything must feel new and wondrous. This is the world where the gods will reside. I built it above the clouds so it's not easily accessible. Ooh, what is the name of this world? I've named it the Pantheon. The Pantheon. A grand temple where many gods will dwell. Or rather, it's more of a world than just a temple. Will all the gods live here? I shook my head slightly at Nyx's words. All the gods. That would be too much. Not that the size is too small or insufficient. It's just that there will be gods who cannot come here. For example, the gods of mountains or rivers. Those gods are deeply tied to their natural elements and cannot stray too far from their essence. In a way, they are like bound deities, though they are still gods. It would be difficult, even dangerous, for a god to distance themselves too much from their core nature. The newly born gods are too weak for that. Only the gods whose essence is more free, or those with great power, could potentially come here. Then there won't be many gods coming here, will there? But I must consider how many more gods will be born in the future. I did make the space expandable in proportion to the number of gods and the faith directed towards them, but there is a limit to the maximum size, which is equal to the expanse of the sky in this world, around 40 km in height. But if it's built this high up, how will the other gods enter? Not all gods can fly, right? I can't either. Ah, I see. That's another issue I overlooked. My children and I have such great power that flying is no problem, so I didn't consider that. What should I do now? I can't lower the height of this world, and making a staircase or ladder all the way up would be a hassle. A staircase reaching up to the sky. A ladder. Ah, that's it. Rainbow, like the Bifrost of Norse mythology. Should I abandon the concept of opening at dawn and dusk? If I use that rainbow to let them climb up, it would certainly look plausible, but I don't want to give up the concept of opening only at dawn and dusk. And if I put a rainbow bridge to let them climb up, there will surely be humans climbing up on it. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Okay, let's do it this way. They can climb up the rainbow bridge, but they won't be able to enter the Pantheon directly. A gateway to the Pantheon. Another gateway, sigh. I've made so many of those in the afterlife too. Anyway, let's create a space on the clouds where they can wait before entering the Pantheon, like a checkpoint to manage the entry. I'll place a god I can trust there to oversee the entry management. That way, even if a human or other subrace tries to climb up, there won't be any issues. The rainbow may not appear that often, but I can make it different from a regular rainbow. Create sky climbing points all over the world and connect them with a rainbow bridge periodically. No, maybe I should make it an invisible rainbow that only the divine can see and use. Put a restriction that only those with divinity can see and climb it. Yes, that's better. Visible to the gods, but invisible and inaccessible to mortals. And, rather than a rainbow bridge, a rainbow elevator might be better. It would give the feeling of ascending upwards. It's quite high, so it would take a long time to climb directly. Really, if all the gods could fly through the sky, I wouldn't have to go through this hassle. How annoying. So I created a space on the clouds as a waiting area before entering the Pantheon and placed rainbow elevators around the world to connect the lower realm and the Pantheon. The elevators are shaped like cylinders attached to the rainbow. They're quite fast, taking only about 5 minutes to reach the entrance of the Pantheon. I even isolated the space inside the elevators to ensure the passengers don't feel any discomfort. Am I being a bit too meticulous? It would be fine to just make it roughly, but I seem to be putting too much care into each detail. Well, since I'm making it, I might as well make it well. After testing the completed elevators a few times, I got a good evaluation from Nix. Amazing. The ground is disappearing in an instant. Okay, this should be enough. Let's see then. I should go find the god to guard the entrance of the Pantheon. The entrance of the Pantheon. It must be managed thoroughly, and I should entrust it to a god I can trust. The number of gods will continue to increase until human intelligence develops further, and it is inevitable that these increasing gods will act as they please. Among them, there will surely be gods who want to bring their favorite humans to the Pantheon. Therefore, the god guarding the entrance must have enough power to suppress other gods, and must be a god I can trust. Naturally, the candidate had already been decided. It's been a while. A considerably dilapidated temple, far from its former glory. It's hard to believe this was once the temple of a god who commanded the entire faith of the great nation of Arcadia. Curled up on the central dais of the temple is a small dog. It stands up as it notices me. The first beast, the god of the beastmen. In the past, the beast god traveled the world with the hero and me. Hundreds of years have passed. Due to the strong influence of the beastmen, the beast god who was worshipped as a national deity in Arcadia has lost a significant amount of faith, as the main faith of Arcadia has shifted to other gods. KKNGG. Wine. I stroked the head of the beast god who was curled up at my feet. Even though it has lost much of its faith, to see it diminish to this extent. I had heard about the state of faith in Arcadia, but I never imagined it would decline this much. This is due to the changing demographics of Arcadia due to the influx of foreigners and the changing faith of the younger beastmen. In past, the beastmen were marginalized compared to other subraces, and even among the beastmen, there was discord depending on the animal they were associated with. The unification of faith by the first beast and the psychological support it provided were crucial. But now, the position of the beastmen has improved, and they have the leeway to believe in various gods. As a result, the first beast who could not provide meaningful blessings like other gods has gradually lost its faith. This is a small dog-like figure before my eyes now. I have prepared a place for you, so let's go together. After all, we used to travel together. I can't just leave it here. NNG. Wine. But the first beast shook its head as if it could not leave this place, as if it couldn't leave a temple that was so old and dusty compared to the others. Why are you doing this? The first beast sat down on the floor of the dilapidated and dusty temple. If you come with me, you can live in a better environment than this. Why do you want to stay here? The first beast did not answer my question. It was understandable as it was a beast that could not speak. But in the past, it used to convey its intentions vaguely, though now, due to the lack of faith, it could not do so properly. The only thing I could faintly understand was that it wanted to do something here. I sighed softly and stroked the first beast. While stroking its head, I infused it with a little bit of faith. It was a negligible amount of power for me, and I had no hesitation in sharing it. Well, the act of transferring the faith that came to me to another deity was an extremely wasteful one, as only about 2 out of 10 units of faith could be properly received. If it was not a case like mine where faith was meaningless, it would not have been done. GRR. Nevertheless, it seemed that the emergency measure had somewhat revived the first beast, as it had regained a bit of its vigor, even if it still lacked the energy to wag its tail. So, what are you trying to do here? Woof, woof. The first beast barked like a dog trying to convey something, but its intentions were not fully conveyed. I could only grasp a vague thread of it. You want to leave something behind, yourself? Woof. It wants to leave something behind. In other words, it wants to be remembered by others. It does not want to be forgotten. But looking at the current situation, only a part of the beastmen still believe in the first beast. At this rate, it will soon be forgotten. So what should I do? How can I help this weakened one? Should I try to persuade the humans of Arcadia to believe in this creature? Or should I spread rumors to gather faith? Or perhaps use the king to manipulate the situation? This creature was once an important deity that even caused wars to be fought over it, but now it has become a forgotten deity. How pitiful. While I was pondering this, a soft voice of Nyx came from behind me. Is that beast-like creature also a god? Yes, despite its appearance, it is an ancient deity. It was the first beast that the beastmen worship, but now it has had its faith stolen by other gods and has become so pitiful. At my words, the first beast drooped its tail. It seemed to have been hurt by my words. But it was the truth, wasn't it? A beast deity that cannot even properly give oracles and blessings, versus other deities that can provide them as desired. It's obvious which one would be more popular. The first beast, is that its name? It doesn't sound like a name. It's not a name, just a term or title that refers to this creature. Come to think of it, this creature still didn't have a name. I've always just called it the first beast. The title was enough since everyone understood what it meant. Then what is its name? This creature still doesn't have a name. Then can't we give it a name now? Now? Yes, just like you gave me a name, I think it would be good to give a name to this dog-like creature as well. This dog-like creature, even though it is a deity worshipped by a race, it has fallen into such decline. Well, giving it a name isn't a bad idea. That's it. If I give it a name and make that name remain, wouldn't that be a way for it to leave something of itself behind as it desires? What do you think? Woof. But the first beast seemed to have no particular thoughts about it. No, even if it's a beast, as a deity, it couldn't be this simple-minded, could it? When we traveled together before, it wasn't this devoid of thoughts. At this point, there must be something interfering with the development of this creature's intelligence. That's right. It is a deity, but a deity of beasts. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Beasts cannot have high intelligence. This perception has likely spread among the subrace, including the beastmen, so they must have thought the same of the beast god. That influence is probably why this creature has become so foolish. For a deity to change according to the perceptions of its worshippers, what a troublesome existence it is. Well, I'm a goddess too, but I've only been slightly influenced spiritually while my core essence remains unchanged. Anyway, if you accept my proposal, I will give you a new name and have that name recorded in human history. That way your existence can continue to be remembered as long as human history is not buried. What do you think? Woof. The first beast barked loudly without much thought. This creature probably just thinks I'm helping it. Well, I am helping after all. Let's start by giving you a name. What should I name it? Let's see. Beast, dog, wolf, Fenrir. No, that's a bit ominous. Cerberus seems more fitting for the afterlife. Hattie and Skull are also a bit foreboding. Garm is similar to Cerberus. Fenrir, ambiguous. No, let's move away from wolves. Wait, there is one more wolf. Canis Major. Sirius. The alpha star of the Canis Major constellation and one of the stars forming the Winter Triangle. Sirius. That's good. I think it's a good name for a city. After all, the other two stars of the Winter Triangle, Betelgeuse and Procyon, have already become the names of major cities. I'll name this creature Sirius and the capital of Arcadia. What was the name of this capital again? It's just called Arcadia, so the name of the capital doesn't stick in my memory. Well, I don't really need to remember that name. Anyway, I'll just have to inhabit the sleeping king's dreams and gently persuade him, and I'd like to minimize the oracles I give. As I lead the first beast, now named Sirius, to the entrance of the Pantheon, I declare that this honored role of being the gatekeeper of the divine realm shall be given to the one named Sirius. And so the city that Sirius has protected all this time shall be renamed Sirius. I can convey a similar sentiment. Honestly, this creature has been instrumental to Arcadia's history more than once. Naming the capital after its name is the least I can do. As the god of the beastmen, it has been the driving force unifying the various beastmen tribes, has been the cause of wars as neighboring countries coveted it as a deity, and has later helped defeat monsters, contributing greatly to the prosperity of this nation. It can be considered the top contributor to the current Arcadia. I shall give you the name Sirius, meaning wolf of the night sky. Woof! Sirius, the former first beast, began wagging its tail excitedly at my words. If I had known it would be this delighted, I should have named it sooner. Watching Sirius wag its tail like this, I can't help but feel a bit annoyed at the humans. How dare they neglect Sirius, who has worked so hard for their sake, just because there are now many other gods. All right, in that case, I'll heap all sorts of grand titles upon Sirius to empower it. That way the humans will regret having abandoned such an extraordinary being. And so, the first beast, the tribal god of the beastmen, headed towards the entrance of the pantheon with me. The deity once called the first beast, as its faith began to wane, was given the name Sirius and became the guardian of the pantheon. Good, that's enough. I think everyone already knows about the significance of the name Sirius, so I won't explain it further. The teacher standing at the front of the class quickly writes on the chalkboard, "The celestial city, a city that once held the glory of the gods. It was the center of the human world until the calamity struck, and despite facing disasters, the demon king, and countless wars, it has persevered to this day, where this academy you are studying in now stands." The teacher underlines the various titles written on the chalkboard for Sirius and spoke. It is said that if you dig even a little into the land of Sirius, artifacts will pour out because the history is so deep. There are also many adventurers who come looking for those artifacts. I've heard that there is a huge relic deep underground in this academy where we study. Yes, the academy is protected by the power of that relic. Many places have been damaged, but it has created a barrier that does not allow malice to pass through. It is believed to be the ancient temple of the guardian deity of the pantheon, Sirius, which was also the ancestral deity of the beastmen. As the teacher said, a faint, milky white barrier was hanging in the sky outside the window. As long as that barrier exists, the external enemies will not be able to enter the academy. The guardian deity of the pantheon, the beast god Sirius, is still said to be guarding the entrance of the pantheon. I've heard that it doesn't let anyone through except those who are permitted. Even the demon king couldn't pass through the pantheon. The teacher nodded slightly and wrote another name on the chalkboard. Because of the meaning of guarding the gate, it is said to be the equal of the underworld colossus, Talos, the colossus of the obsidian rock, the guardian deity of the underworld, Talos. The subsequent events went very smoothly, without the need for much explanation. I entered the sleeping king of Arcadia's dream, fabricated a story, and ended up taking the first beast, Sirius. During the process, the king of Arcadia seemed to be deeply impressed, and there was some cleaning and repair work done on Sirius' temple, but it was a very minor matter. Moreover, for some reason, it feels like not only Sirius but also my own faith has increased. When a god appears directly in a human's dream, it seems this is how it turns out. When an ordinary human's mind confronts a god's, it becomes like that. From now on, I should refrain from appearing directly in dreams. I only showed a tiny bit of the divine splendor to make him believe my words. But the king of Arcadia has ended up developing a considerable faith. Of course, it's probably also because I'm an exceptional one among the countless gods. Anyway, I took Sirius in my arms and flew up into the sky. Here is the entrance to the pantheon where you will reside from now on. Woof! On the white cloud stood the entrance to the pantheon. I placed Sirius there. Let's see. First, I need to create a place for you to live. A doghouse. No, that wouldn't do. It would be unsightly. Your dwelling should be a temple. So let's build a temple in the form of a watchtower overlooking the entrance. In case a being other than a god tries to pass through, Sirius should be able to rush out immediately. The pure white temple was built in an open structure, allowing Sirius to leap out from anywhere. However, the interior is now fully visible, making it vulnerable to external attacks. But oh well, can't have everything. All right, from now on, this will be your home. Woof! What do you need to do? Just stay here and keep out and chase away any unauthorized visitors. Of course, there aren't any authorized people yet. At my words, Sirius tilted his head slightly as if questioning the lack of authorized people. But what can I do? It's only just been built. For now, shall I start by considering beings with divinity as a restriction? And create a list. I had something suitable for making a list of gods, a sort of divine messenger that I haven't used much lately. The only problem is that recently, the number of gods has increased so much that the list is about to burst. It's as if they're trying to assign a god to every single thing in the world. Anyway, Your job will be to act as the guard of the pantheon like a watchdog. Woof, woof. Sirius barked, as if asking to be entrusted with the task. Due to the lack of faith, his whimpering puppy-like behavior is still cute when he says such things. I stroked Sirius' head and shared the faith that had gathered in me with him. It was a terribly wasteful method, but what can you do? The very act of transferring one's own faith to another is such a thing. Anyway, after a considerable amount of faith had evaporated, Sirius was able to transform into the form of a large wolf. Well, as the first beast, this creature is not limited to a single species, but since its name is derived from the Canis constellation, the default form seems to have become that of a canine animal. Well, this is probably more suitable for a guard dog, but since it can change form as desired, there shouldn't be any problems. I'm counting on you from now on, Sirius. Woof. And so, I was able to secure the guard dog and protector of the pantheon. Now let's tidy up the interior and prepare for the coronation ceremony of Baal, the king of the gods. As for the preparations for the coronation ceremony, there wasn't much to it. Just making a crown to symbolize Baal's authority. But since he is the king of the gods, I thought a plain crown would not be enough, so I made a special one. A laurel crown made of lightning. The overall shape is not much different from a laurel wreath, but the material that forms the crown is woven lightning. Whoever wears this crown will be able to wield lightning as their weapon in hand. Well, it's an imitation of Zeus from Greek and Roman mythology. While it was made with a light-hearted intention to imitate, the performance itself has no falsehood. A crown that can create and throw thunderbolts as javelins. Its strength is on par with lightning itself, so it is naturally powerful. Furthermore, lightning has long been a symbol of bountiful harvests. Lightning interacts with the nitrogen in the air to create fertilizers that help plants grow well. Just like the Norse god Thor being revered as the god of abundance, the god of lightning can be said to be the god of bountiful harvests. Abundant food is akin to the extension of human life. Therefore, the god of lightning is suitable to be the king of the gods. However, it is not something that anyone can use. The crown possesses such immense power that only a suitable individual can wear it on their head. The wearer must have an innate affinity with the essence of lightning and be strong enough to withstand wearing this crown. Honestly, since this was made as Baal's exclusive crown, it would be troublesome if other gods could use it. As I gazed upon the completed crown, the small voice of Nyx, who was standing behind me, said, "We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now, it's dazzlingly crackly. Well, it is lightning. The pure white lightning bolts continue to shine as the shape of the crown. Even this appearance has a certain charm to it. Anyway, Nyx, how long do you plan to keep clinging to my back?" "Ah, that is, and I keep clinging to you. You've been doing it for days already. It's time you detached yourself, don't you think? I didn't particularly dislike the meek, dark-haired beauty clinging to my back, but if it continued for days on end, it would become problematic. I also have a private life, you know." "Ah, yes. I'll detach myself after the coronation ceremony is over." Nyx spoke in a deflated voice. I felt a slight pang of conscience, but there's nothing to be done. I can't have her hanging on my back forever. Anyway, the preparations seem to be mostly complete. Multiple temples have been built in the pantheon. Of course, they were all temples that I had built. While building my own temples, I also built temples for the children. They are a bit smaller since there is no main deity residing in them, but I made Shamash's temple a little bigger than the other children's. As the god of light, justice, and law, his domain is different from the other children. And even if Baal becomes the king of the gods, Shamash's importance will not diminish at all. Then, shall we start summoning everyone? While we're at it, let's summon all the other gods as well. The pantheon, a place only accessible to the gods. Its very existence was unknown, but the gods began to arrive one by one. Following the voices they heard from somewhere, the gods headed towards the world above the clouds. Riding on the beautiful rainbow that only those with divinity can see, passing by the giant wolf guarding the clouds, through the entrance that opens at the time when day and night meet, to the world above the clouds. Following the benevolent and noble voice that calls all the gods, to the world dedicated solely to the gods. And so, the doors of the pantheon, the temple for all the gods, were widely opened. Wow, that's a lot more than I thought. I used the divine messenger God taught to send a mass message to the other gods, but I didn't expect this many to show up. The time has come. I looked at Baal, who had just come out from the back room after changing into his clothes. Baal's pure white clothes and sky blue hair blended together, evoking the very sky itself. However, for some reason, a deep concern was evident on Baal's face. Is there something troubling you? Yes, there is a concern that is not easily resolved. What kind of concern? At this crucial moment of becoming the king of the gods, what kind of concern could he be harboring? It's a concern I can't share with Gaia. What about me? What kind of concern is it that you can't even share with me? Well, it doesn't seem like an important concern. You who will become the king of the gods, what kind of concern could you be harboring? Do you really need to be concerned about anything? I placed my hand on Baal's head and said, you are the one who will become the king of the gods. In other words, you will stand above all the other gods. I don't know what kind of concern you have, but as the king of the gods, the power you possess should be able to resolve that concern, don't you think? As the person among gods, the king of the gods, at the point where Baal has taken that position, the only ones who could match him would be me and my children. And since he have already passed the test, there is practically no one who can go against Baal. As the king of the gods, you have the right to possess everything in this world. Everything in this world. With the ability to hold such a vast thing in your hands as the king of the gods, the concern you currently have is an infinitely trivial matter, so you don't need to worry about it anymore. If Baal, who has to do so much as the king of the gods, gets caught up in such a concern and doesn't do his duties, it would be troublesome for me. Thank you, Gaia. It's nothing, just a small matter. Thanks to you, I've made up my mind. I really appreciate it. Baal's face was brightened with a cheerful smile as he said that. T/N. Once again, this is just a fiction. All right, then let's confirm it one more time. Grumbling Baal said, this is the 8th time already. The coronation ceremony isn't that long, so why do you keep wanting to confirm it? I lightly tapped Baal's head and said, this coronation ceremony is much more important than you think. That's why it needs to be done more thoroughly. Can't we just finish it by having Gaia crown me? I pressed Baal's head again as he spoke nonsense. This is an important occasion where you receive recognition of authority in front of countless gods, so we can't just end it like that. Remember that this is the place where you will be recognized by all the gods. Gods are beings born from the gathered thoughts, admiration, and faith of many humans. Except for me and my children. It's obvious how strong the self-awareness of gods supported by so many thoughts would be. Arrogant gods who act as if they have placed everything except themselves under their feet. Would they quietly watch another being rise above them? Impossible. That's why the importance of this coronation ceremony is rising endlessly. In order to subjugate the other gods and reign as the king of the gods, one must imprint an overwhelming difference in power to all the gods. So, don't show any reaction even when the other gods kneel before you as you ascend the divine throne. Because I will crush them until they have no choice but to kneel. I've heard that so many times. When all the other guys have knelt, Gaia will come and crown me, and the other 6 will take turns acknowledging my authority with a congratulatory speech, right? Yes, the order is Shamash and Ifrit, Sylphid and Thetis, and then Yggdrasil and Sagarmatha. I've heard it hammered into my ears already. And finally, I will do it, and then declare that you have become the king of the gods, and then rule the world as the king of the gods with appropriate words. I've already prepared that part, so trust me. Boastful Baal, somehow. I feel a bit uneasy, though. Well, I can respond to most situations, so it should be fine. The massive divine temple erected at the center of the pantheon. The temple of Baal, the god of the sky. In the vast square in front of it, countless gods had gathered. Gods born from natural elements like mountains, rivers, lakes, and deserts. Gods born from natural phenomena like snow, rain, storms, and wildfires. And, well, mostly just these kinds of gods. I had thought that perhaps gods not originating from nature would have been born by now, but it seems the time has not yet come. Well, the longing for such gods appears to still be premature for humans. In any case, these numerous gods seemed slightly bewildered, as if they did not fully understand why they had been summoned here. I had used the god talk to call them, but I didn't expect them all to gather like this. Even the earthbound chthonic gods had come. Well, this is actually a good situation. The gods gathered from all corners of the world will serve as witnesses to this coronation ceremony. What they see and hear will spread across the world, further solidifying the faith in Baal. Shall we begin then? As the God who presides over all life in this world, I declare to the world, through the faith of countless living beings, innumerable gods have begun to be born. At my words, the gods in the square started murmuring. It seems they are hearing about the background of their own birth for the first time. It's only natural, but this must be a novel concept for them. Gods were not born before humans were created, but rather the gods were born through humans. They would have difficulty readily accepting this. Ah, but I am an exception. All life was essentially created by me. As so many gods began to fill the world, concerns arose about the resulting chaos. Therefore, the goddess of life proposes the following. I spoke in a soft voice. To establish a king of the gods. The murmuring in the square grew louder at my words. A king of the gods. Who decided this on their own? I'm against this. We don't need a king. About the level of response I had anticipated. Well, these egotistical gods wouldn't stay quiet, would they? So, silence. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. My soft voice carried power as it spread across the square, and the murmuring in the square ceased. Remember that this is a proclamation, an announcement, and a warning. In exchange for tolerating the existence of gods who have the potential to disrupt the world, I intend to control you gods through King of the Gods. I took a small breath and spoke again. If you do not accept this, you must be prepared. The gods have not yet caused chaos in the world, but if left unchecked, the world would surely descend into turmoil. It would be like releasing unruly children without any leash. They would run amok, treating the world as their playground. And the cleanup would all fall on my responsibility. I don't want that. I really don't. So, instead of annihilating your existence as gods, you shall recognize the authority of the King of the Gods and follow him thoroughly. That will be the best way for you to continue existing. It's a coercive method, but what can I do? I have to stop their reckless rampage. Looking at the now quiet square, I announced the start of the ceremony. Then let us begin the coronation. God of the sky, Baal, enter. Baal, who had been waiting for his turn, slowly walked and ascended the divine throne. In contrast to the youthful appearance of Baal, the divine throne was immensely large. As soon as Baal stepped onto it, all the gods in the square simultaneously knelt down. I think I have a rough idea of how much pressure to apply. The difference varies by individual, but it feels similar to the level of dragons. Well, gods can grow stronger by accumulating faith, but for now, I'll consider them on par with dragons. And for gods as sturdy as mountain deities, they can withstand a bit more. Anyway, after Baal sat on the throne, my children approached him one by one, reciting brief congratulatory speeches. First, Shamash. Shamash, the god of light, justice, and law. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May you always act righteously. Next, Ifrit. Ifrit, the god of flames and heat, the eternal fire. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May you never ignore the passion in your heart. It's Sylphid's turn. Sylphid, the god of wind and freedom. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May you respect freedom and always remain free. Next is Thetis. Thetis, the god of the sea and water, the great flow. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May always remain pure with an unwavering heart. And Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, the god of the forest, trees, and tranquility, the world tree. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May the entire world be at peace. Lastly, Sagarmatha. Sagarmatha, the god of rocks and mountains, the highest peak. I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May you never change. All right, my children's congratulations are over, so it's my turn. As the goddess of life and the one who was present at the beginning of this world, I recognize the authority of Baal, the god of the sky and the king of the gods, and offer my congratulations. May you protect all life. With those words, I took out the crown of lightning that I had prepared beforehand. This treasure, capable of wielding the immense power of lightning, revealed the authority of the king of the gods, causing the other gods to hold their breath and watch in silence. Come to think of it, was there already a god of lightning? I'm sure the god of giants had the aspect of the god of lightning. Well, it's not like the tribe was very numerous, so it's not that impressive. It doesn't even appear in this crowded square. God of the sky, Baal, you swear as the king of the gods to guide all the gods in the right direction. Baal solemnly answered my question. I swear. I hope you will never break that oath, and I shall bestow upon you the divine status of the god of lightning. I slowly placed the crown of lightning, crackling with electricity, on Baal's head. Baal, with the crown of lightning on his head, slowly rose from the divine throne. While all the other gods in the square were bowing their heads, only Baal stood proudly. Odd, of course, my children and I are excluded. My children were silently watching Baal. I, Baal, the god of the sky, declare as the king of the gods. Baal spoke with a confident voice. Everything in this world will become mine. Whoever dares to disturb this world will face my wrath. What did he say? After being enthroned as the king of the gods, Baal diligently carried out his duties. Looking down from the sky above, he managed the countless gods. From minor disputes among the gods to desperate battles where they would not hesitate to kill each other, Baal suppressed each and every one of those conflicts to manage the gods. Of course, the haughty gods were not easily controlled, but as the god of the sky, Baal was able to subdue even the most powerful gods. Before Baal's lightning, any god was equally pierced through. After repeatedly rushing around managing the countless gods, Baal came to Sagarmatha's room where I was staying and started complaining. It's so tiring. Yes, it's not an easy task. Baal, who still had a youthful air about him, cried out in frustration. Aren't I clearly a higher god? Then why don't they listen to me obediently? Are these gods all deaf with their ears plugged up? Or do my words just scatter and disappear? Why don't they ever listen to me? Does the king of the gods have no authority at all? Listening to Baal's loud complaints, he seemed like a small bird chirping. They are originally such beings, you see. The haughty nature, who were born from the gathered thoughts of humans, is only natural. They are beings who were born from humans' fear and admiration for the things they could not understand. Since they existed above humans from the very beginning, they naturally consider themselves superior even after establishing their own identity. It's a good thing that Baal became the king of the gods. If I had done that job, I might have just smashed and annihilated all the gods. But don't some gods listen to you obediently? Some gods. Yes, some of the gods of the mountains or rivers seem to follow your words without much trouble. Baal nodded slightly at my words. It's only a tiny number, but there are at least some gods who listen to me. They have to listen, since they were once dragons who lost their physical bodies and became spirits, managing to settle down and become gods before losing their memories. Gods like Yama, the mountain god of North Manxon, went through such a process to become gods. However, they are an extremely small minority and most have forgotten that they were once dragons. But that's only a tiny fraction. The rest completely ignore my words like a dog barking. Ugh, it's so frustrating. Baal started lying on the ground, complaining in frustration. He must have really been having a hard time. Maybe I should give him a tip. You want an easier way to deal with those fellows? Yes, I don't want to be ignored anymore, but I can't just beat them up and destroy them either. Do you have a good method? Tell me. Baal, who had been lying on the ground complaining, quickly sat up and clung to my legs, looking quite desperate. Haughty gods won't be easily suppressed by force, so it's better to use a different method. For example, spreading rumors about that god among humans. Rumors? Yes, didn't you use that when you gave birth to Nyx? Nyx. So if I spread rumors like that, it'll work. That's right. Use those rumors to lead the situation in a way that's favorable to you. They are beings bound by human thoughts, after all. This method can only be used in an era where the rumors haven't spread far yet. However, if you're not an entity separate from those rumors, you'll inevitably be influenced. You could also try changing the essence of that gods, or just slightly altering it and then threatening the gods. But well, you can choose whichever you prefer. Since they are bound by human thoughts, they can be changed by humans. If a solemn and strict god suddenly becomes a ridiculous existence like a clown, and if that god's become aware of its own change, the emotion that gods would feel would probably be fear. If humans possess the power to alter the very nature of gods, it is only natural for them to feel terrified. And there is power in that fear. Or, You could spread rumors about creating another god to replace that god, and thus destroy the god that is rebelling against you and create a new god. Of course, it takes considerable time for a gods to be born from human thoughts, so this would be a last resort. Isn't that a bit too much? It's a last resort, you see. If you don't like that, how about dividing the gods? Dividing into two, like splitting a sword to make twin blades. No, this is just a hypothetical discussion. I cleared my throat and spoke. Fundamentally, gods tend to have more than one aspect, don't they? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now, for example, myself the goddess of life and the creator dragon god. Additionally, the destruction dragon god and the goddess Gaia of the earth. And, why is there also a god of hunting? Is that a faith from the elves? Anyway, it is common for gods to have multiple aspects. Dividing those aspects into separate gods could be a way to weaken them. Well, there are some gods who only possess an extremely limited essence, but those gods are usually quite weak. Gods like that would probably obediently follow Baal's words with just a single command. Dividing. I never even imagined such a thing. Well, of course, who would think of dividing gods? If I hadn't even considered the idea of somehow separating my aspect as the goddess of life into an automated response system, I wouldn't have thought of it either. By the way, that automated response system for prayers is still unfinished. It's not easy, you know. Well, since it's about splitting an intact gods, you'll have to be very careful in using it. It could cause major problems if done wrong. I see. I need to use it cautiously and sparingly. Unless the gods is truly at the point of rebelling or revolting, it's probably best not to use it. Dividing gods into multiple parts could lead to serious issues. If the absolute last resort is to destroy and recreate gods, then this method would be right before that. But if we can divide the gods, can we also combine two gods into one? Who knows? If division is possible, then combination should be as well, but how would that work? I haven't tried it, so I'm not sure. It's a possibility, but I've never actually done it before. As we were discussing these matters with Baal, I'm back. Sagar Matha, the owner of the room, had returned. After quickly leaving to receive the prayers of many dwarves, it seems the task is now complete. Welcome back, Sagar Matha. HMPH, I'm tired. With a brief response, Sagar Matha was about to come to my side, but then noticed Baal and her expression hardened. What are you doing here? She spoke in a low voice with a chilling tone. I had something to consult Gaia about. This is my room, you have no place here, leave. Her soft voice, yet filled with coldness, Baal casually brushed off Sagar Matha's words. Well, I've finished what I needed to discuss, so I'll be going now. Gaia, I'll come by again next time. Don't come back. With those ominous words from Sagar Matha, Baal quickly left the room. Truly, why are these two on such bad terms? Is it because one is the god of the sky and the other the god of the earth, or is there some other reason? I wish they could get along better. After Baal left, I placed Sagar Matha's head on my lap and said, "Can't you get along better with that fellow?" "No, impossible. I can't live under the same sky as that bastard." Wow, they really seem to hate each other. I wonder what Baal did to make Sagar Matha dislike him so much. I just don't understand it. The search for clues about the name Baal and the god of the sky continued. There were no more leads in the records I had access to, so it was time to look for clues elsewhere. Referencing the records of other races would be the best next step. If any race had long history, it would be the elves who lived for centuries, but unfortunately, Alfheim, the city of the elves, is not accessible to just anyone. Instead, I could try the dwarves. Luckily, I had helped some dwarves in the past, and the dwarves are thorough when it comes to favors. If I asked for their help by reminding them of the past assistance I provided, the dwarves would not hesitate to help. And while they don't live as long as the elves, the dwarves have a much longer lifespan than humans, so perhaps they could provide some clues about the name Baal or the god of the sky. With that hope, I headed to the dwarven capital, Nidavellir, the king of the gods. His name shall be Baal. The inscription carved on the small stone fragment obtained from an old man caught my attention. Even though the gods would not tolerate someone above them, and there could not be a king among such arrogant gods, the fragment of the ancient stone tablet directly contradicted this fact. Should I believe the widely known facts? Or should I believe this small and humble stone fragment? Rational thinking was telling me to discard this insignificant stone fragment, but my instinct was shouting that there was something different about it. It was proclaiming that the truth contained in this stone fragment was not ordinary. After that, I began to investigate the stone fragment in various ways. The material was marble. The magic used to measure the age of the tablet fragment dated it to the era when the gods walked the earth, the age of the gods, the era when the archetypes of the numerous myths scattered around the world existed. Whether tablet, which spoke of the king of the gods, contained the truth or falsehood, I could not easily gauge. But it was worth investigating. If I could uncover what happened in that era when countless gods lived alongside humans, where records and excavated artifacts are scarce, great wealth and honor would come to me. The first thing to do is to uncover the truth about the king of the gods, Baal. If the king of the gods is the highest among the gods, then it would be the goddess of life, but for now, I won't think about the goddess of life. The thing to be found now is the existence of the king of the gods buried in forgotten history. Since the name Baal is the only clue, let's look for Baal or a similar name in the myths scattered around the world. If I'm lucky, I might find another clue. And so the coronation ended. Baal's final words had created quite a mess, and even the rarely seen Sagarmatha had erupted in volcanic fury, but it's over now. Yes, after somehow calming the raging Sagarmatha, it was only natural to scold Baal. Baal, wasn't that last statement unnecessary? But I needed to declare that it is mine. All things in this world. It was a statement reminiscent of a certain pirate king who seemed to have left everything in this world somewhere, but let's set that aside for now. Anyway, the coronation ended without much problem, right? That's good enough, isn't it? The gods in the square didn't raise any objections either. Of course they didn't, because after the coronation they all dispersed to visit the pantheon. But Sagarmatha was so angry. I've never seen that child get so angry before. They say that even a calm person becomes terrifying when they get angry, and the same goes for her. But why did Sagarmatha get so angry? Was it because she didn't like Baal's words? Since Sagarmatha is usually taciturn, I'm not sure. Was it because she was rubbed the wrong way by Baal's words? Thanks to that, I ended up spending some time with Sagarmatha to help her calm down. Resolving her anger just by spending time together. These children are really easy. This mom is worried. What if they end up with a mean guy? They won't allow anyone other than gods, so what kind of things should the king of the gods? That is, I took out the papyrus scroll rolled up in my pocket and handed it to Baal. This is a list of the names of all the gods in this world. Memorize them all. The thick scroll contained many names. Starting with Baal, the scroll was filled with the names of various gods, and it seemed to go on and on without end. Well, since it's a scroll made with magic, it's only natural. I've cast a spell to automatically transfer all the names of the gods listed in the papyrus scroll, which extends infinitely, by linking it with the God Talk. So as long as the God Talk exists, it will be automatically updated. The problem is that my name and Baal's name are not included in the list, but that's a very minor issue. Who wants to have their name on their messenger friends list in the first place? In Baal's case, I just took him off because why would he need to be on the list anyway? All of this. It's fine to just memorize as much as you can. At my words, Baal dropped one end of the scroll, and the scroll began to unroll and extend endlessly. How am I supposed to memorize all of this? The scroll that fell to the ground continued to unroll without end, circling around the divine seat. If I leave it like this, there won't be any space left to step around the divine seat, so I should restrain it. I used magic to stop the continuously rolling scroll, and it automatically rewound itself. How am I supposed to memorize all these names? Can't you do it? I can't. This isn't working. Sigh. In the first place, what kind of king memorizes all the names of his subjects? Being a king doesn't mean you have to memorize them all. Now that you mention it, that's true. Even small hills and streams have gods being born, so it wouldn't be easy to memorize each and every one of those minor gods one by one. It's no different from a human having to memorize the names of tens of thousands of subjects. These days the population has grown a bit, surpassing even 1 million. Then just carry this scroll around and refer to it, and try to memorize the names of the more influential gods. How troublesome, but I have no choice. I'll give it my best effort. That's right, the act of making an effort itself is important. By the way, this scroll, did you give it a name? A name? I didn't give it one, actually. What? That won't do. Everything that Gaia's hand has touched is an item of extraordinary nature, even the most trivial things. You must give it a proper name. That's true. From a human perspective, that would make sense. I did see the obsidian spear I had fixed for the lizard men still being used like a precious treasure. Then Directory of the Gods. That's too plain and direct. The Pantheon. Since it's a list of all the gods, let's call it the Pantheon. T/N, can you tell me what it is translated to? I'm not sure if it's a Korean version of something. Does it mean list of all gods? Kol mensinro, enus, mansionrock. And does it have the same meaning in English pantheon? Similar to the term pantheon. Well, it doesn't really matter. From now on, it will be in Baal's possession, so it's best to call it whatever Baal wants to call it. The pantheon refers to the temple of all the gods. Therefore, it was known that all information about the gods could be found in the pantheon. So in order to investigate the god Baal, I had no choice but to be involved with the pantheon. Of course, the pantheon is the world of the gods that is not permitted to humans, so directly entering and investigating is impossible. However, there were some gods who favored humans and liked to share their knowledge with them. And among the things they shared were even the knowledge that only the gods possessed. The list of gods, the pantheon, was one of those. This list, said to be compiled by the goddess of life, contained the names of countless gods, but the gods themselves could only access a portion of that list. And the version passed down to humans was even more limited than that. Humans have compiled their own directory of the gods by combining the fragments of lists that were passed down to them. Of course, compared to the original held by the goddess of life, it was severely lacking, but for humans, being able to organize the gods' lists, which varied by region, was already a godsend. Such directories of the gods were managed by the Temple of Life, but greedy individuals had sometimes leaked them out for a few silver coins. That's a boon for someone like me conducting less than upright investigations. I spent some money to collect as many pantheons lists as possible, ranging from thousands of years old to the most recent ones. At first, I thought it was just a waste of money, but after carefully examining the lists over a long period of time, I was able to glean a few results. First, the name Baal did not appear among the countless names of the gods, nor was there any position of king of the gods. In the many pantheons, the names of countless gods appeared and disappeared repeatedly, but the name Baal was thoroughly absent. At first, I was extremely disappointed with this result. Could it be that the god Baal is false? Was I engaging in a futile endeavor? At that moment, an electric current ran through my head. What if the god Baal actually existed and was the king of the gods? Perhaps he did not exist in this list not because he did not exist, but because he did not need to be on it. Just like the widely known goddess of life, who also does not appear in this list. Might the name of the existence known as the king of the gods also not need to be on this list? Thinking along these lines, I once again examined the list, confirming the countless and the things they preside over. Surely if he were the king of the gods, he would preside over something befitting of that status. Then among the countless lists of gods, there would be something that the king of the gods presides over left vacant. There were gods presiding over various elements, the world tree, sacred mountains and seas, vast plains and wide rivers and raging storms. But there was one thing that had no presiding god: the sky. In the mythologies from all over the world, in the diverse mythological systems, the god of the sky did not exist, as if that position was meant to be left vacant. Then, if the god Baal existed and he was the king of the gods, he would be the god of the sky. Baal struggled and toiled to handle the problems of the gods occurring all over the world. Baal's appearance, sometimes using force, sometimes using threats, and sometimes splitting the gods was. If I were like that, it would have been really difficult. I couldn't help but think. And so, I, who had entrusted the duty of being the king of the gods to Baal, spent a leisurely time continuing my personal research. The main research was to develop an automated prayer response device that automatically responds to prayers. Responding to the prayers of those who believe in the goddess of life is really a trivial matter, but it was the task with the largest volume. The volume was incredibly large, and the things I had to do were just to keep the families of the praying people healthy, to keep them from getting sick, to extend their lifespan. No, I wouldn't extend their lifespan. Most of what I had to do were prayers for the sick, so it was just a matter of keeping them from getting sick or something like that. And even then, I only listened to the prayers of those who were really desperate or had deep faith. But still, because of the large number of humans, I was suffering every day. But that's it. It's over today. Finally, I have completed the artificial intelligence that automatically processes human prayers, the so-called automated prayer processing system. Wow, I really struggled with various things. In a situation where there was nothing like artificial intelligence or anything, creating an existence that would process prayers in my place. I used the faith in the goddess of life, which has little value to me, to create a virtual goddess of life to replace me, and then made it operate using that faith. Of course, it doesn't actually exist, but it exists in a corner of my mind, like an AI secretary that works diligently on its own. The function is simple. When it detects someone's prayer, it identifies the person who prayed, checks the content of the prayer, and if it deems it appropriate, it automatically processes the prayer. Even such a simple function is enough to handle the countless prayers. This way, I was able to remove some of the many tasks that were piling up on me. What are you thinking about so much? Hurry up and focus on your work. Ah, yes. Of course, just because I created an automated prayer processing system that handles that work on its own doesn't mean I have no work left. Right now, I'm here in the afterlife, helping to process the dead. It's really a big problem that the number of humans has become too many, but these days, too many humans are dying. Moreover, most of them are sacrificed in the battles between the gods, not just those who died of natural causes. It's troublesome. It's really troublesome. At Kier's grumbling, I could only give an awkward smile. I know that Kiers is hinting at me in a way, wondering why I'm not doing it directly and instead passing the work on to someone like Baal, the god of the sky, and creating these problems. But what can I do? Baal is still a young god, so it will take time for him to become proficient in his work. And if I had done the work of the king of the gods, I wouldn't have had the leisure to come here and help in the afterlife. I wouldn't have had the time to create an automated prayer processing system for the prayers coming to the goddess of life either. So I'm not bad. What are you doing? Hurry up and get back to work. Ugh. What's with the ugh? You think you're cute just because you're like that. But I came here to help you guys. Can't you at least speak to me a little more kindly? Not until the goddess of life fulfilled her promise to me. Promise that, in exchange for becoming the administrator of the afterlife, she would prepare a place for the dragons to live after they die, right? Ah, that. I had put that off as a low priority since there were no dragons who had died of old age yet. That won't take long to make, so don't worry about it. Really? Would I lie to you? I would lie if I had to, but not now, and it's not that difficult to create an afterlife for the dragons either. Well then, I'll just trust the goddess of life, and if possible, I'd like you to add more administrators of the afterlife, but, that's impossible. Huh. At my words, Kier's expression crumbles. A sense of great despair is clearly visible. Why? Aren't there many new gods being born right now? If there are gods related to death among them, can't they be brought to the afterlife? Kier's words are imbued with a faint hope, but those words will not come true. They cannot be realized, because no more gods of death will be born. You already have the gods of death, and what you have is well known. No more gods of death can be born. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Gods are born from the fear and longing of humans for the unknown. But as for the afterlife, since it is somewhat known to the pilgrims of the goddess of life's shrine, there is no room for another god to be born naturally. Even if the fear of death grows, it will only increase the faith in the three administrators of the afterlife, and no new god of death will be born. If it were artificially created, it might be different, but just as I created an automated prayer processing system, if I were to create something like an automated afterlife trial assistance system, it might be helpful. Anyway, it's impossible naturally. Impossible unless humans imagine a new god of death. Then, can we bring in another gods and make them a gods of the afterlife? Bring in other gods and draft them as gods of the afterlife. It's not impossible, but if the god doesn't want to, it will be difficult. Those gods are all stubborn and won't listen. Anyway, I'm working on an artificial intelligence-like thing for work assistance. If I refine it a bit more, it should be able to perform at a level that can be used in the afterlife as well. That way, your burden might be reduced a little. I hope so, but what is artificial intelligence? Artificial intelligence. I have to explain that from the beginning. It's a manufactured intelligence, like an intelligence that's not born naturally but created by human hands. Created artificially, made by people, not gods. At my words, Kier's expression changes to one of having remembered something. Is that different from Talos? Talos. Why did Talos suddenly come up? Talos was also created by the goddess, but it has intelligence, right? Talos. No, that can't be. Talos is just a golem. I don't remember ever giving it any kind of intelligence. Whenever I go up to the surface to take a break from work, Talos always looks at me with eyes that seem to be saying it's suffering. Sometimes I even envy Talos just standing there motionlessly. No, I don't have any memory of giving Talos any kind of intelligence. Well, it may not have speech functions or anything, but you can tell from its gaze, can't you? Was that the case? I'm not sure. If Talos really does have intelligence, then all this time I've been struggling to create artificial intelligence. Was it all for nothing? If that's true, then I can't waste a moment. I'll be away for a bit. Wait a minute, goddess. Goddess. What am I supposed to do alone? The other two are on holiday today, but I'll be left alone. There's too much work for me to handle alone. Goddess. Leaving Kier's cries behind, I headed towards the Talos at the entrance of the afterlife. If Kier's words are true, then I can further improve the performance of the automated prayer processing system. Maybe I can even turn it into an artificial intelligence that can make its own judgments and decisions. So, I hurried towards the entrance of the afterlife. The giant of the Black Rock, the guardian deity of the underworld. Talos, the giant deity created by the goddess of life to protect the afterlife. The first golem and the first created deity. Among the many achievements of this giant, the most famous would be how he defended the afterlife from the demonic army of the Demon King. At the time, the afterlife was a place that existed as part of this world, even though it was a harsh environment for living beings. From the Demon King's perspective, it was a place that could not be left alone, as he sought to disturb the world. Therefore, the Demon King had sent his trusted subordinates and numerous demons to invade the afterlife. However, that army could not enter the afterlife. They tried to forcibly twist open the gates of the afterlife and descend below, but they could not pass through the gates guarded by Talos. The Demon King's army that was annihilated by Talos was the main force of the Demon King at the time, and if that force had remained intact, humanity would not have been able to endure for long. According to the general consensus, humanity was able to maintain its existence thanks to the indirect help of Talos. The created deity, Talos, standing at the first gate of the afterlife, the statue of Black Rock overlooking the souls passing through the gate with the Grim Reaper. Talos. I stared intently at Talos standing guard at the first gate. This guy is supposed to have intelligence. I didn't really design him with that in mind, though. Could Kiers be mistaken? Or did a bug somewhere cause intelligence to emerge? If intelligence really has emerged, if it has gained a mind, was the time it let the young girl who came to revive her parents pass through also not just a temporary malfunction but an intentional act? Did it develop compassion and send that girl further into the afterlife? I don't know. I really don't know. So, Talos, I should check this once. When I called out Talos' name, Talos silently turned his head to look at me. Inorganic eyes. No sense of emotion can be felt in those eyes. It's hard to believe this Talos has emotions, intelligence, but I can't help but confirm it. You have intelligence? I asked Talos the question, full of expectation. But Talos gave no answer. Well, that's to be expected. For a simple stone golem to have gained intelligence, that would be nonsense, wouldn't it? No matter that I am the goddess of life. If intelligence could be created that easily, then all the things I've made so far should have gained intelligence as well, right? Yeah, it was just nonsense after all. I must have been hooked by Kier's meaningless words, as I thought that's impossible. I buried the faint disappointment welling up in my heart and placed my hand on Talos' sturdy leg. If Talos really had intelligence, it could have been a great help at that moment. Talos faintly twitched. Hey, another twitch. What in the world? Talos. Talos remained motionless this time. Well, let's just give it a good hit and see. I've cast a spell that allows it to regenerate, so it's fine. So, I struck with a suitable amount of force. Bam. Blocking my fist is Talos' black greatsword. The immensely huge greatsword was holding back my punch. I don't think I gave Talos the kind of artificial intelligence that could freely block attacks when I created it. I just had it follow simple commands, didn't I? Which means, Talos, have you been deceiving me all this time? I feel just a tiny bit of betrayal. Clearly this golem, which I made without much thought, has gained self-awareness on its own and has been keeping it a secret from me. I'm just a tiny bit displeased, but oh well, I'll let it slide. The important thing now is to further examine the artificial intelligence that has spontaneously emerged in Talos. If you're honest about it now, I won't get angry. From when did you gain self-awareness? Talos still did not answer my question. Exercising the right to remain silent. Seems it still doesn't feel like talking. I clenched my fist again and raised my arm. A good hit should loosen its tongue, but Talos shook his head in what seemed like panic and started pointing to his own neck with his finger. Neck? Why the neck? Ah, it means it can't speak because it has no vocal cords. Right, a robot carved from rock wouldn't have vocal cords. You should have told me up front that you can't speak. Why did you pretend to lack intelligence? If you had just revealed earlier that you have intelligence, things would have been much smoother. I've been struggling to create an artificial intelligence when the sample was already here. Analyzing and investigating this existing sample would have made the difficulty level much lower. Talos began making various gestures and movements, seemingly wanting to convey something, but I couldn't make out what it was. It's entertaining to watch the huge colossus move its body so dynamically, but I can't really understand it. Vaguely pointing to the ground, holding up 3 fingers and then lying down on the ground, Talos, 3 things underground. Is it referring to the 3 gods of death and lying down? Collapsing, falling, we rely on your support. Read at https://Novoplex.org. Donate now. The 3 gods of death stretch out. Upon hearing my words, Talos shook his head slightly, then pointed to his own chest with his thumb and then pointed to the ground, spreading 3 fingers. Himself and the 3 gods of death. Ah, could it be? Did you pretend to be unintelligent because you thought you'd work until you were as stretched as the death gods? Talos then nodded his head slightly. Wow, this guy. It seems that just like the 3 gods who are constantly being torn apart for the judgment of the afterlife, he also remained silent about having intelligence, fearing that he would become a slave to the work. How vexing. But your assigned task is different from theirs in the first place. The gatekeeper of the afterlife and the gods of death cannot be the same. Even if you have intelligence, I wouldn't have you take on that role. Talos then placed his hand on his chest and swept it down as if relieved. HMPH. How vexing. Truly vexing. Well, even though I find it vexing, I can't really use this guy for the afterlife's judgments. After all, he can't even speak. I wonder if modifying him a bit could make him able to speak, but, it might not be possible to modify him right away due to the regeneration magic. Anyway, that's a hassle, so let's leave that aside. Instead, I want if you take on the work of the gods of death. Instead, I'll have to investigate you a bit. At my words, Talos stepped back hesitantly. I wonder what he's so afraid of now. Don't worry, it'll be over soon. Just lie down and look at the ceiling and it'll be done. I won't completely disassemble and investigate you, you know. I just want to examine the artificial intelligence a bit. But Talos was still uneasy about that and kept distancing himself from me. Clang. My magic-created iron chains wrapped around Talos' body, restraining him. All right, let's take a look at your back. No, I don't really need to look at your back. I just need to investigate the details of your body, that's all. And so, I thoroughly examined Talos' body to investigate how his artificial intelligence was created. Investigating Talos did not take very long. Most of the statue parts remained unchanged, but I was able to discover a strange crystallization of magic concentrated in his chest cavity. I did not put this in when I created Talos, but for some reason, there was this peculiar magical crystal at the center of his chest. Perhaps this is what awakened Talos' self-awareness. The crystal resembled a magical stone, but its composition was completely different. At the core was my magic that I used to create Talos, and it was surrounded by a dense concentration of magic. When I touched the magical crystal, I could sense Talos' will, so this seems to be the core that formed his artificial intelligence. If the magic I used to create Talos has coalesced like this, then could it mean that any object I create with my magic could potentially awaken self-awareness like Talos? For example, a hero sword. No, that's probably just a unique case with Talos. He is a massive humanoid figure, made with a great deal of my magic, and is known to humans as the gatekeeper of the afterlife, so he has likely gained a certain degree of faith. That process may have led to the awakening of his self-awareness. Anything else would be unreasonable. Maybe. I stood up, ignoring Talos, who had fallen to the ground and remained motionless. Ah, good. Now I should combine the information I gathered from investigating Talos with the automated processing system to create an even more sophisticated divine being. First, I'll make a divine being to assist with the work of the afterlife. Most souls take a long time to have their entire lifetimes reviewed, which slows down the processing of judgments, except for those with extremely deep transgressions that require close examination. A created divine being that can automatically summarize and organize this information, like an interactive AI in another world, would greatly aid the work of the afterlife. This is what was created, the High Intelligence Auto Death Evaluation System, shortened to Hades. If you think the English sounds strange, please overlook it. I first attached the name Hades and then roughly matched the initials, so I didn't really think about the grammar. What is this? It's like a secretary to assist with your work. Kiers, who had become half-dead due to the overwhelming workload. Half of her body was already a corpse. Kiers, who had almost become a complete corpse due to me skipping work to complete Hades, looked at me with distrustful eyes. This black obelisk. A black obelisk made by cutting and smoothing the black rocks of the afterlife. It is placed behind the chairs of the gods of the afterlife, so that the souls receiving judgment cannot see it. If this obelisk functions properly, it can greatly reduce the workload of the afterlife. It's hard to believe the words of a goddess who didn't do her work properly. It was a step back for 2 steps forward. Ignoring the grumbling Kiers, I placed my hand on the black obelisk. Here, I will put my magic that will be the power source, and a part of the faith directed towards the goddess of life, and specifically the end of life and the new beginning that follows death woven together and placed into the obelisk. Woo-woo. A small tremor can be heard from the obelisk. Good, it's working properly. After a short time, a girl with an appearance almost identical to mine appeared on the black obelisk. The difference is that her hair is black and she doesn't have the dragon's horns. Well, to be precise, it's a kind of avatar or manifestation that I've created by separating a part of myself as a goddess. So it's natural that it resembles me. High Intelligence Auto Death Evaluation System Hades. Activating. Beginning work assistance. The black-haired version of me on the black obelisk spoke softly in my voice. Wow. Kier's reaction to the proper functioning of Hades' work processing capability was just a small exclamation. No, it's probably all she could do besides just letting out an exclamation. With Hades assisting in analyzing the life of the souls being judged, summarizing their sins and good deeds, the task of judging tens of thousands of souls would not be that difficult. However, even Hades was not perfect in every aspect. This judgment seems a bit harsh. Let me see. I see. Hades punished a woman for stealing bread to feed her starving child by stoning her to death. Other gods of death would have shown leniency considering the mother's intention to save her child, and waited for the child to arrive in the afterlife before passing judgment. But Hades lacked such compassion. It's good to make quick judgments, but this part is a bit problematic. Well, this system was created to assist you after all. I had separated a part of my divinity to create it, but I had no intention of making it an independent deity. Still, its fast summarizes well and will definitely be helpful. Yes, that's right. With this fellow, even with just one of you, Hades can do the work of 3. Previously, 2 out of 3 had to be present for the afterlife to function normally. And the most important thing, by using this fellow to continue the trials and inputting the results, Hades will learn from the trial results itself. Learn. Yes, based on the results of countless trials, it will learn and become faster, able to handle the ever-increasing number of humans. When that time comes, you will praise me for creating this Hades. Is that so? I nodded slightly. The number of humans had not yet reached hundreds of millions, but in a few thousand years, when it reaches billions, it will become truly horrific. Perhaps a war will break out with tens of millions of humans dying. No, that cannot happen. It must not happen. I cannot allow such a terrible war to occur. Anyway, as time passes, more and more humans will be born and die. I was preparing in advance. Anyway, if you could have made such a good thing, I wish you had done it sooner. This is the result of my continued research. I looked at the black obelisk, the version of me without the dragon's horns and with black hair, busily working. It looks quite cute, but this Hades won't get tired or anything. Since it's my avatar, its power source is connected to me, so as long as nothing happens to me, it won't have any problems. Unless I cut off the connection from my side, and by using that connection. And like this, I can connect my consciousness to Hades. When the me inside the black panel spoke, Kears was greatly surprised. Didn't see that coming, did you? If there is an urgent matter that requires calling me, you can summon me through Hades. Yes, that's quite good. There were times when I wanted to ask the goddess of life's opinion on certain judgments. Don't call me for judgments. I mean if there's a problem that can't be solved without me. Understood. I'll let the other two gods know as well. Good. I don't have to worry too much about the afterlife anymore. With this, I've relieved a major concern. Great. Next, I'll further improve the automated prayer processing system for the goddess of life and entrust even more work to it, roughly, in the direction of delegating all the duties of the goddess of life, bit by bit, as I divide the work among my avatars. Someday the world will run on its own without me doing anything. When that time comes, I can hibernate to my heart's content without any problems. I can sleep for hundreds of years at a time. When that time comes, I can be free from at least some of my responsibilities. During the performance testing in Hades with Kears and while helping with the judgment of souls. Ah, found you. A different voice was heard from behind. I've been searching for a while, Mom. If I hadn't met Moros, I wouldn't have known. Sagarmatha. Yes, it's me. What? Sagarmatha. Why Sagarmatha? The agreed-upon period to stay together had already passed, even though I had left the afterlife earlier due to some business. But the end date had already passed. 1 year. The time we agreed to stay together, but Mom left even before the 1 year was up. You broke the promise, Mom. No, the predetermined date has already passed, so it's over, isn't it? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now, but Mom. You left in the middle. No matter how important the business in the afterlife was, you had promised me first. No, the afterlife business is extremely important to maintain the balance of this world. It was you, Mom, who said you'd stay with me for 1 year. That was an important promise. It's not like you to break a promise. Ugh. No, I only left a few days earlier. To be pressured like this for that. But it's true that I didn't fulfill the full period I had agreed to stay with Sagarmatha. Ugh, so what do you want me to do? 1 year, stay with me again, that's enough. Did you come all the way to the afterlife just for that? Yes, because a mom's job is the most important thing. Really, what a troublesome child. All right, I can't really say anything since I broke the promise first. I've more or less finished the business in the afterlife anyway. Okay, then let's go back, Mom. I sighed softly as I watched Sagarmatha grab my arm and pull me. I then told Kears, it's more or less settled like this, so I'll leave the remaining matters related to Hades to you. Just explain the basics to the other two, that should be enough. If anything happens, summon me through Hades. Ah, yes. Goodbye. Kears could only see me off, perhaps overwhelmed by Sagarmatha's presence. Well, it's understandable. To the dragon Kears, Sagarmatha, one of the ancestors of the dragons, would feel like an immensely superior ancestor. Leaving the silent Kears behind, I was then transported by Sagarmatha's hold. Nidavellir, the grand dwarven city located deep beneath the massive mountain range surrounding the sacred Mount Sagarmatha, a city that other races cannot enter without a proper invitation. I was walking through the streets of this city. The underground city was lit so brightly that it was hard to believe it was underground, illuminated by lights containing luminescent stones. Such a surreal scenery that ordinary humans would never be able to witness, even if they died and were reborn. Ah, but this was not the time to be marveling at the city's landscape. I referred to the signs around me and headed towards my destination, Building 11 on Road 75 in the Southeast District. 75-11. This must be it. I took a deep breath in front of the sizable mansion, then grabbed the ring on the door and knocked. Thud, thud. The metal ring and the door collided, creating a loud sound, and after a short time, a voice from beyond the door was heard. Who is it? Is this the house of H. Wang Dinjiong? T/N. I hope this name only appears for a while and then disappears. I mean, did you even read his full name? Can you even remember it? Human, why are you looking for the master? The owner of the cautious voice. It was a natural reaction in a way. H. Wang Dinjiong, that dwarf who is called false gold by those who despise him, was a dwarf who was involved in dishonorable affairs, but he had amassed tremendous wealth. Tell him that an archaeologist has come to see him. An archaeologist? Yes, that's enough. I said that and adjusted the paper I had kept in my pocket. I don't need to show this. I had to take it out when I came to Nidavellir, but the paper that was evidence of the favor I had done for H. Wangdingjong was something I couldn't easily take out, because for a stubborn dwarf who doesn't listen to others' words, especially a wealthy dwarf, the evidence of the favor I had done was worth a great deal of silver. After a short time, the massive door opened. Please come in. The master is waiting for you. I was able to enter the grand mansion. After passing through the corridor decorated with magnificent sculptures and artworks, I passed by the statue of a dwarf with a massive hammer planted on the ground. This hammer, the one I found, the ground crusher, a weapon that can be called an artifact. To use it as a decoration for the statue of an ancestor, how interesting. Well, I heard it was a precious heirloom made by H. Wangdingjong's ancestors. It can't be used as a weapon carelessly, so using it as a decoration is appropriate. I then passed through a slightly smaller door for humans and entered the room. And it's been a while, archaeologist. Your frail body is still the same. It's been a while, H. Wangdingjong. The old dwarf with a golden beard, H. Wangdingjong, welcomed me. Indeed, if I can rely on H. Wangdingjong's power, will I be able to find clues about Baal? I don't know, but I hope I can find them. So the archaeologist who said he would never see my face again has come to seek me out. What's the reason? H. Wangdingjong's words were laced with hint of sarcasm. Back then, well, he had a point. After all the hardship I went through to obtain the relic, I'd be furious if someone just took it away in exchange for money and a letter. But that was then, this is now. I'm looking for something and I'm at a limit on my own, so I need help. I don't know what you're looking for, but the fact that you've come to me means it's no ordinary item. All right. Do you need money? It's not just about needing money. I've heard that dwarves have a record repository that only a select few can access. At my words, H. Wangdingjong's face showed a slight surprise. A record repository? Why are you looking for that? The information I'm seeking now is knowledge that has not been left to humans. I've heard that the dwarves' obsession with records surpasses human imagination, so I thought there might be something that humans have forgotten in the dwarves' record repository. H. Wangdingjong stroked his golden beard, lost in thought. Will he really let me into the record repository? I don't know. I think the chances are 50-50. But H. Wangdingjong might impose other conditions as well. There is no precedent for a human entering the record repository. But since you returned the ground crusher, I'll try to help you. Really? But there is a condition. A condition? H. Wangdingjong's golden eyes looked straight at me. I could see the greed lurking in the corner of those eyes, but since I had no choice, I had to follow his words. Make me your patron. Patron. Yes, I don't know what you're looking for, but seeing you come to me, the one you said you'd never see again, to search for clues, it must be no ordinary thing. I couldn't say anything. Would H. Wangdingjong believe me if I told him I was looking for clues about the king of the gods? No. Is it even okay to carelessly mention the existence of that being in the first place? Half the rights to what you find. Then I'll do my best to support you as your patron. Half. Whether it's a tangible object or intangible knowledge, half the rights. Of course, I'll help you as much as I can with anything you need, and I'll provide financial support if necessary. You're a capable tomb raider. No, archaeologist, so it's worth that much. About the position of a co-discoverer, if you will. What do you think? H. Wangdingjong's lips, hidden under his golden beard, were curved in a greedy smile. Should I accept this greedy dwarf's proposal? No, I don't even have a choice in the first place. What am I hesitating about? If I don't take his hand, I won't get anything, and if I do, I'll get the patronage of one of the wealthiest dwarves. I had no right to hesitate. All right, I promise. I will give you half the rights to what I find. Good. You've thought it through well. H. Wangdingjong stretched out his short arm and offered me his hand. His hand, which had not held a hammer-like object for a long time, had little callus, unlike a typical dwarf's hand. I did not refuse that hand of desire. So, can you tell me what you're looking for? As expected, it came to this. I glanced back at the door behind me. Is it okay to speak freely in this room? Won't my voice leak out? Are you worried about your voice leaking out? H. Wangdingjong, sensing my concern, pressed something on the desk. A faint magical barrier then descended along the walls. This is a trick to maintain secrecy. Within this barrier, your voice won't leak out, It cost a pretty penny, but it does its job well. Indeed, a barrier using mage stones. How dwarven. In this now secret space, I told H. Wangdongjong what I was looking for. 1 year, time spent with Sagarmatha again. Well, it wasn't too bad. Sometimes other kids would come and play with us. Somehow, Sagarmatha seemed displeased that other kids were coming to visit. Aren't they your siblings? Why are you so displeased? But now Mom has to be mine exclusively. Oh, I'm not an object to be monopolized. I lightly tapped Sagarmatha's head. Well, thanks to that, I was able to do this and that leisurely. I had automated some of my duties as the goddess of life, and had also taken care of the creator dragon god's business related to the lizard men. Cloud Whale also seemed to have matured and started doing his job properly. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now perhaps because the problems caused by the various gods were more than the conflicts between the tribes. The intertribal conflicts have been relatively quiet lately. The children also come to visit me sometimes and spend time with me. I should have automated things earlier. Convenience is the best after all. Thanks to that, unless Ball comes to ask for help, I've been very relaxed. Gaia, just like now, Ball, didn't I tell you to contact me in advance before coming? Thanks to that, the Sagarmatha sitting next to me has become angry again. Her face is flushed, looking like a volcano about to erupt. Never mind that, help me, I can't take it anymore. Can't take it anymore. Those foolish gods, now they've gone beyond conflicts between the gods and are starting territorial battles between factions. Territorial battles? What's that? What on earth did they do to start a territorial battle? I didn't do anything. They're just fighting over territories on their own. What on earth is going on? Tell me the details calmly. I gently pulled Sagarmatha over and used my lap as a pillow, then covered her eyes with my hand to prevent her from bursting out in anger and asked Ball. Well, you see. After listening to Ball's explanation, I was able to grasp the general situation. There is a kind of land grab war going on among the gods right now, where they are trying to steal each other's faith from the humans. Since gods derive their power from the faith of humans, the more believers they have, the stronger they become. Therefore, there is constant conflict among the gods who desire more human faith, and Baal, the king of the gods, has been mediating these conflicts. But now, the gods have started forming alliances with gods from the same cultural sphere and friendly relations, and have begun to plunder the faith of other gods. It's a kind of religious war, so to speak. Even though Baal suppresses and punishes individual gods, the allied gods continue to be active, and if he tries to restrain a large number of gods at once, the vacuum left behind causes other gods to cause problems. While explaining, Baal was getting more and more agitated, and I had to stop him from frying everything with lightning bolts. I see. It's like a game of territorial control strategy simulation, like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, territorial control strategy simulation. There's a game like that. It seems that Baal alone cannot handle the situation of this religious war where they steal and are stolen from in terms of faith. It's really like the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Placing Baal in the position of the emperor-like king of the gods, it makes sense. Anyway, with the gods fighting each other, a lot of humans are being sacrificed too. No matter how much I try to stop them, it never ends, and I don't know what to do. These godlike beings are really problematic. If only they could fight through faith propagation instead of direct conflict, prohibiting physical clashes even among the believers. If I prepare some kind of safety mechanism like that, the problem might be alleviated. Maybe I should just restrict the gods from manifesting on the mortal realm. Wouldn't that be problematic? That way even the gods who don't fight might become an issue. I nodded at Baal's words. Then what should I do? Let's establish and announce the rules. Rules? Yes. If there are rules to be followed, we can punish those who violate them. If some of the allied gods are causing problems, we can collectively hold them accountable so those gods won't be able to act recklessly. Will that be enough? If that's not enough, can't you just zap the gods who have undermined the authority of the king of the gods with lightning? Honestly, the gods have been causing these problems more than once. It's getting tiresome, so we need to put them in their place properly. Establishing the rules is to create a justification for that suppression. You can ask Shamash for help with the rules, as she's an expert on law and regulations. I can help you announce the rules after they are established. Okay, thank you, Gaia. I'll go now. Baal left the room with a brighter expression than when he came in. Well, even if there are rules, the gods probably won't behave obediently. As long as they don't find loopholes in the rules to cause problems, that would be fortunate. But I'll trust the experienced Shamash to carefully establish the rules. If it still doesn't work after some time, I can always erect a barrier to prevent the gods from manifesting in the human world. Even if gods emerge who lose their faith due to being cut off from humans, it's their own fault for causing the trouble. Mom. What is it, Sagarmatha? Sagarmatha, who was resting her head on my lap with her eyes closed, spoke quietly. I really disliked that guy. I gently stroked Sagarmatha's head and said softly, "Don't be too harsh. It's thanks to him working as the king of the gods that I've gained some leisure. If I were in Baal's position, in this world the existence of gods would have been only me and my children. The god of the sky." Huandonking's expression changed to one of bewilderment after hearing my story. Well, it's only natural. If someone claims to be searching for a gods that no one has ever heard of, anyone would react that way. It might be a fanciful story like a fairy tale, but my intuition was telling me that there was something about the king of the gods. You have any concrete clues? Thanks to obtaining a fragment of a small stone tablet, I've started searching, but other than that, there are no other clues. No clues at all. It's quite ambitious of you to think of searching for something like that. My intuition is telling me that there is something to this name. Huandonking's expression became somewhat skeptical of my words. So it's just an intuition, huh? Honestly, it's a hard story to believe, but, well, there seems to be some inexplicable power to your intuition. Huandonking chuckled and nodded his head. Shall we try our luck with this reckless gamble? I hesitate to say this, but is that really okay? Honestly, the chances of finding anything are quite low. Well, my life has already been full of gambling, so adding one more won't make much difference. And this forgotten god? There are many forgotten gods, but the title of the king of the gods has piqued my interest. Huandonking let out a hearty laugh and said, "The chances of success are low, but if we succeed, great honor and prosperity will come our way, so isn't it worth the gamble?" I also nodded at those words. I too had the same thoughts as Huandonking, and had started my investigation using this meager fragment of a stone tablet as a clue. That's why I could understand his sentiments. Baal and Shamash had established various rules and communicated them to the gods. It seems they had put some thought into it, and the gist of the rules was as follows. 1. Prohibition of the gods' indiscriminate descent to the human world, except for those whose main body is on earth. 2. Prohibition of direct combat between the gods, especially the prohibition of direct plundering of another god's faith. 3. Drawing boundary lines between cultural spheres, prohibiting gods from invading other cultural spheres where their faith does not exist. Well, the method of propagating faith through believers and exerting influence on other cultural spheres through that was not blocked. Anyway, it seems to have been organized in that general direction. Apparently due to the gods' constant fighting and causing chaos, even the mostly non-bellicose gods generally welcomed it. And there will be punishment from Gaia for violations. Why is this included? But Gaia is a goddess recognized by all the other gods. If Gaia herself directly punishes, the other gods will all accept and comply with it, won't they? Baal's words were nodded in agreement by Shamash, who was standing behind him. This fellow is using me. Mom, can't we just chase this guy away? Sagarmatha, who seemed to genuinely dislike Baal, began grumbling without even sparing a glance at Baal. Just when Mom and I were resting together, now you've brought Shamash too, interfering with our time. I really hate this. Sagarmatha, calm down, this is necessary. But I just don't like it. Shamash too. Why is she coming here with that guy to disturb the time just the two of us, Mom and I, have? Sagarmatha, who was unusually talkative, was truly a troublesome child. It will be over soon, so calm down. Okay, finish it quickly. After calming Sagarmatha by letting her rest her head on my lap, I looked at Baal and Shamash and said, "Let's finish this before Sagarmatha gets even more upset." So how are the gods doing now? Thanks to the new rules, they've calmed down a bit now. The conflicts have stopped, and it seems they're generally focusing on consolidating their power. That's good to hear. It's a good thing that conflicts between the gods have decreased. But there was one request that came from among the gods. A request. Yes, a request, and it's for Gaia. A request for me, from the gods. Those guys, what annoying thing are they trying to make me do now? What kind of request is it? The gods are asking you to give them a name. A name? Ball nodded slightly. No, suddenly a name. Did the other gods already have names? That doesn't make sense. There can't be gods without names. Are they just asking me to give them a new name? To abandon their current names? What's that about? Can't they just keep using their own names? They all must have names already. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now, what a bother. Sagar Matha. I covered Sagar Matha's eyes again as she started grumbling. Looks like she really dislikes Baal. They said they will faithfully follow the rules if the goddess grant their request. Can't Baal do that yourself? I find it annoying. They want Gaia to give them the name. They wish the supreme god to bestow them a name. At those words I sighed softly. The supreme god, Baal, you're the king of the gods, aren't you? While I may hold the position of the king of the gods, I can't deny that I pale in comparison to Gaia. Gaia possessed immense power as a goddess even before my existence, and you have the most believers. No, that was when there were no other gods. Is it something like a first mover advantage? How annoying. I've greatly reduced the number of pilgrims, but it's still a lot. Ugh, it might be a bit annoying, but please, Gaia. And if Gaia gives them a name, I think we can use that name to suppress the other gods. Gaia did say before that your true name holds tremendous power, right? Seems like the other gods want to obtain that kind of power for themselves. That's a taunting remark I made to Baal before, so it spread as a rumor, and the content has even changed a bit. Well, it's just a bit annoying, so I don't really mind. Well, compared to the things I've done before, this is nothing. Can you make a list of the gods' details who want a name and bring it over so I can give it a try? It's annoying, but I can't help it. This is the name you asked for. Take it with a grain of salt. I should just slap a bunch of names from that other world's gods. I really hate this. I'll let Sagar Matha's low murmur slide. Yeah, so when can I enter the archive? When? I'll need to get the permit, so it should be ready by tomorrow. Tomorrow, that fast? H. Wang Dingjong chuckled and stroked his beard. It'll take a little trickery, but I'll get the permit and you can use it. I use H. Wang Dingjong's permit. That's possible. I don't have a beard like you and I'm quite tall. I'll ignore your discriminatory remark. And the Dwarven Archive isn't the kind of place you're imagining. Not the kind of place I'm imagining, so not just a regular library. You'll see tomorrow. I just nodded slightly at H. Wang Dingjong's words, and the next day. Here, I've obtained the permit. You can use this to access the archive. What H. Wang Dingjong handed me was a thin, flat stone tablet, a smooth, jet-black surface about the size of an open book. What is this? I've taken care of all the necessary procedures, so just press the button next to it. Following H. Wang Dingjong's instructions, I gently pressed the small protrusion next to the stone tablet. Whoosh! The black stone tablet began to emit light. This is the pinnacle of Dwarven technology, data slate, an information processing board, if you will. Of course, it's classified, so you'll have to keep the secret about this item. Classified, I've certainly never heard of such an item being in the possession of the dwarves before. Press the book-shaped icon on the first rectangle that appears on the panel. Then, press the white part at the top and enter what you're looking for in the space below, and it will search for the relevant titles. Following H. Wang Dingjong's instructions, I awkwardly operated the stone tablet. Smooth letters written on the stone tablet. First, let's search for information on mythology. Mythology, myths and legends of the world, the primordial myths and the 7 gods, the goddess of life, the Pantheon 495th year of the Empire edition, and so on. This feels quite extraordinary. Selecting a title from the list will automatically display the contents of that book. To cancel the displayed book and go back, press the arrow at the bottom. I tried operating it as H. Wang Dingjong had said. The screen on the stone tablet quickly changed, and it was an incredibly fascinating device. If humans had such a device, the very concept of a library building would become meaningless. That information processing board is connected to the archive, so search diligently. It uses magic to operate, so if you run out of magic, you can recharge it with the mana stones in this pouch. The recharging method is to press the small groove at the back, and it will automatically recharge. Just as H. Wang Dingjong said, there was a small groove at the back. Recharging with mana stones, how fascinating. Well, I have other matters to attend to. I'll be going now. I hope you have a fruitful outcome. Oh, and needless to say, it's best not to take that slate out of Nidavellir. There's a tracking spell on it, so the Dwarven assassination squad will come after you. With that, H. Wangdingjong left the room, leaving behind the slate in a pouch. I should suppress my greed. It's a somewhat unfamiliar device, but I'll get used to it. And so, I began to explore various information through the Dwarven Information Processing Board. First, let's take a look at the information on mythology recorded by the dwarves. And so I gave new names to the gods. I didn't want to do Greek mythology, Egyptian mythology, Norse mythology, Indian mythology, because they are a bit too large in scale, but whatever. I also took names from Chinese mythology, Celtic mythology, and Aztec mythology and attached them generously. If it weren't for Wikipedia, I would have been in trouble. The mythology I remembered had its limits. At most, it was just Greek and Roman mythology, a little bit of Norse, and maybe a bit of Egyptian. Of course, the gods that exist in this world do not perfectly correspond one-to-one with the gods of the other worlds, so I couldn't attach the names completely. For example, Zeus or Thor. For most of the Earth gods, I took the names from mythology or borrowed place names on Earth. Interestingly, among the gods I named, there were several dragons that are worshipped as gods by humans. Well, perhaps due to my influence. Dragons were generally quite friendly towards other life forms. Unless they are attacked first, they are unlikely to bother others. If humans prostrate themselves and make requests, those children will usually grant them. It is natural that they would be accepted as benevolent beings and worshipped as gods. Anyway, let's move on from the deified dragons. With their new names, the gods who did not stray from their own cultural realm ceased their conflicts and focused on self-improvement. The most powerful of these cultural realms was the group of gods who called themselves the Olympians, taking the names from Greek mythology. Based in Arcadia and a little to the west, they established themselves in various city-states, wielding the familiarity with humans as a weapon and exerting their influence as anthropomorphic deities. Well, due to being too close to humans, they often incurred the wrath of the gods and suffered bloodshed. But Baal scolded them harshly for that, so it should be fine now. Incidentally, the Olympians were the most fiercely fighting gods in the conflicts between the gods. If they hadn't been fighting so intensely, the number of gods might have been about 5 times the current number. Next were the animal-headed gods, causing a commotion around Ifrit. Names taken from Egyptian mythology were given to these gods, born from the beastmen who adapted to the harsh desert environment. They are mainly believed in by the beastmen living close to the desert and some people in the mage city of Procyon. The people of Procyon mainly believe in the sacred flame Ifrit, but faith is a free thing. There is no one to criticize them for believing in other gods as well. Calling themselves the Ennead, they use their power to imitate human magic and perform various miracles, gradually transforming the desert land into a more fertile one. Well, now that they've given up on war, they're doing quite a good thing. Since it's forbidden to steal away the faith of other gods, they have no choice but to increase their number of believers and grow their faith. It's a natural progression from plunder to agriculture. Next, to the east of the great forest where Yggdrasil stands, near the icy northern continent, are the gods who call themselves the Aesir. These are the gods who took the names from Norse mythology. Perhaps born from the hardy humans living in the harsh northern continent, these gods have a rather rough character, sandwiched between the elven great forest to the west, the dwarven Sagarmatha to the southeast, and the realm of the giants to the north. Honestly, it's hard to say their power is great, but perhaps because of that, their bellicosity and combat prowess are not inferior to the gods of other cultural realms. A notable point is that the Betelgeuse battlefield where the conflict between elves and dwarves unfolds is located near their territory. Of course, just because they are the Aesir, they can't carelessly interfere with the elves or dwarves. If they accidentally provoke Yggdrasil or Sagarmatha, the Aesir will be utterly destroyed. Even though they are a powerful gathering of gods compared to my children, the difference is immense. Well, the 3 largest powers are like that, and there are gods in the southeastern part of that continent, such as Lakapala or Kunlun in the east, and several other small gods that are not part of any power. If I were to list them all, it would never end, so let's wrap it up here. Come to think of it, there was a very unusual gods, the faith of the lizard men, a god born from the distortion of the faith in the creator dragon god and the destruction dragon god which had spread to humans. In a way, you could call that god my avatar. Its name is Quetzalcoatl. Well, it was a bit distorted, but perhaps because its root was me. As soon as it came to receive the name from me, it was instantly subjugated to me. In a way, it's like a copy of the creator dragon god faith that originated from me. It's only natural that it would submit to me as soon as it faced me. But I thought it might be useful, so I reconstructed it as a god with a certain degree of autonomy and started delegating tasks to it. After that, I entrusted it with the management of the lizard men or the humans who believe in the creator dragon god faith, as if it were one of the incarnations of the creator dragon god, such as selecting the grand priests of the lizard men or choosing the grand sorcerers. By the way, I made sure that they absolutely do not perform human sacrifices. This world can run well even without human blood and flesh. Such meaningless sacrifices are unnecessary. Is this the end? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. After the last god I named bowed in greeting and left, I stretched lightly. Good, I don't have to worry about the gods anymore. The rules have been set, the territories have been divided, and it seems to be developing into a system that can run well even without my interference. Good work, Mom. I'm sorry to you, Sagarmatha. I've been so busy with work that I've taken away our time together. To think that I even provided the venue for interviewing the other gods. It's okay. Watching you work was fun enough for me. I don't understand what's so fun about watching me work, but if Sagarmatha is satisfied, then that's good. But I didn't realize there were so many gods. There were so many of them. It's thanks to the remarkable advancement of human intelligence. Humans who have gained wisdom question everything, and they find the existence of gods as the answer to their questions. In order to solve their questions, humans have overlaid the existence of gods on all natural things, and as a result, countless gods have been born in this world. But it's still relatively few. Most of the gods are gods of natural objects after all. In the future, maybe humans will fill everything with the existence of gods. The touch of the gods will be present in every human emotion, and every action and every thought will have the gods as the cause. Thinking about that, I don't like it a little. It feels as though humans are becoming mere puppets of the gods. If humans progress a little further from here, will they start to deny the existence of gods? If they unravel the truth by elucidating the phenomena, will they strip away the existence of the gods? If an era comes when gods are denied, then at that time, can I also cease to be a goddess? I don't know. That doesn't seem bad either. Instead of being the goddess of life no, it would be better to call myself a dragon. I wonder if I can exist as just a dragon. I don't know. It could be possible or it might not be. I don't know which direction the future of humans will go. I hope it goes in a desirable direction. But Mom, what is it? Sagarmatha, who was sitting next to me, spoke in an unusually serious tone. You have an ideal type. Ideal type? What is this kid suddenly asking about? Or, are you trying to raise that kid named Baal as your companion? What are you talking about? That's impossible, isn't it? Baal as my companion. That's impossible, isn't it? Although that kid's appearance is a bit prettier than it seems at first glance, I've never even imagined having a companion, so don't say such things. It's not like having a companion is absolutely necessary. If a companion was absolutely necessary, but still not Baal. Baal is. That child is still young, you see. At least it would be difficult unless he become an equal existence to me. In that case, rather than Baal, Erebus. Why did Erebus suddenly cross my mind for a moment? That ungrateful child who ran away and caused a ruckus. Why did he come to my mind? No way. Absolutely not. Right. Mom doesn't have such thoughts, does she? Sagarmatha, who heard my words, had a rare expression of joy on her face. Does it make her that happy that I maintain a single life? Well, if I were to welcome a companion, it would mean a new father figure for Sagarmatha. She might not like that. So I spent time gently kneading the face of the constantly grinning Sagarmatha, as if her facial muscles were malfunctioning. The convenient tools of the dwarves. Using the information processing board to find traces of the king of the gods, Baal, was not an easy task. While searching for information on mythology and reading through it, I was constantly distracted by related documents that would suddenly appear next to me, and then the related documents of those related documents, and so on. To be honest, half the time I spent in the Dwarven archives was spent looking at these related documents, not the ones I had originally searched for. Furthermore, the range of information that would pop up as related was so broad. Documents discussing the breeds of Sirius, the guardian deity of the pantheon. For example, what on earth were those doing there? Well, there's nothing to be done. As someone who once studied theology, I was well aware of the value of the countless books in the Dwarven archives. I couldn't afford to miss even the most trivial piece of information. They were just too precious to overlook. After spending day after day like this, there's nothing at all. I realized that the dwarves had no information at all about the king of the gods or the name Baal. Was this too even for the dwarves' vast knowledge? But if that's the case, the only place I might be able to find related information would be the elves. But the elves are even more closed off than the dwarves. Even if I, as a human with no connection to the elves, were to get permission to enter Elfheim, it would take months. Unfortunately, I have no ties to those elves, so that's a dead end. If the dwarves don't have it and the elves are out of the question, then the beings who might know about the king of the gods, Baal, would be the god of wisdom. No, that won't work. If the fact that I'm searching for an obscure deity hidden in history were to be discovered, it wouldn't just end with my death. There must be a reason why it's been buried in history. I let out a small sigh. What should I do? How? It's like being faced with a dead end, with the tangled path I've walked behind me making it impossible to tell which way is right. What can I do? Is this truly the limit of a mere human's power? As I was sighing like that, Wang Dingjiong came to see me and clicked his tongue briefly, saying, "What, have you already given up?" Wang Dingjiong. The archaeologist I know wasn't the kind of person to give up at a dead end. The boar-like person who would charge towards his goal without regard for the means. Where has he gone? Back then, there were faint clues, you see. It wasn't as hopeless a situation as this. At my words, Wang Dingjiong shook his slightly and said, "But don't you have a clue? That fragment of the stone tablet with the writing on it. But how could this stone fragment be more of a clue than it already is? Unless the stone can speak. It may not have a mouth, but it can still provide various information. Various information. As for the dating that can be obtained from the tablet, I've already tried that. Tusk. So you've only tried that much, have you?" Wang Dingjiong looked at me with a pitying gaze, then held out his hand. "Give me the fragment. With the advanced technology of the dwarves, we can find out when and how this fragment was made, as well as the region where the stone was sourced." Unusually for a dwarf, his hands were free of calluses. Dwarves are known to be a loyal race, steadfast in their gratitude and vengeance, but is it really the right choice to hand over the only clue I have, the stone tablet fragment, to Wang Dingjiong, who has already betrayed me once before? But the fact is, in this situation, I have no other answers. I let out a small sigh and took the fragment wrapped in cloth from my pocket, placing it in Wang Dingjiong's palm. You've thought this through well. I'll return it after the necessary procedures are complete. Oh, and a small piece from the edge would be all right to cut off, wouldn't it? As long as it's not the part with the writing, that's fine." At my words, Wang Dingjiong nodded and put the wrapped fragment in his pocket. "But were you really so desperate for a clue that you were ready to give up?" I didn't realize it had gotten to this point. It feels as if all information about the king of the gods has been completely erased. Erased, you say? Wang Dingjiong pondered my words. Then, what about looking for it in something other than mythology? Something else. If it's not even in the great book of all gods list, which is said to contain the names of all the gods, then it must have been thoroughly erased. So if we can't find any traces in anything related to mythology, there's a possibility that the traces may remain in something other than mythology. For example, fairy tales that children hear. Fairy tales. Certainly, the origins of many fairy tales are said to be the same as mythology. At least in the fairy tales I know, there is no mention of the sky or similar entities. Of course, there's a high possibility that they've hidden its identity, but at least in the fairy tales I know, the sky has never appeared directly. At least in the fairy tales I know, there's nothing like that, unless it's a folktale passed down from a distant region. If it's a human folktale, that would be the case. Wang Dingjiong snatched the information processing board from my hand, found something, and then returned it to me. The fairy tales passed down among the dwarves are a little different from human ones. I used to like one when I was young. The screen of the information processing board displayed a fairy tale suitable for children. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Once upon a time, in the distant past, when dragons were smoking, there was a small mountain. T/N. What? Like smoked cigarettes? Or it's an idiom. This small mountain emerged from Mother Earth, rising up ever so gently. It had a demeanor that could be strict at times, yet also kind. It always held a deep affection for Mother Earth, who cared for it selflessly. The small mountain, learning the vastness of the world through Mother Earth's teachings, was living happily with Mother Earth. One day, the high sky fell in love at first sight with the vast Mother Earth. Captivated by the most beautiful and charming Mother Earth, the sky thought that this land could be its only match. In this way, the sky, not knowing its own place, tried various tricks to get Mother Earth. And so, through the efforts of the small mountain, the sky's tricks all came to naught. Mother Earth appreciated the small mountain's efforts and raised it up to become the highest mountain. The small mountain, now called the Sacred Mountain, was tasked with monitoring the sky so that it could not attempt any more tricks. Gaia, there are too many orphan children. What are you suddenly barging in and saying? In the middle of enjoying tea and bread with Sagarmatha, Baal suddenly came. How many times has this been now? Doesn't this fool have the concept of contacting me beforehand before coming? And Sagarmatha has been growling every time she sees Baal, which is a bit worrying. But still, he keeps suddenly appearing. Does he have no learning ability? At least this time, Sagarmatha is asleep, clinging to me so she won't fight. Orphan children. Why are you talking about them all of a sudden? But aren't they pitiful? Children without parental protection, starving to the point of collapse, are so pitiful. The rampages of the gods have decreased, but the aftermath is still ongoing. Many were killed in the midst of the gods' battles, after all. And among those who died were those who left their children behind. Let me tell you in advance, the Temple of Life has already taken in a sufficient number of children. The number and scale of the Temple of Life had been gradually decreasing, but due to caring for the children, it had momentarily increased in scale and number, to the point of exceeding its capacity. But the temple had accumulated enough wealth and personnel over the years, so there wasn't a big burden. If necessary, they could pull resources from other places. But the children growing up without parents are so pitiful. So, what are you trying to do? Baal said boldly. Lend me your wisdom. How can I raise those children well? Raise them well. At the point where they've already lost their parents, the difficulty level of their lives has skyrocketed. But, Gaia, don't you have some way? It's so pitiful that the children without parents are despised by others. A way. A way, huh? Ah, I've got it. Wouldn't you become the father of those children who have lost their parents? Father, me? Yes, if you, the king of the gods, become the father of those children, won't there be no one left to despise them? After all, there would be no human with such a big liver to despise the children of the king of the gods. Indeed, that's right. So you want me to lend my name, is that it? Yes, that's it. Then, lend me the name of Gaia as well. If there is a father, there should also be a mother, right? My name, I glanced down at Sagarmatha, who was clinging to me, and let out a small sigh before speaking. If they are children without a mother, then you may use only the name Gaia. Don't mention the goddess of life. Okay, thank you. Well, if it's for the sake of the poor children, I can let them use the name Gaia. Thinking so, I stroked the head of Sagarmatha, who was clinging to me. At some point, Sagarmatha had opened her eyes and I stroked her head. Don't dislike Baal since it's for the sake of the poor children. Okay, I don't dislike him anymore. Is that so? It's just that he's a fool who wants something he can't have, and that's pitiful. Something he can't have. There's something like that. It's fine if Mom doesn't know. I don't understand it very well, but if Sagarmatha says so, then it's fine. But as long as she doesn't hate him anymore, that's a relief. It's difficult for me to take sides in this situation. And so, I continued to stroke Sagarmatha's head. The world became peaceful. The gods who had attacked other gods to increase their faith, turning the world into chaos, have now become as docile as beasts whose fangs and claws have been pulled out. Thanks to this, most gods are nurturing the faith of their believers and growing their faith, shifting from a hunter-gatherer economy. Can I even call it an economy, anyway? The social structure of the gods changed, giving a sense of transitioning from hunting and gathering to agriculture. In the process, the power dynamics between the gods changed slightly, but it was a minor matter, so let's move on. After all, Baal continues to be the king of the gods. Anyway, the gods who listen to the voices of their believers and use their powers to help them. This is what a proper god should be like. Compared to the gods who caused chaos and made a mess, this is much healthier. And so, the gods of the entire pantheon began to grow, gradually nurturing the faith of humans. Now, can I take a break? I've roughly divided my tasks among various avatars and let them handle things on their own. Unless something like the continent suddenly gets destroyed or the fragments of Erebus deep underground suddenly merge and rise up, I don't need to step in. So, I'll go into hibernation for a while. What? Shamash, who had come to complain to me about a trial between the gods, widened her eyes in disbelief. Hibernation all of a sudden. I feel like I need some rest. Mom needs rest. Shamash looked at me as if she couldn't believe it. What does he think of me? While I may not get physically tired, I do get mentally fatigued, you know. I need a period of rest where I can hibernate and browse the internet of other worlds. To be honest, I've worked too much until now. I think it's time I took a break. I'm also getting tired of Baal constantly running over and whining for my help whenever he gets the chance. I've made arrangements for the tasks that need to be handled to be taken care of on their own. Unless there's a crisis that could destroy this world, there's no need for me to wake up. So, pass on the message to the other children and Baal that I'll be going into hibernation for a while. Are you sure? Everyone's going to freak out. Sure or not, who's going to stop me from taking a break? I'm mentally exhausted from being active without hibernation. It feels like I'm constantly awake because I can't fall into a deep sleep. Roughly speaking, in human terms, it's like not being able to sleep properly for days on end while working. Anyway, I'm going to rest. I'm going to rest deeply. I'll wake up after a few hundred years of hibernation. Humans and other races will be looked after by the gods, and wars between gods are prohibited, so there's almost no chance of chaos breaking out. I've delegated all my tasks to be handled automatically. It's the perfect situation for me to take a rest. I understand. If that's what Mom wishes, I have no right to say anything. Thank you for understanding. Actually, it doesn't matter even if you don't understand. I'll just cut off all communication, dig a cave underground, seal the entrance, and fall asleep. That's all there is to it. Then, how long do you plan to rest? About 500 years. 500 years. That's quite a long time. And I've already shortened it significantly. If I just lie down without thinking about anything, I could sleep for thousands of years. I see. I'll let everyone know. Yeah, thanks. After sending Shamash away, I went to find a suitable, secluded place. The rough location was the western edge of the continent. It was a rugged, mountainous area where monsters frequently appeared, so it was less developed. There were hardly any humans, but plenty of monsters. Well, those insignificant monsters won't be able to disturb my sleep, so I don't need to worry. Since there are hardly any humans, there won't be any influence from other gods either. Good. I can sleep peacefully here. After digging deep underground and sealing the entrance to the cave, I curled up on the ground in my original form. All right then. Sleep well. The world is full of unfair things. Just because they were lucky enough to be born to good parents, stupid and dull fools can eat their fill, while smart children like me have to suffer as orphan beggars, unable to find proper work. At least I was taken in by the temple, so I didn't have to starve like other orphans. But still, it's unfair. Hey, rat, see, that fool is trying to pick a fight with me again. Rat, why are you ignoring me? You're not worth answering. I pulled the weeds in the garden, muttering gruffly. The priest at the temple is a kind person, but he strictly follows the rule of those who do not work shall not eat. If I don't do any work, my meals will be reduced, even though I already eat more than others, making me feel self-conscious. If I don't do anything, it will be even more difficult. Why are you doing such a boring job? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex. Org donate now, because if I don't, my dinner will be reduced, so don't disturb my work and go play with your stupid friends. Those two idiotic friends of his are watching from over there. So if I have dinner, I don't have to pull the weeds. Well, I suppose so. But dinner doesn't just fall from the sky, does it? It's been months since I've eaten a whole loaf of bread, unless it's a great god's festival day. It's hard. Even though it's a small village in the mountains, it's too poor. This village. Why did Mom drop me off in this small village and leave? If it was a wealthy village, I could have somehow managed to earn and eat. In this rural village, the only things a child can do are small errands which don't earn any money. Ugh, I should have tried to cling to the merchant who came to the village and gone to the city. I could have done something there. Okay, then I'll bring you dinner. In return, let's play together. Shut up with your stupid talk. How can you bring me dinner? I'll just give you my food. I can skip a meal or two. This idiot's dinner, After briefly calculating in my head, I nodded. If I can get a full meal by playing with this child a little, it's better than pulling weeds. Come on, rat, let's go play. I found a new cave in the back mountain. What? The back mountain. Monsters come out in the deep parts of the back mountain. The cave I found is near the entrance, so there are no monsters. So let's go, it'll be fun, I'm sure. The idiot is pulling me by the hand. Really, when will this fool ever gain some sense? I've told you before, I'm the older one. I'm a rat beastman, so I'm just smaller in size. In about a year, I'll be an adult. By then, I'll break free from this small village. And so I was led by the fool's hand towards the back mountain, long ago. I don't remember it well, but I've heard stories from adults. They say there's a dragon sleeping somewhere in this mountain. It was probably just the drunken ramblings of a drunkard, but honestly, how many people would believe such a story? And a dragon, no less. That's a monster that only appears in legends and heroes' tales. Dragons, really. But that nonsense, grrrr. Why is it right in front of my eyes? A huge silver dragon. It seems to be asleep now, eyes closed, taking even breaths, the thunderous sound of its breathing. In front of this dragon, I tried to hold my breath and back away as quietly as possible. Ugh, I shouldn't have listened to that fool's words. What cave? Falling for the idiot's nonsense about there being treasure in the cave was my own stupidity. There was a plausible crevice in the cave, and I was forcefully pushed in by my small size. Suddenly, the ground sank down and I slid down painfully, only to see a faint light at the other end of the cave, thinking it might be the outside. And there was the silver dragon as big as a mountain. I have to get out of here. That huge mouth. I'm small enough to be swallowed whole without a second thought. A whole house could fit in that mouth. To think there's such a terrifying dragon in the back mountains cave. Even if I tell the adults, they won't believe me. No, they won't believe it. Speaking of which, what happened after I safely escaping from here? I tried to back away as quietly as possible, one step then another, but in the middle of walking, something caught my foot. Thud. Ouch. I quickly covered my mouth, not realizing the voice had escaped from it. It wasn't that loud, so the dragon wouldn't have woken up, right? It'll be fine. With a dragon that huge, my small voice wouldn't be heard properly, so I carefully turned my head to look in the direction of the dragon. Yeek. My eyes met the dragon's huge golden eyes. I frantically backed away on all fours from the dragon. I'm going to be eaten, devoured. The dragons in heroes' tales were terribly ferocious monsters, breathing fire and having scales harder than most metals. I'm definitely going to be eaten. I crawled on the ground, hiding behind a rock in a corner, trying to stay as quiet as possible. Please, may this dragon not pay attention to me. Just ignore me and go back to sleep. I covered my mouth and held my breath, staying still. After some time passed and the dragon's sounds faded, I carefully peeked out from behind the rock. If this much time has passed, the dragon must have fallen asleep again. But, small beastman, the huge dragon's head was right in front of me, and then everything went dark. I was dreaming, a dream where Mom left me behind. Mom will go earn money, so you must wait patiently. Understand? A lie. I'll earn lots of money and make my daughter live like a princess. I'll definitely come back for you. A liar. So you must listen well to the priest and stay healthy, understand? The dream of the day Mom left, leaving me a small child in the mountain village. Mom left, 10 years, not a short time. During that time, Mom didn't send a single letter. Perhaps she has forgotten about me. Watching Mom's retreating back, I cried. I sensed that we would never meet again. I couldn't bear the fact that my only family was leaving. I cried like a young child. After all, I was just a child. As Mom's figure disappeared from sight, I turned around and opened the door to the temple. As a small and young child who couldn't live on my own, the only one I could rely on was the priest at the temple. When I opened the temple door, the first thing that caught my eye was grrrr. The enormous silver dragon, its head. My feet, faced with this giant beast, were frozen like stone. Not even a small sound came from my throat. Like a mouse in front of a fierce predator, I was paralyzed with fear. The silver dragon slowly opened its eyes and looked at me with golden irises, a gaze that seemed to see through my entire being, a gaze that read my weak self, unable to leave the small village that disgusted me. The dragon, looking at me as if making me an insignificant existence, slowly opened its mouth. And then everything around me, the trees, the temple, the sky, and the earth began to be sucked into the dragon's pitch-black mouth. And I, too, was swallowed along with everything else. Oh, you've woken up. The first thing I saw when I opened my eyes was the giant dragon. DDD dragon. Yes, a dragon. It's been a while since I've been in my true form, so you might have forgotten what I look like. The dragon spewing some incomprehensible sounds. I tried to crawl away from the dragon, but don't try to run away. I waited for you to wake up and now you want to run? Eek. In an instant, silver chains like shackles entangled my hands and feet, rendering me immobile. Are you going to eat me? Eat you? The dragon stared at my face. Hee, you're saying some amusing things. A small creature like you wouldn't even fill my stomach. But the dragons in the stories. I don't know what stories you've heard, but I won't eat you. The dragon continued to stare at me. Is it really okay? But the dragons in the stories were fierce monsters, destroying villages with their huge bodies and killing many people with their terrifying poison. Yet this giant dragon in front of me isn't trying to swallow me whole and is even talking to me. Can I trust this? So. Dragons don't eat people. Don't worry, I won't eat you. I can live just fine with magic, so eating is just a hobby for me. Is that really true? Can I believe it? What if the dragon just deceiving me and then swallows me whole? No, if that was the dragon intention, the dragon would have already done it. In front of this giant dragon, I'm just a small beastman. Anyway, how did you get in here? I'm sure I sealed the entrance thoroughly so nothing could get in. The entrance. There was a small cave and there was a crack in it, so I squeezed through. I'm not sure of the details. A cave, huh? Was it created by an earthquake? Come to think of it, there was a big earthquake a few weeks ago. Luckily, no one was hurt, but the hunter uncle had complained that the hut he built in the forest had collapsed. I see, let's see. How much time has passed? The dragon slightly extended its front paw and suddenly a huge object appeared on the empty paw. Is this magic? Now that I think about it, the dragon said it could use special magic to breathe fire. Wow, to see magic directly like this. It's been about 300 years. 500 years I had planned haven't passed yet, but well, it's time to get up. The dragon said that, then made the object on its paw disappear and unfurled the tail that had been wrapped around its body, standing up on all four legs. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now, and then it spread its enormous wings. Just the act of spreading its wings was enough to create a powerful gust of wind that strongly buffeted me. I tried to withstand it, but in the end I was blown away like a fallen leaf in the wind. Phew, I've rested enough, so I'll get up now. It's been about 300 years, so I'm curious to see how the world has changed. I see. All I could do was speak as politely as possible. Sorry. It's been a while since I've moved around. Seeing me with cuts on my arms and knees from being pushed by the wind from the wing flapping, the dragon said apologetically. I don't spend much time in my true form, you see. Let me heal those wounds for you. Then a faint light flowed from the tips of the dragon's front paws, enveloping my body, and the wounds disappeared as if by magic. This is the same healing technique the priest used. No, a monster like a dragon couldn't possibly use a divine healing technique. It must be a similar magical effect. Still, the effect was definite as my wounds vanished in an instant, much faster than the priest's. Well then, let's start moving. Little beastman, can you make your own way back? No, I can't. I don't know the way. I had practically slid down, so climbing back up would be impossible. No matter how light and strong I am as a mouse beastman, that steep slope is too much for me to climb back up. I know. Seeing me, the dragon seemed to have a good idea, slightly raising the corners of its mouth. I'll take you back home. Really? In return, I've become curious to see the world from a human's perspective, so I'd like you to guide me. Guide. The dragon, the largest house in the village, the chief's, is smaller than this dragon's claws, and the entire village is probably smaller than the dragon itself. I pondered for a moment, but I had no choice. Without the dragon's help, there's no way I can get out of here. Looking around the area illuminated by the light emanating from the dragon's body, it seems the only entrance I came through is the slope I slid down. No matter how much the dragon's appearance might turn the village upside down, I had no choice but to nod. I can guide you to the village I live in if that's all right. Thank you. I've grown a bit tired of just looking down from above. This enormous dragon must have been flying high in the sky. The world of the gods where many deities are said to reside, and the sky the dragon has flown through. I wonder which is higher. Ah, but I shouldn't be thinking about such things, or I might incur divine wrath. No, no, I mustn't. But with your huge body, how will you manage to enter the village? If it enters the village in this size, the village itself will cease to be a village. I've always grumbled about the backwater village, but if the village disappears, I'll be in trouble too. Of course, there's a way. Did you really think I'd enter the village in this size? Yeah, I didn't get the word out, but just now your wing flapping blew me away. It hurt, it really hurt. Well, you healed it all, but still. I've always lived in human form before falling asleep, so I'm used to it. At the same time, dazzling light gushed out from the dragon's body. My eyes, it's so bright. Even in the dark cave, there was only the faint light from the dragon, and suddenly this blinding light. My eyes. The light that had been gushing out gradually diminished over time, and then, this form is more comfortable after all. In the place where the dragon had been standing, there was a silver-haired girl with horns on her head. Ah, could it be? Dragon Sama. Yes, that's right. Is this also a magic used by the dragon? Incredible magic. That massive body shrink down to this size. Well then, let's go out. The dragon, now in human form, lightly snapped her fingers, and the surrounding scenery changed in an instant. Instead of the dimly lit cave with the shining silver dragon gone, it was now a familiar forest landscape. This is the forest behind the mountain. How did you do that? I just moved through space. Well then, I'd like you to guide the way. So, what's your name? Ah, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Maybell Cinder. What should I call you, Dragon Sama? I have many names, but you can call me Tiamat. No one uses this name, and since I'm a dragon, it suits me. Tiamat, an unusual name. Then I'll call you Tia. I'll guide you to the village. And so I accompanied the dragon-turned girl Tia towards the village. It's a small village. The dragon, no, Tia, made a brief comment after seeing our village. Well, since it's a rural village in the mountains, it being small is only natural. But for some reason, I felt a slight pang. I too would have thought this village was small. But why, I really don't know. Then let me give you a simple guide. A small inn, the village chief's house, a few residents' houses, and the village-only shrine. Introducing this small village, which was essentially all there was, did not take very long. It was just a light stroll around. However, Maybell, why are you here? While I was introducing the village to Tia, the neighbor auntie who was returning from the vegetable garden was surprised to see me. Carrying a basket of vegetables on her head, the neighbor auntie looked at my face and said, Johnson told the village elders that you were in grave trouble, and they all headed to the cave behind the mountain. It seems that fool did not do nothing after I fell underground. But that fool, he managed to summon the elders to the back mountain. Although the cave's location is at the entrance of the back mountain, just going into the back mountain would get him severely scolded by the elders. A small amount of gratitude welled up, but that gratitude was quickly extinguished when I remembered that it was that fool pushed me into the small crack in the cave. Anyway, I did go through a big ordeal. If it weren't for Tia's help here, it was truly a big ordeal. I never imagined I would get to see a dragon in person. I never thought I would get to see a dragon which I had only heard about in stories. Oh my, an outsider. Yes, my name is Tia. I happened to meet this child and came here with her. Tia spoke to the auntie casually, as if it were natural. Well, since she's a dragon who has been napping for about 300 years, she must see adult humans as mere infants, so her casual attitude is understandable. Her outward appearance is that of a very pretty young girl, but her rude way of speaking to the adult is, it feels very ill-mannered. Could it be? Are you a noble? A noble? No, she's a dragon, but, a noble. In other words, she looks like a noble, with her brightly shining silver hair and her very soft-looking clothes. Compared to my dull gray hair and rough cloth clothes, it's completely different. Even that outward appearance must have been created by magic. Magic is truly amazing. Can I also become prettier by using magic? I shook my head slightly. How could a country bumpkin like me become as pretty as her, even with magic? It's impossible. I can't tell you the details, but just treat me normally. I can't help the way I speak, so I'll just continue like this. I see. I understand. The auntie was making an awkward effort to speak to her normally. She must really think Tia is a noble, but the reality is even more amazing. She's a dragon. In any case, if you're here, then the people who went to the back mountain must be wasting their efforts. Shall we go call them back? I nodded at the auntie's words. I've already escaped, so if everyone is still trying to get through that cave, it would be troublesome. However, I'm sorry, but I've asked this child to guide me. If it's not too much trouble, could you go call the others? Ah, well, I have some things to do. I'm asking you. Tia said that and pulled something out from her sleeve, lightly tossing it towards the auntie. The auntie, slightly flustered, caught what was thrown at her. This is silver. Consider it a small fee for the errand. Is it not enough? The auntie looked back and forth between the silver and Tia, then smiled and nodded. It's more than enough for such a simple task. Since I'm the one asking after all, then I'll leave that matter to you. Yes, leave it to me. The auntie put down the basket on her head as if tossing it aside and headed towards the back mountain. But auntie, your way of speaking has changed to polite language. It changed as soon as you saw the silver. Could it be that silver is an object that changes people's attitudes? Well then, I'd like to ask you to continue guiding me. No, even if you say continue, I've already shown you almost everything. The only thing left is the shrine where I live. A shrine? Whose shrine is it? Whose shrine is it, you ask? Since there can't be multiple shrines in such a small village, it's a shrine that houses multiple deities. The one with the largest share is the Mother of Life. Next is the Great Sky Lord. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Besides that, there are also the Sacred Flame Lord and the deity of law and justice, so it's a shrine that houses multiple deities. It's hard to say it's the shrine of any single deity. It's a shrine that houses multiple deities. It's difficult to have multiple shrines in this rural area. I see. Then please guide me there. Certainly, this way. And so I went to the shrine where I live together with Tia. Maybelle, you're safe. Upon arriving at the shrine, the priest who was cleaning the shrine entrance greeted us. No, he froze in the middle of greeting me after seeing Tia. And then the priest knelt down on his knees. What's this? Why did the priest suddenly kneel down? Could it be that he realized she's a dragon? Why you are? Seeing the priest like that, Tia spoke softly. Stand up. The priest then stood up as if it was only natural. Follow Tia's words. What's this? Why is the priest moving like a puppet with just one word from Tia? Could it be that Tia is not an ordinary dragon? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Well, such things can happen in life. Don't worry about it. Or is the priest actually a highly skilled one who can vaguely sense Tia's true identity? Doesn't seem like it, considering the priest's slightly absent-minded demeanor. Ah, we shouldn't be doing this here. Please come inside. And so, Tia followed the priest's guidance and entered the shrine. After that, there wasn't really anything special that happened. The adults who had gone to the cave behind the mountain because of that fool Johnson all came back. And I also got scolded for Johnson's reckless act of going into the mountain. The adults also seemed to be at a loss after seeing Tia. Well, even if I were an adult, I'd be at a loss seeing Tia. It's unbelievable that someone wearing such pure white and soft clothes would come to this rural village. And she's so beautiful, almost inhuman, even though she's a dragon and not human. So, you wish to explore the world? Yes, that's right. The place I've been staying in has extremely limited access, so now that I've become free, I want to see the world. Tia was talking with the priest. I was secretly peeking at the two of them. I wonder what kind of conversation they're having. Limited access. Could it be that you are the dragon's priestess? Dragon's priestess? No, she's just a dragon. Why do you think that? First of all, that horn. I may not have a wide range of knowledge, but I am not aware of any beastfolk women with horns of that shape. At most, I've heard that even female beastfolk of the sheep variety can grow horns, but those are rounded, spiral-shaped horns. Who? No, she's a dragon, and the overwhelming divine power I felt when I first saw you. Even though I only sensed it briefly, it was an amount of divine power that a human body could not contain. Even though I tried to hide it, you noticed, did you? Thanks to the work I did in my younger days, I'm sensitive to the divine power of others, you see. Why does a dragon have divine power? Could she not actually be just a dragon? I don't know, but among the gods I know there is no deity named Tiamat. Could she be using an alias, or is the true identity of the dragon's priestess a dragon, a human inheriting the power of the Mother of Life, not that, but actually a dragon transformed into a human? Come to think of it, if she inherited the power of the Mother of Life, why is she called the dragon's priestess? Not a saint-like figure. If the reason is that the dragon's priestess is truly a dragon, no, that can't be. In the old stories, the dragon's priestess who worked with the hero to bring peace to the world was actually a dragon. That doesn't make sense. Moreover, dragons were one of the monsters the hero defeated. Unless that story is false, it doesn't make sense. Yes, if the deities of the pantheon have not descended in human form, the only thing that comes to mind is the dragon's priestess. You're quite sharp-witted, aren't you? Tia smiled softly at the priest. For now, keep this a secret, all right. As she said that, her eyes glanced briefly in the direction where I was eavesdropping. Was that directed at me? Is she asking me to keep the secret of her being a dragon? By the way, you said you want to go out and see the world. I don't know the details, but is that all right? Ordinary problems can be solved with strength, and if necessary, you can ask the Temple of Life for help, can't you? That's right. Since she's a dragon, there's no way there could be anyone stronger than a dragon except for heroic figures like a hero, so she can solve everything with her strength. And asking the Temple of Life for help, is it just a saying, or do she really have a connection with the Temple of Life? Well, it's not really my business. I was secretly eavesdropping on the conversation between the priest and Tia, but it doesn't seem like any particularly meaningful information came up. I might have been better off just going to sleep. So, you'll be traveling to see how people live in the world. Yes, that's right. I want to observe how people live. Then, a merchant will come to the village in 2 weeks. How about leaving with them? They are a trustworthy person. Tia shook her head slightly at the priest's words. I can't impose on them, and if possible, I'd like to see the world quietly on the same level as others. I see. If that is the priestess's wish, then there's nothing to be done. The priest nodded slightly, then looked at Tia's horns and said, but if you want to move quietly, it might be better to hide or conceal those horns. There may be others like me who can recognize the priestess. Is that so? Yes. The story of the dragon's priestess who adventured with the hero is widely known. Someone with a bit of knowledge would be able to easily guess your identity just by seeing you. I was able to do it as well. Tia nodded slightly at the priest's words. I see. Then, maybe a hat or hood would work. Can't you make the horns invisible? Tia shook her head slightly at the priest's words. I can make them invisible, but then my power would weaken. If I forcibly try to maintain the concealment, the hidden horns would become visible again. So I'd rather not do that if possible. I see. If you don't like it, there's nothing to be done. But you can't always wear a hat or hood. How about making it look like an ornament for your head? Head ornament? Yes. Make a head ornament that covers your head in horns so that the horns are mistaken as part of the ornament. You can't always wear a hat or hood, but a head ornament wouldn't seem strange to others. Tia thought about it for a moment, then snapped her fingers, and a head ornament that covered her horns appeared on her head. Something like this, I suppose. It's a creation of illusion magic. Illusion magic. Magic can do that too. It really looks real. Oh, the dragon's priestess can freely use kinds of magic, I see, and this illusion looks so real, truly impressive. This much is necessary to not fall short of the name dragon's priestess. So dragons can do that kind of thing. Was the hero really able to defeat such an amazing magic-wielding dragon? I'm starting to have a bit of doubt. Maybe it wasn't a dragon, but some other monster that resembles a dragon that the hero defeated. No, the story clearly said it was a dragon. The hero's story wouldn't be a lie. But the horns are still quite large compared to the head ornament. I'm not sure if this excuse would be convincing enough. If I make the ornament too large, it might be cumbersome. That's true as well. I'm not sure if this small head ornament will be enough to deceive others. I'll figure that out. I'll use magic to influence the thoughts of those who see the head ornament so that they believe the horns are part of the ornament. Influence their thoughts. What's that? Can she even control other people's thoughts at will? What on earth can't you do, dragon? Magic that influences thoughts. I didn't know such magic existed, but magic that controls the thoughts of others doesn't seem right. Oh, and why is that? The god of wind and freedom has said that all living beings have the freedom to live their own lives, but such magic infringes on the freedom of others. Even if you are the dragon's priestess, it should not be used carelessly. At the priest's words, Tia nodded slightly after deep thought. I see. In that case, if it's a magic that makes others mistake the horns as part of a head ornament without controlling their thoughts, would that be acceptable? Illusion. That might work. Is that it? Controlling thoughts is not allowed, but illusion is okay. Do all who study theology become like this priest? I don't understand it. Anyway, are you planning to leave alone? Yes, I intend to depart tomorrow. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now in that case. How about taking a companion on your journey, priestess? A companion. Could the priest be offering to accompany? But if the priest, who has many duties in this small village, leaves, it would be a huge problem. Blessings for newborns, healing the injured and sick, managing and mediating disputes among the villagers, taking care of orphan children and teaching them language and writing, and handling funerals for the deceased. If the priest leaves, a major crisis would occur. A companion, how troublesome. But it would be better to have one. A noble person like you should not wander around without any companion. It would be better to have someone to provide some care. Are you thinking of accompanying me? At Tia's words, the priest shook his head slightly. No, I cannot. My body is too weak to walk long distances as I was injured by an arrow in my knee. I see. But the priest walks around just fine, even faster than me. Well, he must have his own reasons for saying that. Instead, how about taking that child, Maybelle, who came with you today? That beastkin child, me. Yes, that child is intelligent and will surely be of help to you, priestess. Be of help, you say, but if the child does not wish it? At Tia's words, the priest shook his head slightly. That child also wanted to leave this village, so if you ask them to accompany you, she will surely leave happily. And the priest took something out from his robe and placed it on the table. There's also a reason why that child must leave the village. What is this? A letter sent last year by the mother of that child who left her in my care. As soon as I heard the priest's words, I rushed into the room where the two were without thinking. A letter from my mother. Maybelle, weren't you sleeping? How can I sleep now? You have a letter from my mother. And why didn't you show it to me? I trusted him. I trusted the priest. Maybelle, calm down first. How can I be calm? It's a letter from my mother whom I haven't heard from in years. I poured out the emotions bursting from my heart. Emotions that I would normally never utter. Why was there such a letter? Why did you hide it from me? Why? Maybelle, I had trusted you, priest. I had thought of you as a parent instead of the mom who left me here. Betrayal, sadness, depression, but also a glimmer of hope. The hope that my mom didn't abandon me. The hope that my mom is still alive. Complex emotions swirled in my heart. Let me explain step by step. First, calm down. How can I calm down, priest? I opened my mouth to shout again. And then enough. At those soft words, my body froze. I understand why you're reacting this way, but first, let's hear the story. So sit down and calm down. Tia's voice, with its unyielding power, immediately suppressed the endless emotions surging within me. Like that, I forcibly closed the emotions I had been pouring out and sat down silently on a nearby chair, without a word. Yes, sometimes it's better to calmly resolve things through discussion, rather than just venting emotions one-sidedly. Let's talk it out. Seeing that I had calmed down, the priest slowly began to speak. I was going to tell you this when you became an adult. It's for your own good. For my own good. Yes, for your own good, to keep you from falling into danger. Danger, me. Just what was written in that letter that could put me in danger. The priest handed me a letter. On the envelope, it was written in an unfamiliar handwriting to Maybelle. And this one is a letter sent to me. The priest took out another letter from his robe and placed it on the table. It was a letter in the same handwriting as the one addressed to me. Could this really be a letter from Mom? If she could afford to send a letter on such expensive papyrus, then why wouldn't Mom come find me? Is there something going on with Mom? I was going to show you the letter when you became an adult. Why? Why did I have to wait until I was an adult to see it? Because your mother asked me to do it that way. At the priest's words, I fell silent. What reason could there have been for that? And if you found out about the letter from your mother, you would have immediately rushed out of the village. I couldn't respond to the priest's words because everything he said was true. If Mom is alive somewhere, I would have gone to find her. According to the letter, your mother is in a very dangerous situation. She didn't want to involve you, her daughter, in that danger. Dangerous situation. So Mom didn't abandon me. She left me here to protect me. She didn't abandon me. Why? Originally, I was going to keep it a secret until you became an adult. But if this person can help you, I thought she could also help your mother. I turned my head and looked at Tia. For some reason, she was observing me with a face full of great interest. Well, she is a dragon. If Tia, who can freely use incomprehensible magic, helps, then can she help Mom? Can she save Mom, who is in a dangerous situation? Of course, that's assuming this person is willing to help. So what do you think? Won't you take this child with you? Tia looked back and forth between me and the priest, then nodded slightly and spoke. I don't mind. I was just wandering around aimlessly, but traveling with a purpose isn't bad either. Tia spoke as if she had experience traveling. Could this Tia really be the dragon's priestess? The dragon's priestess from the hero story, then? Could it be that the dragon the hero defeated fell for the hero, and that's how the dragon's priestess joined them? Maybe the story has been reversed all this time. Really? Thank you. I was so worried about sending this child alone. I was concerned about sending such a young child to a dangerous place, but if the priestess helps, I'll feel much better. The priest bowed his head in gratitude to Tia, as if he was really worried about sending me alone. Even so, I'm more than capable of handling myself. Just because I'm short and look young doesn't mean I'm actually a child. Then, first, please tell me about this child's situation. I need to know the details in order to help properly. At Tia's words, the priest nodded and slowly began to speak. First, I need to tell you about this child's mother. Her name is Ella Cinder. She was a small but spirited mouse beastkin, known as the Ashen Ella. Born into a fairly wealthy mouse beastkin family, Ella was a bright and lively person who made many friends. If Ella's mother hadn't died when she was young, she would have lived a happier life, but unfortunately Ella's life was not smooth. The priest began to tell story of my mother, but, wait a minute, how do you know so much about my mother's story? Well, we were childhood friends. Ella had an exceptional ability to befriend others. She became close friend with me, even when I was just an apprentice priest. Anyway, Ella's life started to unravel when her father remarried. Ella's new stepmother and two stepdaughters were older than her, so it was a new family for Ella with a new stepmother and two sisters. At first, Ella tried to get close to her new stepmother and sisters, but it was said that they really disliked Ella. Probably. They thought that if Ella wasn't there, they could inherit all of Ella's father's property for themselves. She tried her best to get along with her new family members, but eventually gave up on the malicious sisters. After that, when her father fell ill and never got up again, the persecution from the stepmother and sisters became even worse. That's how she left home and went on a journey, it is said. After hearing the priest's long story, Tia briefly said, "It sounds like a story I've heard before." Is that so? Anyway, that's how she became an adventurer after leaving home. She gained various experiences while traveling. Since she admired the hero's story, it's natural that she became an adventurer. Mom, an adventurer. Ella, who wielded a large hammer that could barely be held with both hands, was strong. That large hammer was powerful enough to knock down even a decent monster with a direct hit. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. A large hammer. But she's a mouse beastkin. Mom is also a mouse beastkin like me. Did she really wield a huge hammer with her small body? Something. It's hard to believe. She had amazing arm strength, you see. The large hammer she used to wield during her adventurer days was entrusted to me, and I've been keeping it in the temple. I was going to give it to Maybelle when she became an adult to use as a weapon. A large hammer. Even if I get that, if I don't know how to wield it, won't it be difficult? I don't know how to use weapons at all, so even if I get that, it would just be troublesome. If you swing it like chopping firewood with an axe, you'll be fine. And you're also strong like her, so I think you'll be able to use it well enough. Is the fact that I'm stronger than my build because I take after Mom? Anyway, after becoming famous as an adventurer, she returned to her hometown. In the name of the god of light and justice, she reclaimed the rightful property she was supposed to have. Something seems different. There should have been something like a glass slipper coming out and a ball too. Glass slipper. A ball. What is Tia talking about? I'm not sure what you're thinking, but let's continue the story. After driving out the stepmother and two sisters, Ella became quite famous among the mouse beastkins, and many people proposed marriage to her. Proposals. Marriage. Come to think of it, what kind of person is my father? Mom never said anything about my father, so I don't know at all. In fact, the priest feels more like a father to me. Yes, I don't know the details after that, but I heard she got married to someone she liked. After that, there was no news for a long time, and then she suddenly showed up in a tattered state, bringing you, still a young child, and asked me to take care of you. She didn't explain the details, but said she got caught up in a troublesome matter and left you and the large hammer with me. The large hammer? But I don't remember there being anything like that. I've never seen Mom wield such a thing. It was packed in a box and brought on a cart, so you wouldn't have known. It's under my bed now, I'll show it to you later. Mom's weapon. I don't know. I don't have any memory of seeing that. Ahem. After that, there was no news of her for several years. Last year, a letter arrived. A letter asking me to show it to Maybelle when she becomes an adult, and a letter addressed to me. There were 2 letters. The letter addressed to me said that she was in a bit of a difficult situation and asked me to send Maybelle to where she is when Maybelle becomes an adult. But that was just a cover. The real message is hidden in the first letters of each paragraph in this letter. Vertical writing. Vertical writing, what's that? I'm not sure what you mean, but anyway, the hidden message in her letter was as follows. Mouse Beastkin, danger, God, daughter, safety, travel, this is. I couldn't fully understand the content, but it seems that there is danger for the Mouse Beastkin, and it is related to gods. It seems to be asking to send Maybelle to a safe place. It seems she was in a situation where she couldn't even send the letter comfortably. If it's a gods, is it referring to Sirius, the god of the Beastkin? Sirius, the guardian deity of the pantheon. It was written in the book that he was the first beast. Were they the same god? Probably. Since Sirius, the god of the Beastkin, has become the guardian deity of the pantheon, it would be reasonable to think that Ella is involved in some problem that arose due to that vacancy. Sirius, that's interesting. The priests seemed to know that Sirius was the god of the Beastkin. The book I read didn't have that information. Anyway, since there may be danger coming for Maybelle, I was planning to send her to a safe place when she becomes an adult, but since the priestess is offering to help, that's great. But what about Mom? Worry about yourself first. She'll somehow manage on her own. But even if Mom is in danger, I have no choice but to run away to a safe place. She risked danger to send you that letter. I want to go to where Mom is right away. Excuse me, but the fact that the letter made it here means the danger targeting this child may come here as well, doesn't it? That's true, but by the time the letter was sent, they had likely already figured out the location here. There was no clear timeline, so the grace period is probably until the time mentioned in the letter, when Maybelle becomes an adult. The request is to send Maybelle to a safe place before that. Then, why are you trying to have this child accompany me, instead of sending her after she become an adult? I wanted to teach this child various things so she could fulfill her part until she become an adult. But if the priestess is willing to accompany her, it would be much safer than me teaching her various things, wouldn't it? That's true. It would be much safer to be by Tia the dragon's side than to learn various things until I become an adult. Hearing the priest's words, Tia nodded slightly. Then, to ensure this child's safety, wouldn't the simplest method be the best? The simplest method. Just smash everything to pieces and it'll be solved. Tia's words were more simple and drastic than I had imagined, and so it was decided that I would leave the village with Tia. Really, how did it come to this? It's true that I wanted to leave this village, but I didn't intend to leave so suddenly. At least I was planning to leave after making some preparations, and to smash everything, without even knowing what danger there is. Well, since Tia is a dragon, she may actually be able to do that. Oh, my back. It's been so long since I lifted it, it's so heavy. After finishing the conversation to some extent, the priest went back to his room for a moment, and then brought out a large box with a grunt, opening the lid to show the hammer inside. Here, this hammer was the weapon your mother used. It was made by a dwarf who helped her when she was an adventurer. The huge hammer inside the box. Its length was about as tall as me, and the hammer head at the end looked bigger than my head. Can this really be called a hammer? Honestly, this doesn't seem like something made for humans to use. It looks like a hammer a giant from stories would use. Mom, use this monstrous thing as a weapon. Really? This is quite a well-made item. Tia began to examine the hammer with keen interest. An item forged from a whole lump of iron. It must have taken considerable effort. The current dwarves have advanced their skills to this level. You can tell at a glance, it's a hammer called the Earth Smasher. A skilled dwarf spent a long time making this item. Its value is beyond words. The jet-black iron hammer, the Earth Smasher. The priest held out the handle towards me. Try lifting it. But could I really lift something that looks so heavy? Among my peers, there was no one stronger than me. Honestly, I was stronger than the adult male priest. But for me to lift something this huge... Reluctantly, I gripped the handle of the large hammer the priest handed me. I lifted it up lightly, easier than expected. What is this? I thought it would be extremely heavy. Is the exterior just for show and the inside hollow? No, if that were the case, the priest wouldn't have struggled with it earlier. What is this? As expected, you lift it nimbly. In fact, that hammer uses a special dwarven technique to enhance the owner's physical strength using their innate magic. Indeed, a magic weapon made using dwarven blessings to increase physical strength. Well, to wield such a heavy hammer as a weapon, ordinary strength would not suffice. Thanks to that, Ella, who was already quite strong, became even stronger. Any monster struck in the head would be sent straight to the afterlife. I moved the hammer in my hand around. It feels lighter than the axe I use for chopping firewood. At this level, I could probably swing it. Of course, it would take some practice to use it as a weapon properly. Originally, I had planned to teach you calmly over about a year. Well, with me accompanying you, it should be fine. Tia said confidently. Certainly, if traveling with a dragon, what is there to be afraid of? The dragon Tia herself is scary. For now she's being friendly towards me, but the dragons from stories were terrifying monsters, so even if Tia is the dragon's priestess, I'm still afraid of her. Despite my appearance, I'm quite skilled with weapons. I'll teach you how to use them in our travels together. I appreciate you offering, but do priestess know how to use weapons too? Of course. If I didn't know how to use that sword, how could I teach its techniques? That sword. Surely not the hero's sword. The sword I've only heard about in stories. Tia has it. Then is Tia really the dragon's priestess from the story? Tia, by any chance, do you have the hero's sword? Maybell. But priest, the legendary hero's sword. Anyone who grew up hearing the hero's tales would want to see it. Even the priest scolding me had an oddly excited look on his face. He wants to see the hero's sword too. The priest who normally tells me to be honest with myself is being evasive this time. Well, the hero's story is the dream of all children, so to speak. I've heard the story since I was young too. See, he also wants to see it, doesn't he? Well, it doesn't really matter if I show it. After all, the hero is no longer around. Really? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The priest is more excited than me. Well, it's only natural. The hero is the one who traveled the world on behalf of the goddess of life, so of course the priest of the Temple of Life would be delighted. With the priest's eyes sparkling, Tia pulled something out, a small leather pouch. No matter how you look at it, it's too small to hold the hero's sword. Tia calmly inserted her hand into the pouch and, ta-da, a massive greatsword emerged from the pouch. What's this? Is this also magic? How amazing. This is, don't tell me, a spatial magic. Spatial magic, what's that? It's a legendary magic that is said to have no successful recreation. The only known user is the dragon's priestess from the story. It's such a fantastical magic that it's thought to be an exaggeration in the stories, and it has disappeared from most tales, known only to a few researchers. At the priest's words, Tia wore a self-assured smile. It's not something that can be easily replicated, is it? I put a lot of thought into creating this magic myself. If you claim to be able to replicate it, that would be more amazing. This magic is actually possible. Wait a moment. Did you say you created this magic yourself? Yes, I made it directly. At Tia's words, the priest fell silent, his expression frozen. That is, excuse me, but are you the dragon's priestess from the hero's story? Yes, that's right. Didn't you already figure it out? No, I thought you were a newly appointed dragon's priestess. No, I mean, are you truly the dragon's priestess who traveled with the hero? Tia responded with a small nod of her head. How? It's estimated that was hundreds of years ago. How can you still be alive as a human from that time? I see. The priest didn't know Tia was a dragon. He must have thought she was just a human, even the dragon's priestess from the story. I'm a bit curious about how that story has been passed down, but let's move on. And since you've confirmed it's me, don't keep asking about it over and over. Goodness, goddess of life. At the priest's invocation of the goddess's name, Tia flinched slightly. Perhaps because she is the dragon's priestess, the embodiment of the goddess of life. Anyway, my identity isn't that important, so let's keep it a secret. If the news spreads, it might cause some troublesome issues. Understood. After hearing the priest's response, Tia held the greatsword horizontally. This is the hero's sword, Claw of Saleh. Only the chosen one can wield this sword. The massive greatsword, blended with silver and gold, with a large gem at center. At glance, it looks more like an art piece than a weapon. But the chilling light emanating from the blade reveals that this is no ordinary item. This is the hero's sword. To be able to see the actual item is truly moving. The priest, saying these words, produced a papyrus and a small piece of charcoal and said, "If it's all right, may I draw a sketch of the hero's sword? I'd like to record and preserve its appearance. Go ahead. Thank you. When Tia gave her permission, the priest was overjoyed and spread the papyrus he held on the table and began to draw with a piece of charcoal on the papyrus. I didn't know the priest had this kind of skill, but he seems to be quite a good artist. The charcoal in the priest's hand was almost perfectly tracing the shape of the hero's sword. I'll leave the priest, who is absorbed in drawing the picture. So, when do you plan to depart? The sooner the start of such a journey, the better. The sooner the better. Does that mean? Let's depart tomorrow morning. If it wasn't evening right now, I would have left immediately. Tia gave a small shake of her head. Traveling on a night road where nothing is illuminated except starlight and moonlight. Even if I don't mind it alone, it's a bit of a hassle to go with someone else. Normally, you would use torches or something to light the way. While it's possible to travel long distances instantly through spatial movement, that way you can't fully enjoy the atmosphere of the journey. Anyway, spatial movement. Is it a magic that can instantly bring you up from the depths of a deep cave, like blinking an eye? Just how many magics does Tia know? I was a little curious about that the next day. After packing a small amount of luggage, I finished preparing to set out on a journey with Tia, leaving with the letter from Mom with many anxieties in my heart. To be honest, I keep wondering if it will really be okay. But I have no choice but to leave. When I was young, I resented being abandoned and left behind. But if Mom had no choice, if it was to ensure my safety, it must have been an unavoidable decision. If that Mom is in danger now, it's my turn to help her, although I'm just a country girl who has never properly wielded a weapon. The dragon's priestess, a huge dragon and the hero's partner from the story, with Tia. I think I can save Mom, so I forcibly mustered up courage in my heart, towards the world outside the village, towards the unknown world. I took a step forward. I woke up to a small sound during my centuries-long hibernation, and a small mousekin was there in front of me, frightened. Through this somewhat web novel-like event, I ended up accompanying the gray-haired small mousekin, Maybelle. To be honest, I didn't really need to accompany her. But when you hibernate for centuries, you tend to want to take a look around and see how the world has changed. While I was hibernating, the tasks I had to do were taken care of by others. Thanks to that, nothing was left behind. So I have the leisure to leisurely explore the world, you see. And I've become a little interested in the story related to Maybelle and her mom. The way they build up various stories on their own, even without my involvement, is quite fascinating. But Maybelle's mom, I think her name was Ella Cinder. No matter how you look at it, she has a Cinderella-like feel, doesn't she? Being persecuted by her stepmother and two sisters, just like the original. Well, without glass slippers or a ball, she reclaimed her inheritance through her own power. There was no magic that dissolved at midnight either. Anyway, let's move on from her story. Phew, Are you all right? I'm fine. Maybelle, carrying a huge backpack, trudging along the rugged mountain path. But thanks to my increased strength, I can manage it somehow. Is that so? Maybelle's figure, carrying a backpack bigger than her own body, looked very unbalanced. Honestly, if she were an ordinary human, she wouldn't have been able to walk for long with such a heavy bag. Even when doing military marches, they don't carry bags that heavy. Shall I help you carry it? No, it's fine. It's my luggage. Maybelle, using a large hammer as a walking stick, stepping on the ground. She's small and cute, but her strength feels unbalanced, which is kind of charming. But it's clear that she's struggling and I can't just leave her be, so. Then let me help you for a bit. No, it's really fine. It's my luggage, so I have to carry it. I'm not trying to carry your luggage or anything. I just want to take a look at that hammer for a moment. The hammer, the earth smasher. I nodded slightly, and Maybelle, though somewhat reluctant, handed me the earth smasher. I've been a bit curious about it since I first saw it. I wonder how the dwarven enchantment method has changed compared to the past. So I examined the earth smasher closely. It's well made, but there's a bit of a rough feel in the part where magic is used for the transformation. If it works this way, then with 10 units of magic, the efficiency of the 4 units of enhancement would be quite low. If I say it roughly increases strength by 40%, it's not a small amount. But if I maximize the efficiency, I can refine it to be more sophisticated. To the point where 8 units of enhancement are achieved with 10 units of magic. About twice the previous effect, you see. There, I've done a simple adjustment. You should feel a bit more power now. Really? We rely on your support. Read at https://Novelplex. Org donate now. Maybelle took the earth smasher that I had slightly modified in her hands, and her expression changed to a slightly surprised one. Wow, it really got stronger. How did you do it? I just made a minor adjustment to the dwarven technique. I reduced the unnecessary consumption of magic and made it smoother. Just by optimizing like that, the difference in performance comes out to this extent. It doesn't seem as simple as you say. Well, there's no one who can handle magic as skillfully as I can. I know magic like the back of my hand. Thank you. Maybelle bowed her head to me in gratitude, then began to examine the hammer she held in her hands. Seeing that she could clearly feel the increased strength, a smile appeared on her lips. Satisfied with the improved hammer, Maybelle took her gaze off it and opened her mouth to look at me. But why is Tia helping people like this? Tia is a dragon, right? A dragon as huge as a mountain. From the perspective of such a dragon, wouldn't humans be no different from crawling insects on the ground? Why is Tia helping humans like this? Why help humans, huh? Come to think of it, I don't really need to help humans. If it weren't for the believers who regard me as the goddess of life and send me their faith, would I have ignored humans? No, I wouldn't. Since I was originally human, as long as I have those memories, I cannot turn a blind eye to humans. Of course, I can't say that fact out loud, that the dragon's previous life was human. Who would believe that? No one would. Even my own children wouldn't believe me if I said that. Is it because of the goddess of life? Is it because she told you to look after humans? I am actually that goddess of life. I wouldn't be giving orders to myself, would I? I'm just doing it because I want to. I'm just doing it because I want to. But I don't understand. Isn't it normal for dragons to not care about the plight of humans, just as humans don't care about the plight of insects? That may be true, but I'm just doing it because I want to. If I didn't care about life and all that, I wouldn't have created this world in the first place. In that sense, am I taking some responsibility for the things I've created? It could be, or it couldn't be. If a small animal is shivering from the cold, some may hunt it, some may leave it be, and some may even help the animal. I'm just like the humans who help the animal helping humans. Well, that doesn't mean I'm equating humans to animals, but I do have a sense of compassion since we're all the same in a way. You're right. There are people who take in and raise orphaned animals. I can understand it roughly the same way. Strictly speaking, it's different, but anyway, just understand it roughly like that. I'm too lazy to explain it in detail. All right, let's keep going. We need to reach the village before the sun sets today. Honestly, I could get there instantly with spatial movement, but that would be too convenient. I'd like to be able to instantly teleport to the other side of the continent if I wanted to, but that wouldn't give me the feeling of traveling, would it? Okay. We need to reach the next village before sunset. And so, Tia and Maybelle continued on the treacherous mountain path. The place we arrived at was a village of a suitable size. The village was situated next to a small river. It seemed to have wheat farming as its main industry, as golden wheat fields swaying in the wind were spread out around the village. In that village. So where should we go now? Well, since we've arrived at a new village, we should go to an inn first, don't you think? It's basic that wherever you go, you need to secure lodging first. If you don't arrange for a place to stay, the trip will become tiring. Having a space to rest well is important, you see. An inn, you say? Coincidentally, I've heard about a place from the priest, so I'll guide you there. You've heard about it, have you? So you know the exact location, I take it. Yes, I've heard plenty about this village from the priest. If I just organize the information I've heard, I'll be well versed about this village. Then, please guide the way. It would be fine to ask the villagers about it as well, but since Maybelle is speaking so confidently, it wouldn't be bad to entrust it to her. And so, I started walking behind Maybelle through the village. Maybelle set off confidently, but, I'm sure the priest said there's a big tavern to the west of the central square, and next to it is a nice inn. But that's to the south, isn't it? Ah, is that so? Then if we go down this alley here, that way leads east. Then the other way. If you go towards the side of the building we just passed, it leads to the central square, right? Maybelle had heard a lot of information from the priest, but it seems she's both directionally challenged and lacking a sense of direction. Even in this small village, she wandered around for quite a while, unable to find her destination. Well, in a small rural town like this, being directionally challenged wouldn't really matter. She probably didn't even realize she had a poor sense of direction. The priest. Did he not know this girl was so directionally challenged? No, if he knew, he surely wouldn't have sent her off alone. If she had gone off on her own, she might not have been able to reach her destination properly and would have wandered around for a long time. After wandering for a while, Maybelle eventually stopped in front of a building. This is the place, right? It does seem to be so. Maybelle, a bit exhausted from entering the wrong buildings a few times, pointed hesitantly at the building in front of her. Without a proper sign, it's a bit confusing, but the location seems to match what was described, so it's probably the right place. I didn't realize I'm so bad at finding my way. If I was alone, I would have been in big trouble. Yeah, you really would have. Normally, the image that comes to mind with a mouse is small but nimble and clever, but this girl is completely different from that image. Let's just go in for now. The building we entered was, fortunately, the inn that Maybelle was looking for. Well then, I suppose we'll stay here for the night. It feels a bit strange since this isn't the room I'm used to sleeping in, and the fact that I'm not sleeping alone makes it even more peculiar. Maybelle gave a slightly stiff smile. The tension on her was clearly visible. Well, it's understandable for her to be tense. A young village girl who somehow ended up embarking on a journey wielding a hammer, all to search for her long-lost mother. In this situation, if she wasn't tense, I'd suspect her nerves were made of steel wire. And to be in the same room as the dragon's priestess. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Ah, so I'm the cause of it, It's understandable. The story of the hero is widely known as the original heroic tale, and the dragon's priestess who appears alongside him is also well known. Ahem. It's a bit awkward, isn't it? I'm not going to eat you, so why are you so tense? But you're the dragon's priestess, and you're actually a giant dragon. This kind of story, no one will believe it. It's not for no reason that I'm called dragon's priestess. Well, it's just a title that ended up on me. For now, keep it a secret. It would be a bit troublesome if others found out. Understood. I'll take it to the grave. That was a rather lively response. Her small stature and cute appearance make for a pleasant sight. Despite the energetic tone, her body was still trembling slightly. Let's see. In times like this, a warm and sweet beverage would be nice. I lightly snapped my fingers and a steaming cup of cocoa appeared in the air. Cocoa, a drink that hasn't yet appeared in this world. I wonder if I can find it somewhere, or maybe I should make it myself. Well, I'll think about that later. For now, I just want to relax. Do you enjoy sweet things? Ah, yes, I do. But things like honey are very precious, so I can only have them on special occasions. Normally, I eat fruits and such. Honey. Well, honey can only be obtained through beekeeping. Unless there is a special case of taming monster bees, it seems to be a quite precious item. And it appears that sweet-tasting plants like sugar cane or sugar beets have not yet been discovered. But I feel like they must exist somewhere. Perhaps they are growing in a different form. If you like sweet things, try this as well. Be careful, it's hot. Ah, yes, I'll enjoy it. Maybelle carefully took the teacup I handed her and stared at the steaming cocoa for a while. Then, with a look of great determination, she took a sip of the cocoa. Ouch, it's hot. Startled, as if her tongue was burned, the teacup flew out of Maybelle's hand. I told her to be careful because it's hot. What a troublesome child. I caught the falling teacup and used magic to gather the scattered cocoa into one place. Then I guided the cocoa back into the teacup without spilling a single drop. This level of magic use is quite simple now. The consumption of magic is almost negligible. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Didn't I tell you it was hot? It burned. Looks like your tongue got burned. Let me see. I lightly touched Maybelle's cheek with the index finger of my empty left hand and the magic seeped into her mouth. It doesn't seem to be too severely burned. This should be able to heal it instantly. There, the healing is done. Wow, the pain disappeared in an instant. Maybelle stuck out her tongue and lightly pressed it with her finger. She seemed surprised that the pain vanished so quickly. All right, now be careful and drink it. Why, yes. For some reason, she seems even more tense than before. Trying to relax her tension seems to have backfired. Maybelle carefully poured the cocoa into her mouth, and then Maybelle's eyes widened. What is this? It's so sweet. And there's a faint bitterness that seems to accentuate the sweetness, unlike honey. Looks like you're enjoying it. Yes, it's so deliciously sweet. Incredible. I smiled softly as I watched Maybelle exclaim in admiration. She's eating it so delightfully, it's worth the effort of making it. All right, let's review the plan for the journey once more. Maybelle, her mouth full of cocoa, could only nod her head slightly. First, we're heading to the Temple of Life where your mother's letter was sent from, right? Yes, The letter was sent from the Temple of Life in Armen. Armen, where's that? After 300 years I've heard of that place before. I've never heard of that place. Where is it? Ah, you were asleep for about 300 years. How should I explain it? Maybelle paused for a moment before speaking. Do you know the region of Arcad? Of course. Wasn't that the country that existed before Arcadia? Yes. Armen is a city-state located northwest of the Arcad region. Northwest of Arcad, there were only small villages in that direction, but a city-state has been established there. Even though it's close to Arcadia, they managed to build a city in that area. Isn't it dangerous being so close to Arcadia? They managed to establish a city there, the thing is, the country of Arcadia no longer exists. What? The country disappeared in just 300 years. What on earth? What on earth happened? Well, about 80 years ago, the king died without appointing a successor. At that time, the collateral royal family members fought each other to become the king. It ended up being split into several pieces. So his country was torn apart like that. The one in paradise must be feeling frustrated. Now it's split into several city-states, each claiming to be the successor of Arcadia, and they are fiercely competing with each other. I don't remember the detail, but I see that's enough. Several city-state. It feels like the 3 kingdoms, or rather the 16 kingdoms. This too must be the history of humans. A faint sense of regret arose, but I didn't want to get involved in human history again. I should just watch from a slight distance. But if Arcadia has been split into several pieces, what is the situation of Sirius, the capital of Arcadia? If all the city-states claim the legitimacy of Arcadia, then Sirius must be the city coveted by all. No, since it was a city named after the guardian deity of the pantheon, can the other cities even invade that place? Sirius is said to be neutral. The Sirius Temple and the Epona cavalry both said they would open the door to the throne of Sirius if a rightful king of Arcadia appeared. So Sirius is being ruled jointly by the Sirius Temple and the Epona cavalry as a neutral city. It seems they also have complicated circumstances over there. Well, without a legitimate successor, they couldn't easily make a move. But aside from the Sirius Temple or the Arcadian throne, the Epona cavalry. Epona was surely the name of the beastman of horses who distinguished himself in the War of Arcadia, the one who guided Hero and me. If it's Epona. Ah, yes. As you know, Dragon's Priestess, it's the name of the first cavalry commander of Arcadia. Her name was used for the cavalry unit because of her distinguished service in capturing the king during the war. I see. Her name was left behind due to the great achievement she made. Humans leave their names behind after death. But even if I've left the village like this, will the priest be all right? At this point, isn't that the kind of thought you should have had before leaving the village? Ah, well, when we were about to leave, my mind was just full of all sorts of thoughts. Thoughts about Mom and thoughts about the outside world. Well, I suppose that's understandable. A young girl who has only grown up in a small rural village suddenly leaving the village. It's natural for her mind to be in turmoil, but well, she's worrying unnecessarily. That priest has decent enough abilities, so don't worry about it. Is that so? I nodded slightly. Since the priest had abilities that were quite decent for a human, there's no need to worry at all. And when we left the village, I briefly set up a barrier to prevent anyone with hostile intent from entering the village, so there probably won't be any particular problems. Then I'm relieved to hear that. I was a little worried. The thing you should be worrying about is your sense of direction. Well, that can be solved later by making something like a compass that points you in the right direction. If I make such an item and then later a different human picks it up and treasures it as a valuable. No, that couldn't happen, right? Nah, it's impossible that every single thing I make would turn into a treasure, though a good number of the things I've made so far have been that way. So, the plan is to head to Armen then. Yes, if I go to the Temple of Life there, I might be able to find a clue about my mother. The Temple of Life, I've been somewhat neglecting my duties as the goddess of life, but I should probably visit there at least once. The Temple of Life, that should make things a bit easier for you to get your message across. Yes, the priest also wrote me a letter of introduction since he's affiliated with the Temple of Life, but I'm sure it will be even better if you, the Dragon's Priestess, speak directly. Not the Dragon's Priestess, but the Goddess of Life, but whatever. Anyway, then let's rest up well today and set out tomorrow. Okay. And so, Maybelle and I spent the night at the inn. The world 300 years later had changed in many ways. Previously, most buildings were made using wood or clay, but now it seems they are constructing buildings using bricks. They're using bricks for construction, and even laying them out like paving blocks on the main roads. It gives an overall sense of cleanliness. Well, compared to the primitive era, this is a tremendous advancement. The overall clothing style hasn't changed much, but the fabrics themselves seem much cleaner. In the past, it was mostly leather-based clothing, but now they seem to be using more cloth. The overall economic situation also seems to have improved compared to before. And another interesting point is the small shrines I see here and there. Not just one or two, but I've seen at least 15 or so, and they all have different shapes, housing different deities. It seems they've put a lot of effort into expanding their religious beliefs now that they've restricted the deities. Well, as long as it doesn't harm humans, I don't mind what they do. The variety of deities diverse, but the major ones seem to be the sky god Baal and the mother of life. That would be me. Besides that, children's deities are popular, and surprisingly Sirius is also there. There are some other deities as well. Having many hills of deities to explore is probably a good thing for humans. And so, Maybelle and I continued our journey. Along the way, we encountered monsters, humans, thieves, pilgrims, adventurers, and soldiers. It was quite surprising to see so many humans and the rare appearance of monsters. According to what I've heard, it seems that humans have come to realize that the magic stones, monster hides, meat, and bones from monsters can be useful materials. As a result, the profession of adventurer who hunts monsters has become quite popular. Well, the risk involved is certainly high, but they say that if you're lucky enough to obtain a large magic stone from a monster, that alone can make your life easier. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. In a similar vein, the number of soldiers has also increased. However, the soldiers seem to be generally underpaid. They are maintained as a concept of security forces and standing army. The soldiers themselves are in a dangerous position, being deployed to wars and with meager wages, leaving them full of discontent. But well, military rebellion is not my concern. Anyway, Maybelle and I arrived in Armen. This place is quite large. Yes, it's quite sizable. It's about the same size as Sirius City before he fell asleep. It's a substantial city-state that has developed significantly in the past 300 years. As I was marveling at the changes, a well-dressed guard approached us. It seems this is your first time visiting our city. Yes, this is my first time in a city of this scale. That's what most visitors say. Armen is larger in scale compared to other city-states. The friendly guard began to provide information about various places in the city. That tavern sells good beer, but since you both seem young, it's best not to touch the alcohol. However, the food there is delicious, so you could try the restaurant. That's helpful information. I'll keep it in mind. As for accommodations, there's a place with a horse-shaped sign over there. I've heard that the lodgings there are quite decent, and they apparently get their furniture supplied by a dwarf. Dwarves, I've only read about them in books, but it seems they are present in the city as well. Well, I haven't seen them myself, but the accommodations are said to be good, so you could consider staying there. I wonder if he's being entirely truthful or just trying to direct us there. Anyway, I need to go to the Temple of Life first. You know where it is. So you've come to visit the Temple of Life. Are you perhaps pilgrims? Not quite pilgrims. At my response, Maybelle let out a small laugh. From her perspective, it must have been quite amusing for a dragon's priestess to be mistaken as a pilgrim. The Temple of Life is located right in the central square. It's larger than the other temples, so you can't miss it. A central square, Seems like creating such a thing is a trend. Thank you, we'll be on our way then. Yes, Armen is a cleaner city compared to others. I hope you have a pleasant stay. Cleaner. Yes, Armen has its own unique facilities. The water supply and sewage system help maintain the city's cleanliness, making it much more tidy than other cities. Water supply and sewage system. That's quite remarkable. Other cities rely on slimes to consume the waste, but that means they have to endure the stench until the slimes can clean it up. Armen, on the other hand, uses the water supply and sewage system to provide clean water and flush away the waste. That's how they maintain a clean environment. Impressive to have built water supply and sewage systems in this era. It's quite advanced, even though such systems were already present in ancient Rome. Thanks to the clean water supply, Armen has also developed a bathing culture. If you don't mind bathing with others, visiting the public baths could be an interesting experience. Bathing, huh? Now that I think about it, I don't have much memory of properly bathing. Well, I could get clean instantly with magic, so bathing wasn't really a concern. Bath. Unlike me, Maybelle's eyes were sparkling with excitement. If it's all right, would you like to try visiting the bathhouse? A bathhouse. Honestly, even if I were to immerse my body in boiling lava, I wouldn't feel the heat, so I wonder what the point of bathing is. Well, it doesn't really matter. First, we should go to the Temple of Life. We can think about it after we've taken care of our business. Okay. And so we parted ways with the guard and headed towards the central square. During that time, Maybelle showed signs of trying to go down a different path a few times. It should be fine to just go where there are a lot of people, so why does she keep veering off to a different path? I just can't seem to understand it. We've arrived. Indeed, if someone hadn't tried to go a different way a few times, we would have gotten here faster. And so, we were able to reach the Temple of Life in Armen. The Temple of Life in Armen is quite large. To accommodate such a large population, the temple must be large as well. Honestly, the temples in the countryside are small. Moreover, they enshrine several gods simultaneously. Since the number of villagers was not large to begin with, there was no need for it to be big. Anyway, let's go inside first. Right away, without any preparation procedures. Is that necessary? At my words, Maybelle tried to say something, but closed her mouth again. From the beginning, my very existence is a free pass to the temple. Well, I plan to conceal my identity outwardly, but I can subtly hint to a priest who would understand. Are you really sure it's okay? Just trust me, I'll take care of everything. So I confidently entered the entrance of the temple. An audience with the high priest. Did you make a reservation in advance? I didn't make one. Then you should make a reservation. If you make one now, you'll get a time 3 weeks later. 3 weeks? Yes, the high priest of the Temple of Life is an extremely busy person. I was blocked by the staff sitting at the information desk at the temple entrance. Well, this is really an urgent matter. People who say that while trying to get an audience with the high priest are not one or two. You must follow the proper procedures. Should I complain that I'm stuck, or should I appreciate that they don't make exceptions to the procedures? I can feel Maybelle fidgeting behind me. I can't help it. I subtly released my divine power. Just because you look cute doesn't mean anything goes. The information desk staff didn't seem to notice the divine power I released at all. Well, yeah. Not everyone who works at the temple needs to be a priest. But clang, thud, what was that just now? The priests inside are different. Priests, why suddenly? What divine power was that just now? That momentary but immensely dense divine power. Did a god descend? They noticed the divine power I briefly released to this extent. They seem quite skilled. Well, anyone who can't sense it is unqualified to be my priest, especially since I released it intentionally. May I go in for a bit to talk? The priests looked at me, exchanged glances with each other, and all nodded in unison. Yeah, that's right. That's how it should be. The temple can be considered the home of the enshrined god, so if that god says they want to enter, they shouldn't be stopped. Since it's resolved, let's go in. Ah, yes. And so, Maybelle and I headed inside the temple with the priests. If I may ask, don't ask about impertinent things. If I said I came to my own temple but couldn't meet the high priest because I was stopped at the entrance, how embarrassing would that be? I will also forbid asking about my identity. Just roughly guess in your mind. Whatever you think, that will be correct. Don't voice it out loud. Why, yes, I understand. The priest's attitude towards me was extremely deferential. So deferential that if I told them to lie on the floor, they would immediately prostrate themselves. So, may I ask why the Honorable One has come here? Could it be to choose a new hero? Don't guess such things. Ah, yes. I took a sip of the dried flower tea in front of the priests. Phew. The scent of the flower tea is nice. The reason I came here is nothing special. I'm just looking for someone. I subtly gestured to Maybelle, who was fidgeting behind me, and she came forward in front of the priests. This child's mother sent a letter through the Temple of Life. Does anyone know about it? This child is a child I happened to meet. There are circumstances, so I won't go into details. Her mother, who she was separated from as a child, sent a letter from here to the countryside where she is. A letter. Maybelle took out a neatly folded piece of parchment from her pocket. My mom, who I was separated from as a child, sent me a letter. Since the place the letter was sent from is here, I came to find clues. A letter. One of the priests looked at the letter and spoke. There are not just one or two people who send letters through the Temple of Life, so how can I remember them all? We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The letter was sent about a year ago, but is there anyone who remembers it by chance? There are dozens of letters sent every day. There may be records somewhere, but how would we know whose letter it is? So there are that many letters. Is there no way to do something? I'm a mouse beastman with gray hair like me. A mouse beastman, Then one of the priests raised his hand as if he remembered something. Come to think of it, there was a person who seemed to be a mouse beastman who came a year ago. Really? Do you remember? I didn't look into it deeply because I was busy, but I think it was a mouse beastman with a small build and large, round ears. Maybelle clung to the priest desperately. Please, I beg you even a little, please give me a clue about my mom. I don't know much either. I just noticed the unfamiliar appearance. And is there nothing else? Think of it as saving a person's life. Maybelle cried out while clinging to the priest. I pulled her away from the priest and said, Maybelle, calm down first. But I gently infused divine power into the anxious Maybelle to stabilize her emotions. Ooh, such divine power. As expected. Ignoring the priest's reactions, is there nothing else you remember about the mouse beastman that appeared a year ago? Yes, since beastmen are rare in Armen, it seems to have left a strong impression. Anything else? Can't you remember anything else? At my words, the priest thought deeply, then said in a small voice as if he had remembered something. Come to think of it, the person had a strange smell. Smell? Yes, it was a musty smell that is hard to find in Armen. A musty smell, No other clues. No, nothing else particularly. No other clues, At the priest's words, Maybelle slumped her shoulders in great disappointment. Is there really no other way? Is there no way to find my mom? Even though there's nothing right now, one thing is certain. What? I looked straight at Maybelle and said, "A year ago, the one presumed to be your mother came to this temple. That is a fact, isn't it? But I don't know if that mouse beastman was your mother, but at least it seems that letter was sent from here. In the worst case, the letter itself could have been a trap to lure this child. No, the mouse beastman who sent the letter may not have been this child's mother, but that's another issue to be put aside. For now, it seems a letter was sent from here. The clue would be the smell. If there were other clues, that would be good. Anyway, thank you, Maybelle. Let's go back. What? The clues about my mom are still lacking. We've heard everything we can for now. Let's try other methods for the rest." At my words, Maybelle's face showed a slight dissatisfaction, but she had no choice but to nod. I need to go back and organize the information. Watching us, the priest in the best clothes approached and spoke. "Excuse me, where are you staying, esteemed one?" I've booked a room at an inn." It was a decent inn recommended by the guards, though a bit pricey, but a few silver coins are no big deal. "I see. If you haven't decided on a place to stay, we were actually considering offering accommodations at our temple's lodging. I've already secured a suitable place to stay, so it's fine. But I wanted to accommodate you in a better place." I shook my head slightly. "It's enough as it is, so don't worry too much about me and keep my identity a secret. However, your reappearance in the world, the power of a hero is needed, does it not?" "That's not the case. It has nothing to do with a hero. I'm just trying to take a look around the world, that's all, so just erase me from your mind, understand?" "Understood, esteemed one." The priests nodded their heads slightly at my words. "Well, even if I say that, it will probably leak out somewhere, but it's better than not saying anything." And so, Maybelle and I left the temple. What should we do now? On the way back to the inn where we were staying, Maybelle asked with a worried expression. It's natural for her to be anxious since the clues we found were not very helpful, but it's not that we didn't get any results. "First, let's have a proper meal and, let's go to the bathhouse." Bathing? Didn't you say we'd go after finding my mom?" But the situation has changed a bit, hasn't it?" At my words, Maybelle puffed out her cheeks. "Small child is just cute when doing that. I'm not going for myself, but for you. Don't argue and just come along. First, let's have a meal." "Okay. You must be thinking of something. I'll trust you." So Maybelle and I turned slightly off the path to the inn and went to find a restaurant. The restaurant was, well, just average. The meat dishes that could be eaten as side dishes with alcohol were decent, but the cooking of this era, a bit lacking in seasoning. There's a lack of spices, and salt is about the only thing available to adjust the flavor, and even that is incredibly rare. Anyway, in this gradually improving world, cooking still has a long way to go. But I'm glad there's a lot of meat. Yeah, I suppose so. For a rural girl, or rather for people living in this era, this would have been more than enough. Well, let's move on from the rather lacking meal. Is it really okay to go to the bathhouse when we need to find my mom? I have a plan, so don't worry. With that, Maybelle and I headed to the bathhouse. The bathhouse itself was quite ordinary for the time period. It's more like a hot spring than a bathhouse. Water flows in from the aqueduct and is heated to fill the tub. Well, it's a primitive bathhouse, so it can't be helped. It's just a matter of pouring hot water over oneself to wash, but it should be fine. Yeah, I didn't know bathing in hot water could feel this nice. How have you been washing yourself up until now? Well, I've been washing in cold water. It's even harder in the winter. I see heating the water requires firewood, which isn't free, and not everyone can use magic or control spirits, so having a paid service to heat the water is a given. But why did you suddenly decide to bathe? It's like this. I used magic to create a small soap bubble in the palm of my hand. To be precise, it's a magic construct resembling a soap bubble, but let's skip the details. When the priest mentioned that your mother, who was suspected to be the one who sent the letter, had a strange smell, I had a hunch. A hunch? Yes. Didn't you hear from the guards when you entered Armen? This place is very clean. Maybelle nodded slightly at my words. With a well-developed water supply system and sewage treatment, this is a city where people with foul odors are rare, don't you think? That's true, but... And that's where I had a possibility in mind. Your mother may have been in a place with that kind of smell, which is why she had that odor. Huh. Maybelle didn't seem to catch on to what I was getting at. It's a simple idea. Your mother is likely to be in the sewers or around there. The sewers? I nodded slightly. The priest said that beastmen are rare in Armen, didn't he? Yes, he did. It's not impossible that she came from somewhere else and sent the letter here, but the possibility is not high. So if we assume your mother is in Armen, I presented a few clues. Rare beastmen, a musty smell, and the sewers of Armen. Considering all these elements, are you saying my mom is in the sewers? The possibility is high, I'd say, but if she came here just to send the letter and then left, then I may have guessed wrong. But I have a feeling that Maybelle's mother is in Armen, so I don't want to just barge into the smelly sewers, so I use a little trick. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. The trick is that bubble. Yes, it's a bubble that I can control remotely and share my vision and hearing with. I casually floated the bubble into the water and it flowed through the bathhouse drain. Ah, so that's why you brought me to the bathhouse, more or less. I also wanted to see bathing in this era, but the main reason was that, as the bubble floated down the drain, I began to remotely observe the sewers. All right, the preparation is done. Let's use this bubble to explore the sewers. If we find Maybelle's mother down there, well, I don't want to go down, but I may have no choice. So Maybelle and I finished bathing and returned to the inn. What's wrong? I was remotely operating the magic bubble to examine the sewers from our inn room. The dark, crude sewers were honestly a very difficult place for people to traverse. Slimes were stuck everywhere and the filthy water swept things away. I had imagined a somewhat more modern sewer system, but that was clearly off the mark. Could anyone really live in this environment? Is that not the place? I've been searching the sewers for a while, but I don't see anything notable. Did I make the wrong guess? At my words, Maybelle's thin tail drooped. She was clearly disappointed. If this isn't the place, then I'll have to make something to help find what she's looking for. What should I make? A compass-like item with a popular image. No, that's a bit plain. Finding what she's looking for, finding. As I pondered, I glanced at Maybelle. What she's searching for. Suddenly, an image flashed through my mind. A character from a famous bullet hell game with mouse ears who had the ability to find things. That's it. Dowsing would be perfect. Just as I was lost in thought about what to create, a sound came from the sewers. Unlike the dripping of water, this was the sound of something heavy entering the water. I turned my gaze in that direction and saw a small figure moving through the dark sewers. I found someone. There's a person in the sewers. I began to remotely control the bubble to chase after the figure's form. The small figure moving through the complex, tangled sewers. I followed behind the figure, gradually committing the structure of the sewers to memory. The sewers did not seem to be just a simple structure for waste disposal. The small human descending the complex path skillfully. Likely a rat beastman. It seems my guess was correct after all. Let's confirm the location and then descend. Understood. But really, a rat beastman in the underground sewers. It reminds me of a game where there is an underground city of rats beneath the human city. Ah, that's it. Unlike the malicious rat people in that game, these rat beastmen may not be so evil. There might just be various things happening, that's all. I continued to follow the small figure. The small figure emerged from the sewers and arrived at a small village deep underground. There's a small village underground. Underground. There aren't many people wandering around, but they all seem to be rat beastmen. It's as if they've created this village to hide from the eyes of other humans. I ignored Maybelle's bewildered voice and surveyed the small village. If there is such a village, there's no need to go through the smelly sewers. I erased the sewer structure from my mind and remembered the coordinates of the village. Get ready to depart. We'll teleport there directly. Ah, yes. A village inhabited only by rat beastmen, how intriguing. Why is there such a village beneath Armin? Why are the rat beastmen here? I don't know for sure, but something feels off. A suspicious, conspiratorial scent. Then Maybelle and I teleported directly to the village underground. It seems the existence of this village was unnoticed by those above in Armin. How did they manage to create this village while evading the eyes of others? It must have required no small amount of cost and effort. So, where should we start looking? Let's see. There were quite a number of people wandering around. All right. Let's try using this here. I created 2 L-shaped metal rods and simply cast a spell on them. Holding these rods in both hands and concentrating my mind, I could use this simple tool, dowsing, to find the location of what I was thinking about. What's this? It's an item I made by casting a simple spell. If you hold these rods in your hands and focus your mind strongly on something, the ends of the rods will point towards what you're thinking of. Is this a magical tool to find what you're looking for? You made something like that in an instant. Yes, it's not that difficult of a spell. Maybelle spoke with a slightly dumbfounded expression. If you can make things like this, why didn't you do it sooner? Wouldn't it have made things easier? I didn't voice the thought that simply solving everything with a snap of my fingers would be boring. It can only point in the direction of what you're looking for, not tell you the exact location. If what we're looking for isn't in this village, it will only indicate the direction, nothing more. And even then it can only point horizontally. If we were searching for your mother above in Armin, it would only indicate the direction directly above us. In other words, it can find the X and Y coordinates but not the Z coordinate. This dowsing method is incapable of 3-dimensional tracking. I see. Well, that was just an excuse to hide the truth, that I wanted to experience the process of searching. Here, give it a try. Maybelle grasped the dowsing rods I handed her, like this, a little lower than that. If you hold it too high, it will get caught on your hands and not turn properly. Ah, I see. Even if it turns, if it gets caught on the hands, the direction won't be properly indicated. With that, Maybelle closed her eyes while holding the dowsing rods I had given her. After a short time passed, the dowsing rods in Maybelle's hands slowly began to move. Phew, this isn't easy. Is that so? Yes, it's not easy to clearly imagine Mom, and continuously concentrating is difficult too. I see. Is it that difficult? I didn't make it that complicated. Is the mental power required to use it different for each individual, or is Maybelle just a bit poor at concentrating? Well, it doesn't really matter. For now, it seems to be pointing in the right direction. It's staying fixed in one direction when I move, which is good. As Maybelle moved around, the dowsing rods continued to point in the same direction. All right, let's head out then. Yes, cloaked in magic, we set off. This village feels familiar, almost like it's imitating a dwarven village. My muttered words caught Maybelle's attention. This village, it has a similar feel to the dwarven villages I've seen before. When I used to sneak away from Sagarmatha, I would go explore the dwarven villages. The layout of this place is quite similar to the villages I saw back then. Looking closer, the mushrooms and moss here are almost identical to the ones I had gifted to the dwarves. A dwarven village. They used to carve out villages deep in the mountains, in large cave systems. Well, it was more than just a village, really. Dwarves, being strong and sturdy, were excellent at digging into the earth to find valuable metals. To find ores, they dug into the caves, and then utilized the created spaces to build residential areas inside the caves. repeating the process of digging deeper and creating more living spaces. In the end, a complex dwarven village resembling an ant's nest was completed. In that sense, the village full of rat people, could be considered a derivative of the dwarven village. A dwarven village, huh? I'd like to visit it once. It does feel a bit cramped, but it was a nice place. If I meet Mom, I'd like to go on a trip with her. Yes, first we need to meet your mother. Cloaked in magic, we proceeded in the direction indicated by the dowsing rods. It seems to be pointing to that building. We arrived at building with an armed guard at the entrance. Let's see. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. There are about 5 rat people inside. Not too many, but the heavy guard posted here makes it seem suspicious. What should we do? First, let's take a peek into the guard's mind. His mind? I nodded slightly. If we can understand why your mother is imprisoned here and why you were left in that rural village, it might help us solve the problem. But wouldn't it be better to just ask Mom directly? At Maybelle's words, I paused for a moment. It seems we can't speak to her directly right now. I looked at one of the rat people inside the building. The rat person's life force was dangerously low, resembling Maybelle's soul. Your mother is in this building, but she seems to be too weakened to speak at the moment. Then we have to hurry and rescue her. I said at the moment, didn't I? Her life is not in danger, and as long as her life is sustained, we can revive her even if she's been dead for a short while. Maybelle finally realized who I was, the dragon's priestess who can revive the dead. That's right. As long as your mother's life is sustained, I can do something about it. Let's focus on gathering information first. Okay, we cautiously approach the guard. But how will you subdue him? Should I hit him with a hammer? If you hit him with a hammer, his head will be crushed and he'll die, so don't do that. On our journey here, I had seen the power of crushing monsters' heads, so I knew the force of that hammer, and I didn't want this child to commit murder. So, a small magic flowed from my fingertips, touching the guard. It was a technique to temporarily hypnotize and subdue the mind. Could this be called magic? It's just a crude skill of mentally dominating others, but since it uses magic, let's just call it magic. Subdued. Already. I don't want to bother with such trivial matters too much. It's enough to flick my fingers like a green dinosaur. Whatever. T/N. What? All right, then come this way. At my words, the guard approached us with a slightly dazed expression. Good, he's properly under the hypnosis. Of course, anyone who isn't a godlike being wouldn't be able to resist my mental control. Now then, let's see what the rat people are up to. I began delving into the guard's mind. The name of this village is Rat Hole Village, quite a fitting name. Rat Hole. It does seem like a place where rats can live without any problems. Hidden from the eyes of others, it's a suitable place for the rat people to plot something. At my words, Maybelle looked at me with an uneasy gaze. Plot something. I'll read some more and then tell you. In that way, I began to delve into the guard's mind completely. Let me see. I clicked my tongue slightly at the things the beastmen were planning. Why are you doing that? Oh no. I just didn't expect them actually try to do something like this, so I was a bit surprised, you could say. What kind of thing were they planning to do? I looked at Maybelle and spoke softly. These rat beastmen, it seems they were planning to create a new gods. A gods? Yes, a new gods, a gods for the rat beastmen. I didn't expect the beastmen would use the method I had used, so it was really unexpected. Was it possible to artificially create the existence of a gods? It's not easy, but it is possible. By manipulating public opinion and incitement and gathering the faith of many people, a gods can be created. The method of creating and changing gods, the method I had used. Somehow the rat beastmen had noticed that, and they were trying to do it for themselves. And it was to be a gods for the rat beastmen, their own gods. After the original beast, the guardian deity of the pantheon Sirius, had changed, they were trying to create a new gods to fill that void. But that's just... First, let's rescue your mother and I'll explain it to you later. At my words, Maybelle nodded slightly. What's important now is not some rat gods, but rescuing Maybelle's mother. T/N. You know what? You may read the previous chapter again. There are still some parts left out after I'll read some more and then tell you. But if you have already read up to what's important now is not some rat gods, but rescuing Maybelle's mother, then it's done. Rescuing Maybelle's mother was not particularly difficult. Honestly, if it were difficult, that would be a problem. But no matter. We had already roughly pinpointed the location through dowsing, and now that we were this close, we could locate her exact position through spiritual means. The rat beastmen we encountered, I simply suppressed their minds, lightly skimmed their thoughts, and manipulated their perception so that they wouldn't recognize me and Maybelle, allowing them to continue with their work. I was a bit concerned about freely manipulating the rat beastmen's minds, but, well, there was no other choice. I just had to make a slight adjustment to their perception. And so, without any interference, me and Maybelle headed towards the location where Maybelle's mother was being held. Is Mom really here? Isn't that what the dowsing rod in your hand is telling you? Maybelle continued to ask anxiously. It was in gloomy and desolate prison. It was understandable that she would be uneasy about her mother being held in such a place. So I reassured Maybelle as we proceeded. Let's hurry. We need to get your mother out of this place as soon as possible. Okay. And when we arrived at the location, it's a dead end. I see. Unlike other prisons, this space was completely walled off with only a small hole at the bottom. And inside there was a soul that seemed to be Maybelle's mother. There's no entrance. Is this really the right place? Yes, that's correct. I could clearly sense the presence of the soul beyond the wall, so there was no doubt about it. But there's no way to get into this room. Looking at the slightly different material of this wall compared to the others, it seems they built a new wall to imprison her here. The room was completely sealed off, except for one section of the wall which had a slightly different composition. Apparently, they had constructed a new wall to turn this former prison space into a secure confinement. Why would they do something like that? Who knows? It seems excessive to go to such lengths to imprison her, but perhaps there was a situation that necessitated such measures. What do you mean? A situation that required imprisoning her like this? For example, if they needed to extract certain information from your mother and had to ensure she couldn't escape, even if she had become weakened, regular bars might not have been enough to hold her. Even in a weakened state, someone like her probably couldn't have broken out of regular prison bars. But you never know. There are even children who can wield large hammers with their tiny bodies. Perhaps they thought that walling her in like this would prevent her from escaping. The rat beastmen we encountered on the way here didn't seem to know the full details about Maybelle's mother either. They were simply following orders to push food through the small gap at the bottom of the wall and record any responses. They thought they were doing work for the sake of the rat beastmen, but then shall I try to break down this wall? With your strength and that hammer, it might be possible, but if you do that, the debris could end up harming your mother inside, so don't start swinging the hammer. We came to rescue her, so it would be bad if she got hurt by the debris. So, in a case like this, I raised my index finger and placed it against the wall. This is how you do it. I drew a large circle on the wall with my finger, and as I pulled it away, the section I had outlined was cleanly sliced off. I made sure the detached fragments fell outside the room, not inside. Good. Neat, isn't it? Neat. No, it's not. Normal people can't do that kind of thing. Is that so? Yes. Right, in this era, the use of magic hasn't been fully developed yet. No wonder they can't do something like this. But if you get the hang of using magic, there's nothing you can't do. Humans are still mostly just using scrolls for now. With the right techniques, magic can be an all-purpose tool capable of any task. Anyway, I've made an entrance now. Let's go in. And so me and Maybelle entered the room. Mom. The cramped and desolate room. A lone slime was rolling around in the corner, a pitiful sight. In the corner, a gray-haired rat beastman lay on the floor in a state of complete disrepair. Mom. Maybelle quickly approached the rat beastman and embraced her. A faint breath, a weak life force, a life like a candle in the wind. Calm down, at least she's still alive. But if you hug her forcefully in this weakened state, what will happen? At my words, Maybelle's movements hesitated. I understand her feelings, but still. So just wait a moment. I summoned magic to envelop Maybelle's mother. Her physical condition was truly in shambles. The muscles in her limbs were tattered. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. Moreover, it seems she had not been eating properly as she was malnourished and extremely weakened. Truly, a life hanging by a thread. See? First, I used magic to restore her weakened body, repair her damaged muscles, and revive her faint soul. Even in a half-dead state, it would be clean and fresh as new in no time. Calling it new is a bit strange, but anyway, she's healthy now. Is it finished? Yes, the physical recovery is complete, so now I'll awaken her consciousness. And so, I revived the consciousness of Maybelle's mother, Ella. Ella's tightly closed eyelids slowly began to move. Yep. And then Mom, Maybelle. The eyes of the two met. Ah, Mom. Dear God. Maybelle embraced her mother, burying her face in her embrace, and Ella slowly began to stroke Maybelle's head, sobbing, Dear God, why did you send this child to me? HM, I am not afraid to die myself, but I wanted to protect this child. Why? Why did you let this child die? Ah, I see, she is mistakenly thinking she has died. It seems she believes not only she herself, but also her daughter Maybelle have died. Ah, Mom. Say nothing. Poor thing, how much you must have suffered. I wanted to protect you so badly. Even if we had to part, I wanted you to grow up safely. No, Mom, why are you saying that after we've reunited after 10 years? I'm not dead, not dead. When Maybelle shouted like a scream, Ella's gaze slowly began to clear, as if she had regained her senses. Oh, I'm not dead. No, I'm not dead, I'm not dead. Realizing what she had said, Ella, forget it, covered her reddened face with both hands. Maybelle's mother did not lift her face for a long time. She must have been extremely embarrassed. Maybelle herself was also feeling embarrassed. A touching reunion of mother and daughter, but let's move to another location for now. Honestly, it doesn't matter if we stay here, but she'll be embarrassed for hours if left as is. For now, I've suppressed the minds of all the rat beastmen inside the building, but if new ones come in from outside, the story will be different. Well, I can subdue them too, but to have a calm conversation, we should move to another place. Another location. Yes, let's see. First, I'll restore this wall. I lifted the removed wall section and firmly reattached it, slightly melting the rock's surface with heat to bind it together. There. This way no one will be able to know the situation inside. Maybelle, who is this person exactly? I'll explain later. For now, just know that this is the person who is helping me. At Maybelle's words, Ella nodded slightly. Looking at her, Ella also seems quite young. Is it a characteristic of beastmen? They look more like sisters than mother and daughter. Ah, no. I don't have time for unnecessary thoughts. Let's move to another place. Let's see. The inn where we were staying would be a good place. I snapped my fingers lightly, and the dark space instantly transformed into the inn room. This is. Ella, who was experiencing spatial movement for the first time, had a very flustered expression, but Maybelle, who had already experienced it several times, calmly began to console her mother. It's okay. The person just used magic to move us to another place. Spatial movement, that's not magic, it's a miracle. Ella finally had the chance to examine my appearance, and after looking me over, she said, Could it be the dragon's priestess? You're quick-witted. At this point, anyone would have noticed what I was doing. Anyone who experiences the miracle of spatial movement would notice, especially a young girl with large horns using such a miracle. I see, that makes sense. I wonder if I should seal that magic to hide my identity. But that would be a hassle. Just what kind of situation led the dragon's priestess to come to your aid? Yes, I wonder how it came to this. It was just a series of coincidences, but it feels as if someone had prepared for this to happen. I would like to allow you and your daughter to have the conversation you couldn't have in 10 years, but let's leave that for later. I looked at Ella and said, I have a rough understanding of what the rat beastmen are trying to do, about creating a new gods, but just in case, could you tell me everything you know? I also want to know why they are targeting Maybelle, and why Ella herself was imprisoned in that cell. The joyful reunion between mother and daughter was set aside, as it was more important to listen to the story first. How on earth can mere mortals create a god? I don't understand. Maybelle still seemed unable to believe that the beastmen were trying to create a god. Well, it's understandable that she would think that way. If they're just trying to create a special being, not a god, then I can understand it a little, even if it's hard to believe. But to create a god, that's blasphemy. Creating a god, spreading biased information to many people, guiding their thinking, inciting them, and applying a specific direction to the collective consciousness to create a new faith. Through that, either creating a god that did not originally exist, or changing an existing god by overlaying different information. Was that what the rat beastmen were trying to do? No, more importantly, where did they learn about such a method? Except for me and Ball, no one else seems to properly know about that. Keeping those questions in my heart, I began to focus on what Ella was saying. It's understandable that you can't easily believe it, but it's what's actually happening. Ella continued the story while stroking Maybelle's head. After the original beast, who was the original god of the beastmen, became the guardian deity of the pantheon under the name Sirius. A great rift occurred in the beastmen's society. The spiritual pillar of the beastmen, the god of the beastmen, had disappeared, which had united the diverse beastmen of different species. As a result, conflicts began to arise among the beastmen, even though they were of the same race. There's one error in what you said. I interrupted Ella's story and she looked puzzled. Error? What error? In your words, you said that after the original beast became Sirius, the guardian deity, the beastmen split apart, but it's actually the opposite. I recalled the dilapidated temple where Sirius, the original beast, had resided. The revival of Arcadia was due to Sirius, the original beast. Arcadia's state religion could be considered the original beast, but as time passed, the number of non-beastmen in Arcadia increased, and the number of those who believed in deities other than the beastmen's tribal god, the original beast, also grew. That's how the diversification of faith occurred in Arcadia. As faith became more diverse, the beastmen who originally believed in the original beast also tended to believe in gods that were more beneficial to them, and eventually their faith split into various directions. Through this process, it was not that the original beast, now called Sirius, turned his back on the beastmen, but rather the beastmen turned their back on the original beast, who then received the name Sirius. Well, it's just a reversal of the chronological order, but still. Is that so? But the scholars research. Isn't it possible that the beastmen were unable to record the fact that they had first abandoned their tribal god, and so they distorted the record? Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. The image of Sirius, lonely and forlorn in that gloomy temple, is still vivid in my mind. Humans, it seems, leave records in a way that is advantageous to them. But let's move on from the issue of the veracity of this. What's important now is not the facts themselves. At my words, Ella nodded slightly and cleared her throat. After the beastmen split apart by tribe, we rat beastmen found ourselves in great danger. Even before, we rat beastmen were quite shunned among the various beastmen, and after the loss of the protection of the original beast, the future of our rat beastmen tribe became bleak. I see. Indeed, beastmen are a highly diverse species. Even among the same beastmen, they would treat each other like different tribes if the species were different. We rat beastmen are not physically superior like other beastmen, and our ability to communicate with animals is limited to only small rodents. We have almost no advantages as a race. It was clear that the future of our tribe was dark. It seems the tribal discrimination that was suppressed when Sirius bound all the beastmen together had now reared its head. Discrimination never goes away, does it? In the face of this crisis, the rat beastmen strive to find ways to secure the future of their tribe. Some try to find the value of the rat beastmen through interactions with other tribes, while others like me wanted to reveal our individual strength to show that the rat beastmen are not weak. Now that you mention it, Ella had said she was an adventurer in her youth, so there was that background as well. It wasn't just that she was driven out by her stepmother. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. In the midst of searching for ways to help the rat beastmen, one ascetic heard a voice. A voice? Yes, they say he was a seeker who was practicing deep underground. He heard the voice while practicing in the deep earth. A voice? A voice, huh? The voice was telling him to create a new god. If the absence of a gods was the problem, then creating a gods could solve it. It said that if they created a god specifically for the rat beastmen, the standing of the rat beastmen could rise immensely. That voice sounds suspicious. Moreover, a voice coming from underground. Is it that guy again? The voice knew many things that even the elderly rat beastmen scholars did not know. The method of creating gods was also taught by that voice. So, did they follow the instructions of that voice? Yes. The rat beastmen had no choice, and so, to create this god, the rat beastmen prepared many things. Ella continued stroking Maybelle's head, and Maybelle seemed to fall into a comfortable sleep at her mother's touch. Just like when she was little, stroking her head makes her fall asleep. I'm glad I don't have to tell her the story that I can't share with her. Ella continued speaking while continuing to stroke Maybelle's sleeping head. Afterwards, the rat beastmen did everything they could to desperately save money and prepare the materials needed for the ritual to create the god. The most important of these prepared materials was the sacrifice that would become the body of the new god. Body, sacrifice. Those aren't necessary to create a god using the methods I know. What is this? Are they creating a god in a different way than I'm familiar with? They paired off the selected individuals and creating the exceptional child. The sacrifice that would become the body of the new god was also part of that plan. The selected individuals. Yes. Ella stroked Maybelle's head again, and Maybelle slightly moved as if the touch tickled her. Ella gave a small smile to Maybelle. This child was also the most promising candidate to become the body of the god in that ritual. But that would mean sacrificing this child to create a new god. I could not allow such a thing, so I entrusted this child to a safe place. Isn't that betraying your tribe? Ella nodded slightly. Yes, it is betraying my tribe, but I wanted to protect this child. From the moment this child was born and wrapped my hand with her tiny fingers, my life became a life for this child. Even if the tribe prospers, if this child is sacrificed, all of that would be meaningless. Indeed, it seems a mother's love for her child has become greater than her love for the tribe. Maternal love is truly remarkable. Of course, all of these plans were kept strictly secret even from me, the party involved. I didn't know anything either, so if my husband hadn't found out, this child would have been taken. Husband? Dad? Maybelle, who had been sleeping, suddenly woke up as Ella's story about her husband caught her attention. It seemed the talk of a father she didn't know had piqued her great interest. Your father. He was truly a brilliant man. He was the smartest among the young rat beastmen, you know. If it wasn't for this foolish ritual, he might have become a leader of the rat beastmen. But my dad is now. Ella shook her head slightly at Maybelle's words. To help me and you escape. He's gone. As Ella spoke, Maybelle's tail also drooped as if she had become gloomy as well. How sad. But it seems the place he mentioned was truly a safe one. I'm glad our daughter has grown up safely there. A safe place? You mean the rural village where I was? Yes. Your father. He said you had to go there to be protected. I didn't know that his old adventurer comrade was a priest in that village, but thanks to that, I was able to entrust you to him with confidence. It seems Maybelle's father had foreseen the future and made such preparations. It's as if he even knew that I would be sleeping there. Maybelle's father seems to have foreseen the future or found a way through his exceptional knowledge, but there's no need to dwell on that right now. I understand the gist of what's happening, but there are parts I don't understand. What is it? I lightly snapped my fingers, and at the same time, Maybelle fell asleep. After all, it wasn't appropriate for the child who was about to become a sacrifice to hear the story. The sacrifice to become the body of the deity. As far as I know, such a thing is not necessary to create a deity. Why did they demand that? Ella, who was holding the suddenly sleeping Maybelle, had a greatly surprised expression. I have experience manipulating public opinion and inciting to create or change many deities, but such sacrifices were never necessary. No, there wasn't even a ritual to begin with. It was just a matter of manipulating public opinion and incitement to lead the beliefs of many people to establish the deity in the form I wanted. Therefore, there's no such thing as a ritual to create a deity. The existence of a deity is born from the beliefs of countless humans. Therefore, a physical body is meaningless. A deity is born from the beliefs of many people, except for a few special cases that have a physical body. Without the beliefs of such humans, it would be a weak existence that cannot even maintain its own existence. From that perspective, isn't a deity a kind of mental parasite that is born by feeding on the faith of many humans, unable to exist without the beliefs of the majority of humans? It's an interesting thought, but what's important now is not that. That's why the idea of a sacrifice to become the body of a deity in this ritual is strange. Is that so? How Dragon's priestess know about this ritual? The details are a secret, but one thing is certain. There is no one who knows more about how to create a deity than I do. That's how I used to make gods in the first place. However, the ritual to create a deity that Ella explained, no matter how I think about it, it's different from the method I used. It's as if. But if you perform the ritual, are you sure you're really creating a new deity? I also know well the methods of creating deities, but the ritual you mentioned seems to be a completely different thing from the method I know. Ella's face began to harden at my words. But Ella couldn't continue her words properly. Perhaps the voice that taught them that ritual has deceived everyone. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. The unreasonable demands and the attempt to deceive the desperate rat beastmen to obtain what they want. If it's a trick, then what does that voice want? Explain the ritual that the rat beastmen are preparing as detailed as possible. I'll compare it to the method I know. Ah, I understand. Ella began to explain the ritual to create a deity that she knew. First, the materials for the ritual are a child who will become the body of the deity, a large amount of mana stones, and the prayers and beliefs of the new deity's followers. Finally, to turn the prayers and beliefs of ordinary people into a pure deity, a large number of souls will be sacrificed for the deity's ascension. Oh, this is bad. This ritual is suspicious. A large amount of mana stones can be used to perform various magic or miracles, but a large number of souls, that's out of the question. It's not a proper ritual at all. It's clearly a ritual with a suspicious ulterior motive. That's a failure. Huh. But if the voice that came from underground is the one I'm thinking of, did they want to revive themselves using such means? Even if they revive, they'll just become easier for me to find. Doesn't it seem like a suspicious ritual? A ritual that demands a large number of souls. Even the gods of the pantheon don't make such demands. Did the rat beastmen really believe in such a ritual? The esteemed ones of the rat beastmen believed in it firmly. I don't know much, but at the time, since they said so, I had no choice but to believe it. Believed in it firmly, huh? Was the situation so desperate that there was no other choice? Or, I don't know who that voice is, but it might have brainwashed them. Brainwashed. Yes. Otherwise, they wouldn't believe in such a preposterous ritual. The only thing actually needed to create a god is the faith of the believers, according to Ella's explanation of the required materials. The other materials, maybe I should have them capture me and drag me underground sometime. From the looks of it, they probably wanted to extract the magic from the mana stones, absorb a large number of souls, and obtain a physical body to inhabit, becoming a complete entity. If such a ritual succeeded, they could be reborn, possessing a body filled with a large number of souls and magic. We rely on your support. Read at https://novelplex.org. Donate now. It wouldn't be as good as their original state before being shattered, but what a fools. But the large number of souls among the required materials. Are they planning to kill all the rat beastmen and offer their souls? If not, as for the large number of souls required for the ritual, how do they plan to obtain them? Ella hesitated for a moment before speaking. They said they would obtain them by wiping out the inhabitants of Armen. Armen. The rat beastmen underground are planning to wipe out the city of Armen on the surface. How? Well, I can kind of guess. Since the rat beastmen are living deep in the sewers, unknown to others, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to tamper with the water supply. The people of Armen are using the water from the water supply normally, so if they were to release a long-lasting poison into the water source, they could easily wipe out the human inhabitants of the city. Wait a moment. Could it be that the water and sewage systems of Armen were prepared for this ritual from the beginning, preparing the water supply as a means to obtain a large number of souls, and the sewers below Armen as the location for the ritual? If that's the case, then this ritual has been in preparation for a very long time, even before the birth of Maybelle, who's sleeping there right now. I can't just leave this be. This is. Yes, for Maybelle's sake, the ritual must be prevented. Ella stroked the sleeping Maybelle's head again. Her gentle touch was filled with deep affection. Not only for Maybelle, but I can't let the people of Armen be massacred either. So, what's the best course of action? The simplest method would be to storm the underground right now and destroy everything, but, while they've done wrong, completely massacring them all is a bit. If it was already done, it would be a different story, but they haven't done it yet, so killing them all is a bit. My heart is softening. Well, the rat beastmen are just desperately trying to survive, so killing them all doesn't feel quite right. Sabotaging the ritual would not be enough. That's it. What if we make Maybelle into a god? Ella's eyes widened in surprise. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Did you hear me correctly? This child and to sacrifice the people of Armen. No, not that ritual. If the rat beastmen needed a god, then if a god for the rat beastmen already existed, this wouldn't have happened in the first place. So, rather than that suspicious ritual, it's about properly creating a god. Properly, you say? Ella looked at me with eyes full of distrust. Well, I understand, but still, because of the suspicious ritual to create a god, her daughter is in danger and she even lost her husband. It's natural for her not to trust me, but your daughter is not being sacrificed as an offering for the physical body of a god. By reversing the ritual that the rat beastmen are preparing, we can directly ascend this child to the position of a god. But if that happens, your daughter will become a living human who has risen to the position of a god, and when her life as a living being ends, she will become the god of the rats and watch over the rat beastmen, so the future of your race will also be guaranteed, won't it? At my words, Ella fell into deep contemplation and then spoke in a small voice. It is certainly tempting, but becoming a god means taking on an immense responsibility, doesn't it? That may be true, but she can become the most honored existence while still alive. Aren't you uncomfortable with your child becoming such an existence? Ella shook her head slightly. No, it's not that. I'm just worried that after becoming a god, an immortal being with immense responsibility, this child may be burdened and suffer from the weight of it. I see. It's ultimately because she's worried about her child, isn't it? Parents are always worrying about their children, but isn't this worry a bit too much in that case? How about asking her directly? I looked at the sleeping, or rather pretending to sleep, Maybelle. Chapter 181. Maybelle, who was pretending to be asleep. She had her eyes closed, but her ears had been twitching a little for a while. Ella, who was patting her head, seemed unaware of this. However, she couldn't fool my eyes. I can't believe you're asking my daughter that. Isn't it too heavy a question for her to choose? At my words, Ella looked quite anxious. But you know, this child is no longer the little girl she was when you broke up with her, I said, watching Maybelle's ears quiver slightly. You've left her with that rural priest for quite a long time, yet you still think of her as a child. Ella seemed to be struck by my point, trying to say something but then closing her mouth again. True, she was a child when you parted ways, but I understand that your memories hold on to the little Maybelle. Still, a lot of time has passed, and she's already at an age where she can discern things reasonably well. Well, that's true. Now that she's no longer a child, shouldn't you let her make her own judgment? Ella couldn't refute my words. No matter how much of a parent you are, you can't just choose your child's fate. As an adult who has already embarked on the journey of life, I can give guidance, but I can't live that life for her. So the choice must be Maybelle's own. It has to be. And if Maybelle refuses such a choice, what will you do? Whatever. Nothing really changes. I'm not going to force her. You become a god. Even without a god for the rat beastmen, it probably wouldn't make much difference. I would just crush the head honchos of the scheming rat beastmen and snuff out the conspiracy to annihilate Armin, wiping out all the rituals to become a god as if they never occurred. As a result, the rat beastmen, with their future now uncertain, it's a bit sad, but I can't favor just one race. I've already done quite a bit to favor one side. I don't know what will happen to the rat beastmen who have no god. They'll have to find another way to survive or live like slaves, looked down upon by other races. I can't think that far ahead. It's a cold truth, but it can't be helped. As the god of life, I can't continue to favor just one race. In the past, I acted biased due to my inexperience and lack, but now I'm trying to cut down on such behavior. Odd, is this a bit biased too? Since my aim is to protect Armin, regardless of what happens to the rat beastmen. Well, I don't care. I'm going to ignore it, call it irresponsible, but whatever, the rat beastmen are the bad ones. I'm not omnipresent or omnipotent. I ended up spreading life and became a divine-like entity, but I'm not all-knowing. I'm just a silver dragon with a bit more power than other beings, so I'll just follow my heart. Yes, that's easier. Whatever consequences that choice brings, I'll leave it up to my future self. Please take care of it, future me. While my heart became a bit lighter with such thoughts, Ella's expression began to harden. Does that mean you, the dragon priestess, are abandoning the rat beastmen? Well, isn't the one trying to commit the wrongdoings the rat beastmen themselves? And you also whisked away Maybelle to sabotage their ritual. That's true, but what? Now that you mention the destruction of your race, do you feel a pang of conscience? If you felt that way, you shouldn't have thought of sneaking away your daughter. It's quite contradictory. Your position as a mother trying to protect her daughter conflicts with that of a member of a race on the brink of destruction, and now you seem unable to let go of either. When facing death, your decisions were clear, but now that the situation has turned weirdly beneficial because of my being, do you want to save your race too? Such irony. But perhaps this contradiction is just the desire for life, a yearning for something better that can't be denied. Thanks to the improving situation, all the preconditions have probably changed. Anyway, I have no intention of directly doing anything about your race's future. Let me make that perfectly clear. All I'm doing is turning the ritual upside down to make Maybell a god. Well, who knows, I might completely recreate the god of the rat beastmen if I put my mind to it, but such things are starting to sound a bit tedious. Then, can I take on such a heavy responsibility? I'd rather you didn't. What? Why? Why do you look at me with that incredulous gaze when I say I don't want to? In the first place, it was Maybell who woke me up, and it was Maybell who made me accompany her with quite an interesting story. In such a situation, giving the position of God to someone other than Maybell, I really don't want that. My proposal is quite simple. Either Maybell becomes the god of the rat beastmen, or the rat beastmen shall have no god. There are no other options. It's a harsh statement, but what can I do? I don't want to. Seeing her understand the firmness of my intention, Ella was momentarily speechless. What are you? What? You've been calling me the dragon priestess this whole time, and now you're questioning my identity. I definitely think you are the legendary dragon priestess, but what you say cannot be sufficiently explained by that. It feels as if you have personally crafted the god of this world. Well, it's really hard to say it's something the dragon priestess can do. I can't say for sure what current legends about the dragon priestess entail, but she was seen as a partner of the hero and a representative of the goddess of life. After all, she was merely a representative of the god. For such a being to create a god at will, that would be ridiculous. Who are you really? I smiled faintly. You don't need to know. I have no intent to explain, nor is there any need for it. You just need to know me as the dragon priestess. Nothing else is permitted. Sharing with others is forbidden. Whatever you think about my identity, keep it to yourself. Understood? Ella nodded slightly, a look of disbelief on her face. Good. It seems we're more or less organized. So now, Maybell, stop pretending to be asleep and get up. At my words, Maybell, who had her eyes closed, twitched slightly. Seeing Maybell move, Ella seemed to finally realize that Maybell was merely pretending to be asleep. Maybell, you must have heard most of the conversation. Now I'll ask for your opinion. Maybell, what do you want to do? At my question, Maybell slowly opened her eyes and rose from her lying position. Looking at Maybell, Ella had a worried expression, but it wouldn't change much regardless. Thus, Maybell opened her little mouth. Slowly but surely, Maybell began to express what she desired. I don't really know. I don't know what's right and what's wrong, but if I become a god, I can smash the ones who made Mom like that, the ones who killed Dad, right? Maybell said this in a low voice. The emotions she harbored were resentment and anger, flame directed towards those who had shattered her family. I honestly don't know about becoming a god or a race's future, but one thing seems clear. A firm emotion. Seeing Maybell with an unwavering determination, Ella's expression turned to one of sorrow. I don't want to leave those who troubled my family alone. Revenge. A very simple yet intense feeling. For Maybell to possess such an emotion, there would be no alternative but to take action. Please tell me. What can I do? As I looked at Maybell saying this, I couldn't help but smile faintly. What happened afterward? Do I really need to explain everything? If I set my mind to it, there's almost nothing I can't achieve. Simply put, I smashed everything to pieces. That was basically the summary. First, to broadly categorize what I did to interfere with the rat beastman's ritual, I can divide it into 4 major actions. First, I placed barriers all over the constant water supply of Armen to prepare for any unforeseen dangers. Second, I incited most of the rat beastmen to steer their collective thoughts in the desired direction. Third, I subdued the masterminds behind the conspiracy of the rat beastmen and locked them in a room with no escape. And lastly, I utilized their ritual against them, allowing Maybell to manifest divinity. That would summarize it. Well, even if she manifested divinity, it doesn't mean she becomes a god right away. She now exists as a living being with the essence of a god. If I had to pick the closest term, let's say incarnate god. It's a bit awkward to use, but I can't think of a better term. Anyway, that feels like a reasonable way to explain it. At present, she feels like a human with godly powers, but after death, she'll ascend to become a genuine god. Having obtained divinity, Maybell said, this feels a bit overwhelming. It's something you need to endure as a god. Looking down at the numerous rat beastmen bowing their heads and prostrating themselves, I wore an awkward smile.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.